Okay, maybe that's... Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to the chaos. I've been talking for 5 minutes and I'm not entirely sure that we were actually live. There we go, we've got our first super chat of the day. Everybody press like, hit 100 before it starts. Too late, Luther, for builds. I just think I started it as you were pushing that through. Okay, so every single time I do a live stream, something different happens with the software. This time, last time, all I had to do was push go live on air on the Blackmagic Design deck here. And that worked absolutely fine once I knew what stream I was doing. This time, I had to also click go live on YouTube as well as on there. Anyway, it's all good. So, welcome. Please, we're here. There's 300, 200 and something. There's a few hundred people here and we're all good. I'm not expecting the several thousand people we had last time because, yeah, that was in between Christmas and New Year or holiday time and all that jazz. But what we are going to do is we're going to build pretty much non-stop. There's going to be a lot less talking and chatter, I think. I don't know what that noise is. I think, aha, there we go. I've got a new battery charger because we've got rechargeable batteries for the microphones. So, yeah. Please let us know in the chat how everything's going, if the images are right, if the audio is right. We trust you to let us know because we're actually, well, we're not watching it per se. Most importantly, we're here to build a guitar and have some fun. Now, I've not been in the workshop all week. We've been combining Crimson Guitars and the Vintage Tool Shop at Crimson headquarters, so there's been a lot of that going on. Moving forward, it is going to seriously improve my life and also boost the sheer amount of video that we're going to be able to produce, because I'm not, thank you, Max. Yeah, it's all good. I have a coffee and I'm now prevaricating. Now, the one thing that I did manage to do yesterday, as well as slightly tidy the workshop up, is we've upgraded the cameras. So I've now got a much better overhead camera set up here. We won't have any of the issues we had last time. We've got another couple, so 2 and 3 are set up doing their thing properly. And it should, hell, camera 2 or 3, one of these guys is actually also on a slider. So we should be able to get the entire, nice. The entire workshop from several different angles as we go. Anyway, let me know in the chat how it's going. Super chats, 100% will definitely be answered, even if we don't see them pop through. We will we'll comment them. We've got Tam. We've got Tam in the building. Tom, how are you?
I quite like that. Yeah, no, I'm good, thank you. As you say, halfway through my first coffee, and yeah, just watching you procrastinate before.
I am. Well, the problem is I really have not actually given any thought to this build whatsoever. I think I know where I was last time, and we're going to move. I'm going to mute the microphones down this, and we'll get going. Woohoo!
I was really hoping you had at least a bit of thought about this.
It's been in the background. It has been in the background, but nothing specific. I know that the rosewood, the secondary rosewood top underneath the aluminium, is going to have to be put next. I know I found these dowel points, and that's going to make life easier. And I know that for some reason the puppy has decided to go crazy outside the door. He's kind of barking at Tom. Do you want to let him in?
Tom or Tam?
Tom,
because Tam is now a thing in the
my defense.
In the chat.
Tam is a character in Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time book series. I'm pretty sure, which is currently a very, very good series.
Fair enough.
On Amazon. So it's, you know,
take it as a compliment.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean he's pretty cool. Anyway, guitar building, everybody.
Tammy, brilliant. Cheers,
Okay,
Josh.
so the lady that runs the Vintage Tool Shop for us, her name is Safi, And first of all, the world is full of sexist pricks, and people will go into the shop and ask a question to somebody who's male, who's been working there for 3 days, and Safi will answer the question, and then the guy will hear the answer from Safi and then direct the question back to Safi. It's horrendous. But people can't get her name. It's Saffron Lafferty, Safi. She's been called Daffy, she's been called, well, just I can't remember them all now. But yeah, Safety is my favourite one. Anyway, Tam, you ready?
I am ready.
Fantastic. Let's declamp this guitar, shall we? And see how we're doing. We're recording. We're live. We're good.
We are live. We've got 469 people joining us.
Welcome, people. So, Tom, if you just shout out at any comments that you want to bring to my attention, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you've already got another super chat, £2. Just saying, hello, you sexy pina colada.
I think I've only ever had one pina colada in my entire life, and this is a lack, I think. Hi, thank you. Okay, so there we go. That's good.
We got Tutankhamun saying, are you sure the glue is dry?
I think the glue is dry. I do. Okay. It's important to tidy up as you go and put clamps and things like that away. There's the workshop did get somewhat chaotic last time. I am very, very definitely going to be doing this as a monthly thing, but the design section, the design part of it, is going to be done as a separate stream, maybe a week in advance or 2 weeks in advance, so that we can prepare stuff. What I did do in preparation for today, though, is buy some fresh 5-minute epoxy to glue the fretboard on, and a couple of cans of spray paint and bits and pieces like that.
We got Phil saying, shouldn't Ben have done his Welcome to Crimson Guitars intro by now?
Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio. I did it, and the stream wasn't actually live, even though it said it was live on here and stuff was happening there. I just had to click go on air. I don't know.
Beardy Ben's just joined us as well, watching at home with a coffee or 5.
A coffee or 5 indeed. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days. I used to drink energy drinks, and I'm fairly convinced that those are one of the reasons why I'm now diabetic. Chisel. Who knows which chisel I'm going for?
Built on.
Got it in one. In reality, I should have cleaned this glue off when it was still wet.
We got a £5 super chat from Sean Murray. I also have ADHD, so it's really nice watching someone else working. Makes me feel good. Fancy teaming up for the most chaotic and distracted build.
I mean, it both sounds like fun and like an absolute nightmare. The funny thing is that I didn't know that I had ADHD until recently, for sure. And I've always just thought, hey, you know, probably, but what the hell, it doesn't actually affect me. It's just, you know, a thing. And I was reading lists of the comorbidities and the other things that come along with it. I'm like, oh, my entire life is about the way that my brain works, and it's not something I control. So I'm very interested in seeing how this works out, shall we say. Oh, come on, camera. That's 3. I haven't got in my head which camera is which now on the numbering system.
Dave, Ben's got ADHD squirrel.
ADHD what?
ADHD squirrel.
Squirrel, ADHD squirrel, that's me. That's the funny thing, everybody knew apart from me. So, there we go.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power indeed. So even with the locating pins, I'm like 1/4 of a millimetre off on that side.
We got Demetrius asking, Ben, what do you think about the Triton chisels?
So the Triton chisels, and Triton will agree, are budget chisels. They are fine. They are, in fact, better than most other chisels at that budget. They're made in a very good factory that I do know of. But at that price point, it's incredibly difficult to compete against the Ashley Isles and the higher end chisels that I'm used to using. So while the steel is good, it's not as good as it could be. But if it was as good as it could be, it would be incredibly, well, it would be the same price as the higher end things. So yeah, I mean, they hold their edge okay. I would say my Ashley Isles are maybe have got 30% longer longevity before resharpening. And I don't like plastic handles. I really don't. I don't know. I just don't.
We've got, hi Ben, Domenico from Italy. First of all, you are a genius and an artist. Can I ask you when you will go on with the travel acoustic guitar build you rock?
So the travel guitar is coming up again. Basically, we're in the process of moving Crimson headquarters over to. Yeah, we're moving Crimson into a tiny shop. We're moving the tool shop over into Crimson headquarters, and that means that I really haven't been in a workshop. Now, that being said, by Wednesday next week, my work over at that side should be done, and I will be back in here in the workshop. This super edit from what we're filming today, that is going to be Saturday's video, and then the following Saturday will either be my daughter's guitar or the hand tool only build, both of which are projects that people want to see finished. Hell, I want to see them finished.
Your new scraper. I say new.
Yes, this is a bit of a test. We're gonna manufacture these. It's amazing. It really is very, very, very cool. And they sharpen the same way as a standard scraper does. Okay. I just need to clear up the end of the fretboard just for fun.
A couple of people saying that we're past the kind of 15-minute mark and there's not been a poll.
There are going to be fewer polls this time round because we're past the design stage, but I'm sure we could come up with some. Give us ideas in the chat of what you would like to see polled. I really do. I get stuck in my own way of working and thinking and designing, and I really, really enjoyed the collaborative segment of last week's stream. You know, so yeah, what should we do a poll about, Tom?
We got Matt here. A poll to ask what the first poll should be. Too meta?
a little bit too meta. We've got to give the options for people to vote on.
Yeah.
Yeah. This flamed maple is actually being a little bit chippy. You can see just a little bit chipped out there, and a small segment chipped out here. I'm hoping to lose that in the carve, and that is simply because I didn't clear the glue when it was still wet and pliable, which yeah, my fault.
I mean, it was the end of a long day, to be fair to you. And that truss rod slot nearly killed you off.
I think the truss rod slot was fine, but in aggregate, the entire day, about an hour after we stopped, I could have actually carried on for another couple of hours, but once I'd stopped, my body was like, "You bastard," and yeah, it had enough of me.
Poll idea: Tom should officially change his name to Tam.
I don't disagree.
We got Robert saying, "Is the watch on the bench coming back?"
Is what's on the bench coming back? I am in 2 minds. I'm in 3 minds about that. So we don't currently have any students at Crimson. The new batch actually starts on Monday, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Now, COVID is still very much a thing, and is still very much an issue. But yeah, I think the chances are that what's on the bench is going to be on the sub-channel on Crimson Guitars Extras, and anybody who wants to watch it will be able to there. Okay, so what I've got here is my 12-inch radius block, and it seems that this is probably a 10-inch radius fretboard. I do want to use this as the clamping block, but I'm going to have to do something different with that.
We've got Malone with a question. Morning, fellas. Has Ben ever tried using glass as a scraper? I've heard of builders using, but I've not tried it myself.
I have not. No, I have not, although I have seen it done before. The issue with that is that it gets blunt, and then you've got no way of sharpening it short of breaking the edge, which to me seems just a waste of glass, to be honest. Yes. I need some veneer, that's what I need. Maybe just a couple of layers of tape. There it is.
God, there's just a lot of chat about this. Now my name is Tam. That is... Forget the engaging questions, that is just what we've got on a Sunday morning.
It's not a bad name.
No, it's not. So we can't actually do an inlay on that fretboard, can we?
No, there's no inlay option.
Because there's a few comments about that.
I could potentially, we could potentially do an inlay on the body, but in reality, I don't think that is on the cards for today. I would sincerely like to actually finish this today, if at all humanly possible. I don't want to do, I can't do 3 live streams on the trot.
I think a few people would like your volume up a little bit. It's been mentioned a few times.
Okay, I can do that. Is that my volume in particular as opposed to Tom's, or do you want this microphone volume up? Testing 1 2. Testing. So yeah, let us know what you think about that. It says we're peaking on here. I seem to recall actually having this conversation last time and realising that I should be peaking.
Yeah, everyone's saying that's better, way better.
Okay, fantastic. Audio. So the audio side of a YouTube video is incredibly important, and it's always something that I've used lapel mics and just been done with it. But yeah, I do think that we need to spend a little bit more thought. There we go. So 2 bits of veneer, and we've now got a 10-inch radius clamping block. And what it's doing is it's also clamping on the edges, which is really what we want. If we don't have it on the edges, then you'll have issues.
So we got Sweet Tea Guitars with a $5 super chat. Hey Tom and Ben, just saying good morning.
Tom.
Yeah, he did. I appreciate that.
Cheers, Sweet Tea.
Yeah, I've looked forward to this all week.
Well, thank you for coming in, and thank you for the super chat. It's so you're in America, if I am not much mistaken. So it must be some silly time in the morning. How many people do we have live at the moment?
We have 767.
Oh, crikey. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. So this fretboard, this actually got edited out of the super edit yesterday, and a lot of people were asking. This is a Bond Electroglide fretboard from the actual Bond factory as it shut up shop. Unfortunately, they went out of business because the guitars were way ahead of their time and just not cost effective to make, essentially.
We got a question from Sawdust Passion. I missed a bit last week. Why didn't Ben use a router for the truss rod?
Okay. My current question is, where the hell did I put that glue? There we go. I brought it down from the house this morning, damn it. I didn't use a router for the truss rod last time because I'm a fool. I didn't have the right setup. Essentially, I've routed truss rods in here in rectangular boards, which is fine. You just put a fence up on the router and you go down and it's centered. When you've already got a board that has a taper in it, like we created, because that's what you guys voted for, you need to use a guide bush, and I didn't have the guide bush setting or setup for my Triton routers. In fact, I still don't, because I haven't been thinking straight this week. So yeah, it ended up being very lucky that I had, in the hand tool only build, figured out how to do it by hand after many years of going, how would you do that? And it worked out quite well. It was a little bit physically taxing, but you know.
Terry Love with a £5 super chat. I've moved the kettle close to my computer. I've opened a new tin of pipe tobacco. I'm all set for a day of live streaming.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here we go. I've been looking at. I have been looking at coffee machines to put in here in the workshop, and yeah, I think I'm not too far off one. Okay, let's just get my head straight. Okay, hold on. Now, so I've got the JB Weld. This is an epoxy. And I was talking to you and just about to start mixing, but what I haven't done is I haven't scratched the back of the fretboard yet to prepare that. So let's not jump the gun, shall we say. When you're gluing metal and anything, you need to key it. Wood doesn't need a key. Wood glue is designed to work with wood that's, you know, sanded down to say 180, 240 tops. Anything more than that is a polish, and the glue won't necessarily hold. Metal and glue, it needs something physical. It can't actually go inside the metal, can it? So we've got to scrape the hell out of it, which means we need some knives, shall we say. Where are we? You can look at the messy corner of my workshop. Oh, come on.
all your wonderful drawers. You could do a whole series just on going through your drawers.
Rummaging through Ben's drawers.
Maybe
Yes, Tam, I think that's a really
maybe I'll put that as a poll.
So it is something that I talked about as being an option for when I did the relatively recent workshop renovation. That's something that I was going to actually come back and do and say, hey, we'll go through every single thing. I really want to get rid of all the tools that I'm not currently using or am not likely to use. I think that having this setup has made me think really what I need is space, and I need the tools that I want to do so that I can be more efficient at what I love doing, which is the videos. Anyway.
We got a $5 super chat from JC. It's 4:25 a.m. in Iowa. I dragged my rear out of bed way too early just for Ben.
I am not worthy of yeah, I mean, I really appreciate it, but crikey, people.
We got a another super chat, $4.99. Adrift Music. It's 4:25 a.m. here too, and insomnia means I haven't slept at all yet, and I am now unlikely to. Lol.
I've been told that my voice is actually fairly soporific, and if it goes well, I might actually put you to sleep. So, yeah.
We got another super chat from Alan Browning, $5, with just nothing in it apart from a little kind of emoji and just noob written at the end.
Noob? Okay. Fair enough. Am I a noob? Is he a noob?
I think he's just noobing the chat is what I'm going to go for.
Fair enough.
I'm sure someone will shed some light on that.
I do like the stickers on this. What are they called? Super stickers. It's amazing what people thought was worth creating a sticker about, shall we say?
Alright, is my volume a little bit better as well now, hopefully? As some people were saying I was a bit louder, I've just moved the mic a little further away. We've got James Mears saying it's raining here in Somerset, so I'm all set for the day watching this if my wife doesn't find me jobs to do.
Yeah, that honey-do list is a big one. Okay, I've destroyed the tip of that knife.
Which is a little bit weird because it is actually gorgeous blue skies over here.
Well, yeah, so we're in Dorset here, but only just. So people have been asking me how strong this fretboard is going to be long term, and yeah, this is proof in point. I've just blunted the tip of a very, very well hardened steel blade, putting some scratches into it. It's the anodizing is nice and hard.
854 people with us at the moment.
Welcome everybody. Is that going to do it?
Only 221 likes though.
Oh, so disappointing. Okay. That's one of those tools that you always put back because you will lose it and you won't know where it is when you need it. So there we go. I've scratched the back of that and we're good to go.
Alan Browning says I'm the noob. But there's the shed of light on that.
There we go. There was a comment the other day where somebody said that they really enjoyed the planning stage, or watching the planning stage of this guitar, because that's the bit that they succeed at. And he says the second the tools come out, that's where he utterly fails. And it's literally just a matter of progress and making those mistakes and eventually the mistakes will either get much more egregious but less common, which is what happens with me, or because you're pushing yourself too hard, or you become an incredibly good guitar builder. It's just time. Okay, so I need to get those clamps that I just put away. I need to get them out again.
We got a super chat, $5 from Marsha.
Marsha, how are you?
I love you, Ben, but I woke up at my regular time on my day off, and I simply won't stay up for you as a matter of principle. Maybe.
What am I going to be doing? There's not going to be huge amounts of hand tool that I can think of. I'll be jointing the top next, but other than that, there's... I don't know. You particularly like hand tool working, don't you, Marsha? As do I. Okay, so...
Got another £5 super chat from Factory Shed. I live in Iowa. It's 4:30 a.m. Been at work for 11 hours. Ending my work night with some guitar building. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Hold on, you got off work at 4:30?
Yeah.
Crikey.
Been at work for the last 11 hours as well.
Ouch. I used to have a life like that. I was a bouncer at one point, and a musician at others. Well, a failed musician at others. But so yeah, I do understand. Okay, so what we've got is center holes that are actually designed to take a small countersunk screw. And I've also now got 6mm or so of rosewood that I can drill it into without screwing into the truss rod. I am going to make make good use of that. If I can remember where the screws are.
A question here from Wolford Guitars. Does Ben have any demo tapes from his musician days?
No, absolutely not. No, I made the mistake of showing one a number of years back to somebody who didn't just drop that, who asked nicely, and no, that's not happening again, if I even still have it. Come on, Ben. Okay, so that could do.
We got someone here saying, do you even need glue if you're going to be screwing the fretboard onto the rosewood?
Yeah, you do, because the edges are just as important, essentially. So yeah, a mixture of glue and screws is absolutely essential in my opinion.
We got a £21 super chat.
Crikey.
From John Savage.
Thank you, John.
Loving the live build. I'm assuming this overtook the final episode of your daughter's guitar on New Year's Day, announced a few streams ago. So even more anticipation for that one.
I feel mean that that's happened. There's just been so much going on. My daughter's guitar is here. It's in progress. And where is camera 3, is it? So yeah, my daughter's guitar is sitting there and is highly glossed, and that's a terrible shot, Ben. Terrible shot. It's literally just waiting for me to buff it down, and then we'll be able to crack on with it. So yes, I'm afraid it has. Now, that is a function of the fact that we hit 300,000 subscribers, which is incredible, and we hit it a lot sooner than I thought because of that build. We had a hell of a lot of people subscribe due to the fact that they enjoyed that build, and it was yeah, something they wanted to see more of, and we had to do something to celebrate 300,000, and this is what's happened. Okay, so I'm here having to make a decision. Okay, here you go. Here's a poll. So if I use these screws, I can't drill deeper and use a hex head bolt. I don't want to customize the bolts that I've got, I don't think. And I can't use the bolts as the inlays and the screws, because that would involve putting threaded inserts in. So I mean, essentially I've got a little thing here. It's not deep enough, and the thread is actually not on the shaft there. Okay. Option number one for the inlays is hex head bolts. It will involve me spending a certain amount of time messing around on the lathe and polishing in bits and pieces. The other option is mother of pearl inlays, and another option is abalone. Abalone could look nice, actually. Let me just double check that I've actually got the abalone here. Pretty sure I do. I also have, yeah, there we go. So I've got abalone. Oh, that's silver. I've got abalone, I've got mother of pearl, I've got a very hard to open little box, and I've got black mother of pearl.
I'm so waiting for that to pop open and
just spray stuff everywhere. Yeah, you and me both. So that's the black mother of pearl, which could look quite nice. Standard abalone, standard mother of pearl.
So do you want me to add black mother of pearl as well?
Yeah, add black mother of pearl, and we'll go from there. I think that time really is at this stage somewhat of the essence. This little screw is pretty much perfect, though, I think.
Okay, so that should be up. We've got a super chat, SEC 50. Question for Ben: what is the material between the boards of the neck?
The thin, the black. It's very thin veneer. So essentially, it's a stained veneer. I think it's poplar actually, but it's been stained, and we get it from a UK company, the Wood Veneer Hub, I think.
Oh god, this is... Sean Murray again, £5 super chat. Ben, you sexy muffin. Build idea. Scratch build, but you build everything, including truss rod, pickups, the works. Love to watch your increasing madness.
Nobody's ever called me a sexy muffin before. I think I like it. I need to text my wife. Okay. Stop. Hold on for a second. That's actually... Okay, I think I just need to just cut the tip of that screw off, and then we'll be done. So, a descent into madness. I have a dream. I would very much like one day to build a guitar literally from scratch, and it would be exactly as you say, but it would involve actually getting the iron out of iron ore and sintering it down and creating the steel that I wanted to use, forging the frets, making my own strings. Like in the last stream we were talking about desert islands and all that, and it turns out that obviously I would have to either use the guts of some poor animal, fish probably. Interestingly, catgut was never cat gut. I don't know why they called it that, but it was sheep and goat intestines. Or coconut fibers apparently are the strongest natural fiber, as people said in the comments. But yeah, I would very much like to do this and literally, potentially even grow the tree myself. Multi-year project. I suppose it could be made out of bamboo. That would be a very, very cool video series. It would be a very, very cool book, going back to first principles. But it's also simplicating things. We have foundries who, do this stuff and they do it well, and that's what they do it. And that's what they do. I don't have that ability or knowledge. So, I don't know. Maybe one day.
All right, we've got a few super chats. We've also, do you want to have a guess at where the poll's at?
Me playing around on the lathe.
At the moment, there's 2% in it, and it looks like that's going to be the case. We've got 365 people that have voted on it, 981 people watching. So fingers crossed we can get that up a little bit more. But yeah, if anything, the hex head bolts is just going up a little.
I think it's fine. We expected that, and it is what it is. That being the case, well, we'll give it another minute. Get your votes in, people. We'll give it another minute and then we'll see what happens. But I can also adjust these now to give myself a little bit more space.
So we got a super chat from David out in Sydney, Australia. Can we get a wrist watch check? Love from Australia.
Today I am wearing one of my favourite watches of all time. It's the Vertex Bronze 75. And the strap, actually, it's a Vertex strap with the broad arrow that came with my MP45 chronograph. So I want to custom make a bronze bit for that. But yeah, it's out of all of the dirty dozen sort of modern military replica watches I've seen, and there are many, 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 many. It just takes the cake. It's just absolutely, you've got the quick release straps and all that jazz, of course.
Raised numbers.
Yeah, the loom is solid loom, so it's raised 3/4 of a mil above the dial, and just yeah, I have more watches than any man deserves. I've been very, very lucky over the last 3 or 4 years, and the collection's gone from one or two to lots, and I get as much joy wearing this as I do wearing the Daytona or any of the Rolexes or Omegas or any of that jazz. This I love. Also, this is going to be I'm going to be working with Vertex on the watch inspired build. coming up. So that's going to be fun. Now, what I need...
I'm going to cut this poll off as well. I think we've got 482 people have voted. 6 minutes it's been up. 35% have said hex head, with the abalone and mother of pearl both at 24% as the kind of two coming in afterwards.
See, again, if I was clever, what I could have done is absolutely jig it in my favour. So just say, okay, you've only got one option, it's a hex head or the mother of pearl. But I've given 3 options against the one that I kind of didn't really want to do because of time.
Yeah, but we can't
and
have
I've just
another
messed
revote.
myself. No.
I was going to say, yeah.
No more revotes.
PTSD about that from last time.
Okay. Okay, so let's customise these screws, shall we?
We got a $5 super chat from Factory Shed as well. This was the guy I think that was on the 11-hour shift. He said not off work.
On the 11? Oh, okay,
yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
2 more hours to go. Company I work for makes 49% of the world's aluminium.
Oh, wow.
So it's possible the stuff you use I have touched.
It depends how long you've been working there, because this was made in the 80s, I think. But that's really cool. Okay, so now I've got the drill here. I've just put one of the screws in there, and the reason I'm doing this is it's a countersunk screw, but it's domed, and I want to flatten that dome off. And while I'm about it, I'm also going to make it just a tiny little bit smaller. So I'm making the head smaller so it goes deeper in, so I've got more room for my hex. And then just flatten it off. I managed to loosen the chuck.
We got another one here. Don't forget about the aluminium top of the body.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I have not forgotten the aluminium top to the body. I mean, I kind of had.
A few people saying drill is loud.
Yeah, okay. Of course it is.
Just caps, loud drill.
All right, Tom, would you be able to plug the MyFit back in by unplugging one of the
yeah, absolutely,
things down there, and we can see if I can use the MyFit on these screws as well. I think that would just be quicker. This fits in this chuck. Oh, it does as well. Look at that. All right, there we go. That's easier. And I can turn the microphone off. The main microphone is off. This should be better. So, let's engage. There we go. There we go. So it's a much smaller screw now than it was, and yeah, I've only got like 10 more to do. Just might have gone a little bit too far with that one. Yeah. Fail. Completely lost. Aha! There we go. No, it's not quite deep enough. Oh, that's annoying. Maybe I'm using the wrong screwdriver. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum.
Buffering a second ago, and just come off the Wi-Fi on my phone just in case.
Sometimes.
Everyone's saying it's back now, no buffering.
Okay. Stream health seems fine.
Nice shot of Tom's shoulder.
Okay. Turns out I was actually. Have you paused the stream in the window that's playing the stream there?
No, it's all still.
If you pause that, then it won't actually be using the internet to do that, really.
I think it was just put a couple of stories up on Instagram that might have.
Oh yeah, that does it. So this camera now is on a rail here, which means I can do things like this.
People saying we can't hear you.
Ah yes, sorry, I've turned the main mic off while I'm using the machine. That is exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, cool. Okay, I've put the lapel mics back on. I don't think that the lathe is actually loud enough to warrant turning them off. Let me know what you think.
Just waiting to see if anyone comes back, whether that is too loud or not.
All right. Well, give me questions as well. I'm happy to talk now. This is going to take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, everyone's saying it's fine.
Perfect. All right.
It's fine.
Feed me with questions, people.
Someone's saying, hey guys, I'm slightly worried about the aluminium of the fretboard is much softer than the metal of the strings. Isn't this going to cause a lot of wear on the fret edges?
So most aluminium, yes, this would be a worry, but it has also been very heavily anodized, and essentially anodizing takes the aluminium itself and creates a much harder outer surface for the outside microns of it. It's very, very hard.
We got Joshua asking, why haven't you fixed the floor yet?
Because I have just not done anything that I'm meant to this week.
I mean, you've been crazy busy. But we did chat on Friday or Thursday, didn't we, about what we were going to do with the floor?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just one of the multitudinous jobs that just has to be done. That I have not.
We've got a few people saying, when's Ben going back to what's on the bench?
Yeah. I think Friday. Okay, there we go. So basically, what's on the bench from now on is going to be on the side channel, Crimson Guitars Extras. Most people who watch the channel want to see build videos. They're not interested in that sort of side stuff. But there are enough of you that want to see what's on the bench that we're going to make sure that it carries on. But yeah, basically, I will be hosting back over for now, and we will see.
Got a few people asking after the puppies.
The puppies are fine for the most part,
and asking why they haven't seen them yet.
They did run through and bark, and they've already started leaving deposits for Tom to walk on. I've been picking poo up this morning.
I appreciate it. I did see that on the way down.
Yeah. No matter how much you pick up, they will leave more.
We got Tim saying, what's on the bench is a great source of inspiration.
I do agree. I think we've got two options. It can stay on the main channel and be much more heavily edited, whereby you get, say a minute or two with each student, and it's not, it's not a major drain on everybody's time. Or we keep the format that we've got now, and it goes on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel, which is, I think, where I'm leaning at this stage.
I really just noticed how nice that bit looks and easy.
Bit?
The tool.
Yeah. It's been, very nicely ground. Are we? We are still.
We got Anthony asking a question. Will the Raffle guitars come with a gig bag or case?
Oh, hard case. Yeah, no. I would never. We don't ship guitars out in soft cases. And chances are chances are they're going to be won by somebody abroad looking at the demographics of the... Okay, so that releases the engines, so that's now loose, and it also means that my belts aren't tight all the time, just for interest. Beautiful, ML7. This thing has increased in value from about £600 to about £2,000 in the last year and a half or two. So it's crazy. Where am I? So yes, this guitar that I'm currently building is going to be one of the prizes in the raffle. I think that's lucky. I just picked up a screw that has just been on the lathe and it wasn't hot. Yeah, the link is in the description if you are interested in owning this guitar potentially. And Shred is also currently up in another raffle. Both of them will be shipped in Hiscox hard cases, so pretty much the best that we can get. Okay, so that's done. I now have a charged battery in my Triton drill.
So we got a super chat from Paul Craven from New Zealand, $34.99 New Zealand dollars. Hi Ben, looking for a guitar repair / maintenance course, maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Is this something Crimson would do?
Yes.
Or can you recommend somewhere? Don't mind where on the planet, as I'll use it as a holiday. Cheers from New Zealand.
Yes, no, we can absolutely do that. The issue with you coming from so far is that you won't be able to bring your own guitars to do. So there's an added complexity of, hey, what do we find that could be repaired? But I am envisioning a sort of boozy party the night you first arrive, in which we destroy a couple of cheap guitars and you then need to fix them. I think that could be quite amusing. So yeah, hit us up. Drop an email through shop@crimsonguitars.com and we'll get back to you. Or office at Crimson, which one of them?
Office.
Office, there we go. No.
We got another £5 super chat from Degenton. Marmite and peanut butter sandwich. You could team up. You could team up with others to completely scratch build a guitar, i.e. a blacksmith, machinist, lumberjack, etc.
Yes, so I've spoken to Alex Steele about doing something. I think we're too small for him to really be bothered with, although it would be great fun. There is a local blacksmith called Alex Pole who I would love to do some work with one day. And yeah, I mean, leather workers, blacksmiths.
Tap Matt Cremona up some wood, I'm sure.
Yeah, Matt Cremona would send some wood over. There's a lot that could be done, and frankly, I think we should. Okay, my bench has got too much stuff on it already.
We've got a few people saying, can we please see the screws closer so we can see the difference with before and after?
Yeah, I can do that. So, if that's going to focus on it, I can't quite tell from this distance. Camera guy. Okay, so it's basically much smaller and it's minus the dome, which is going to give me more room to play moving forward. I'm not sure if that actually focused or not, but hopefully that gives you enough info. You distracted me. Main mic's off, just for a sec. Adam Savage is a dream collaboration for me. That would be amazing.
Cree was saying sounds like the signal is dropping out. A couple of people have said.
Signal? What signal?
I think your mic.
My audio, yeah, I did say that I'd turned the mics off while I was hammering, and in fact I need to turn them off again while I drill. Sorry. Okay, so that's done there. So I was drilling through until it actually basically hit the top of the truss rod, which is fine. Now, using an untrimmed screw, I'm just going to start things off. Let's get this camera back where it's supposed to be. That's camera 2. And I'm basically tapping the wood before I do anything else.
Your Eagle saying Ben mentioned Adam Savage with the mic off. What was it about?
Oh, I would absolutely, it would be a dream collaboration of mine to work with him. I enjoy everything that he does. And funnily enough, it wasn't through the TV show that I knew him. It was through the YouTube channel, really. And I just, yeah, enjoy watching him. Okay. Now, hold on. A slight break. So I'm starting to use rechargeable batteries in the microphones, and I need to remember to get these all charged up.
976 people watching at the moment.
How many, sorry?
976.
Ooh,
which is epic.
That really is. I wasn't expecting.
I think my mic's about to die.
Okay, well,
no, you mentioned that.
So we're going to just change microphone, batteries, all of that sort of stuff. There you go, Tom, these are yours.
Cheers.
Get some more charging.
Do you fancy a cheeky coffee?
A cheeky coffee. I would love a cheeky coffee. Thank you very much, Tom. Okay, so those are charging. That beeping noise has been freaking me out because it's new. Okay, and let's have a look. Mine's okay, but the receiver is about to go dead for a second, people. This is something else that I'm going to have to buy, or sort out a better quality audio system for filming the live streams and all that. Alrighty, now, you wonderful people, we have made some progress. It's only been about an hour. The fretboard is pretty much good to go now. Now, I threw the epoxy packet on the floor twice. Clean area, equal parts, sets in 6 minutes, cures in 4 to 6 hours. Roughen the surface with a file or coarse sandpaper to provide the best repair. That's actually not a bad idea. I've got a coarse file. Oh, come on, I should have used this the first time. That's the way to do it. Okay. Now the temptation was for me to put a piece of veneer in there and do all of that craziness, but there's just no point. There's no point at all. So I've got that. I've got my screws. Let's get the bolts out of the way. Prior to a glue up, you need to make absolutely certain that everything is there, everything is clean, tidy, prepared and ready. And because this is going to be a chaotic few minutes, especially if I've got a 6-minute curing time. Okay. Obviously, Tom's just left the building to go and grab me a coffee, or grab us a coffee. Now, here you go. This is what everybody uses, isn't it? Okay, so equal parts epoxy. Oh, brand new, not been used. And this is JB Weld, which is particularly good stuff. It is not, obviously, clear. So in the comments, what is the one thing that I forgot to prepare beforehand? And that is a palette knife. So I'm mixing up the epoxy now, Tom, and essentially it's a bit of a rush. We've got 6 minutes.
Looks pretty good to me.
I guessed what I needed, and yeah, it seems to have been about right. Yeah, good coverage. All right now. How many of you are singing that song?
We've gone past 1,000 as well. 1,072 people watching.
Just as the chaos truly hit.
Oh, Joe's in. Tom, get that epoxy going.
Okay. This is me concentrating. Oh, spooge. Let me know in the comments what you guys do. I'm interested. From what I know, from what I've seen at least, an inordinate amount of our viewers are actually in, office jobs and generally IT related sort of things. But yeah, I wonder how many are actually in the music industry in any shape or form. For example,
a few people asking why the fretboard wasn't degreased.
The fretboard was not degreased because I do not have a degreaser, and in this particular case I'm not too worried about that in any case, because I have a mechanical fixing system holding it together, i.e. these screws I'm playing with. So yeah, basically it's not going anywhere, period. And it was pretty clean to start with. I'm at the 4-minute mark since I mixed the epoxy.
We got Ian here, who's indoor air quality consultant.
Do not visit me.
We got someone who builds fish ponds and water features. Got software engineer, bicycle mechanic.
Okay, that screw's going in later.
Local government senior manager by day.
And by night,
we got full-time mum. We've got a broadcast engineer, speciality radio, telecom, quite a few software engineers.
yeah, that was the word I was looking for earlier, software engineer.
Student.
That's why they're up at sort of 5:30 in the morning.
Got someone that runs an export firm.
Ooh, give us a shout.
Design tech teacher. That's a good question. About you?
I'm truly interested in seeing who is interested in building guitars. Really.
You got Rob Tootle checking in. Posty. Love it.
He's used to getting up early in that case. Okay, so the screws here have really gone well into clamping the guitar down, the fretboard down, but I am definitely needing to clean up spooge and get off all of the excess. I am now 6 minutes in, so I need to get this clamped now.
We've got a Vicar, coffee roasters.
A coffee roasters?
Drop us a message, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So that was white spirit I was just cleaning that off with. I should have been wearing gloves, I wasn't. That was messier than I thought it was going to be. All right. Well, there's a little bit of squeeze out there, but I do believe we've just achieved something, people. Thank you very much. Alrighty.
I think you deserve a bit of your coffee, man.
Yeah, bring on the coffee.
That white spirit smells great. We got Mr. AZ. I'm actually retired, a retired IT pro who paid for his Crimson Guitars course in 2019, but COVID put a stop to it, and I'm still waiting for travel restrictions. So yeah, we're looking forward to having you, and that is, yeah, a problem.
I wish so. In general, when that happened, we were honestly worried that we were going to have to essentially go out of business when this first started, as was yeah, basically we were worried. We have, as a company, a lot of people who pre-order courses, and it's a large part of our income, and basically 95% of you said, yeah, it's fine, I'll wait, this will come to an end. We could conceivably have had, you know, all of our reserves and more just eaten up entirely in refunds from people who, you know, and we would have given them, obviously, but that didn't happen because people are so cool, basically. So you're cool, and yeah, I'm
we
looking
do
forward
have
to having you.
awesome customers. The responses to all of it, with people waiting 2 years now, and unbelievably chill, which is amazing. Tam and I talk about talk to other business owners from time to time, and a lot of them are incredibly envious of what we've managed to build and the community that we've managed to build, and just how cool they are. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. So we got a £5 super chat from Terry Love.
Hi Terry.
I'm probably tone deaf, Can't play a guitar. Never mind build one. I just enjoy watching people who make things.
I'm not quite tone deaf, but I am a failed musician for sure, and yeah, I get that. I have no interest in customizing cars and race cars and that whole sort of thing. Mechanics is far from my world, and yet I find myself watching a 20-minute video of some guy making a Fast and Furious car this morning, and it's just so relaxing. Takes me away from my build, takes me away from what I'm going to do for the next 10 or 12 hours, and here we are. Okay, so I have just cleaned my tool up and done that. I've also opened the window, and here is a coffee.
We got $4.99 super chat with and again another like sticker saying bravo on it.
Bravo.
Guessing in relation to the fretboard going on.
Thank you very much. Yes, okay, that is I'm sorry. It's very difficult to not sound trite when I say, hey, click like and subscribe and thank you very much, and you know, etc., all that jazz, because I say it so often on video, and it's got to the point now where I'm talking with my children. I was like, oh, thank you, don't forget to click like and subscribe. But yeah, I like these stickers. Okay, now the next stage is actually going to be much more straightforward. We've got to joint and glue up the rosewood interstitial top. Which is here. So we've had this at headquarters for a long time.
Josh has now said, once again, since Tom is now Tam, Ben should be Bun, which I quite like.
I like Bun. I think that's
Tam and Bun.
yeah. It just reminds me of one of my favourite things, really. Okay. Now,
$5 super chat from Johnny Geek. Day job, IT, side gig. I make custom drop-in wiring harnesses for guitars and basses. I sell them on Reverb and eBay.
all right. That is, if you actually manage to see his reply. But my question to him is, does he bother matching the resistance of pots? And if not, now, so for example, there's a plus or minus 10 or sometimes even 20% variation in the actual value of the potentiometer. And there are people who believe that actually making a wiring harness using okay, so that camera's battery's just died, which I fully expected. Let's have a look at me here. Hello. Yeah, they make a wiring harness using pots that have been absolutely matched. So you measure and say this is exactly 498k, and all four of them are, and then you get to charge an extra it's just 20-30% on top for your harnesses, and people, all of those are charged. People believe that makes a big difference to the sound. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, because that's a level of nuance that I struggle to hear. Anyway, let's put this battery on charge. And that's camera one back up and running. Hello everybody. Okay.
It's like a pit stop, that was.
Well, this is the one thing. So I've got the power supply, an external power supply coming for that, and it's yeah, it's on its way today. So anyway, now.
We've got Errol who's saying, I'm going to get a crimson kit for my birthday.
Congratulations, happy birthday, and you have fantastic taste. Okay. Let's just set these cameras up.
Anton's asking with the super chat, what does the cartoon on your mug say?
Oh, on my mug, on this one, it's The Art of Conversation. And where are we? Is that camera 2? There you go. It's literally just me. I bought this. It's an artist called Clay Sinclair. And he has he's got a sort of gallery in a little holiday village down in Devon, I think, or I don't know. Anyway, I saw it and I thought it was amusing, and here we go. Now let's stop talking about my mug and start talking about me again. Come on. Okay. Now, rosewood. This isn't actually incredibly important because this is only really, for the most part, going to be visible from the edge. So we've got some saw marks. That's the joint. Okay. So I've got my shooting board. Where's my masking tape gone? Aha! Yo! I know what I'm doing. Honest.
We've got a super chat here, but no question, so I'll keep an eye out to see if that person pops up later on.
Okay, well, thank you for your support in any... That's what I say. That's it. Literally in conversation with my children, somebody will hand me a glass of water and I go, thank you for your support. Before I know what I've said. And they're just like, it's a pleasure, Daddy. Anyway. I thought parenting was about embarrassing the children, not yourself. So I don't generally plane both pieces of wood at the same time, but it is something that does work and yeah, could be done. So it's almost like I've got a server on it. Hold on, let's get the plane out. And go. Fail.
Just jump up and down a bit, yeah. As soon as you want it to, it won't do it.
Oh, come on then. All right. That's about right. So all of these cameras are currently set up to export in 4K. And then it's going into the Atom Mini Pro, which is streaming out in HD. For what it's worth. Now my grain is going up that way, so actually I'm just being an idiot and planing against the grain.
We got JS Trucking that's done a super chat, who was checked in quite a bit last time. Morning Ben, I will be uploading the introduction video for my channel later around 3 PM CST. Would you mind checking it out and giving me your opinion, since it will be my first video upload ever?
Absolutely. You are going to have to send a reminder / link to stream at crimsonguitars.com. I tell you, by the end of this, I'm going to be utterly incapable of coherent thought for sure. So yes, if you do that, I will check it out tomorrow, because somebody will see the email and let me know. I'm just tripping up over the piece of tissue that was glued to the floor with the epoxy that we just glued the fretboard on with. So that's a good sign, isn't it? Tom is just sitting in the background grinning like a...
Mark Jennings has done a £5 super chat. Software engineer, been out of the guitar building game for a few years, but several WhatsApps with Bun crew have kept me going. Cheers, Bun.
it's a... What was his name again?
It's Mark Jennings.
Oh, Mark!
Yeah, that's why I was... Yeah.
Bloody Mark, yeah. You need to... So Mark was one of our first sort of full-time proper students. In fact, Mark introduced me to the Iwasaki rasps, which I love, and we now stock as a result of that. Yeah, I miss you. What's a good one from Mark? Muck. There you go. Muck
Jennings.
Muck Jennings. Okay. This is altogether too much hard work. Okay, so that number 7 is set up to take a fine cut, and I don't want to take any more than that. This here is able to do a much coarser one.
Got another $4.99 super chat from Parsifal without a message again, and I'm trying to look. I haven't seen anything else come up. So
Parsifal, as in the knight that discovered the Holy Grail, and Ready Player One, potentially.
Could be.
That's one of my favourite movies and books of all time, actually. There we go. So I am not sponsored by Amazon or Audible, sorry, in any way, although I 100% wouldn't say no. I've got like 200 books in my library so far. What I'm currently listening to, What Does This Button Do, which is Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden fame, his biography, autobiography, and various other ones like that. What should I be listening to? What is a good book that I have missed? Tom, you're going to have to take notes. I said that to Tom just as he was trying to pick up the coffee mug, and he put the mug back down and got a notebook. So he did. Okay.
JC, I'm currently in the middle of the June series.
I've read the June series in actual book form probably 7 or 8 times minimum, and the entire series, including the ones that his son wrote after the fact, which were a little bit too dark for me, to be honest, for the most part. I'm not a horror fan. I bet there's a lot of people listening to those at the moment, though, because of the new movie, which is incredible.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, Tom.
Looking forward to it though.
Yeah, no, it's well worth it. So as I'm playing in this, you can hear where the gap is. All right, there's my my exercise for the day. Okay, so because I was doing both together, whatever I was doing with my body has created a gap in the middle and it's nice and tight at the edges. So now we're going to go back and just gently finish things off. So I'm putting the pressure on the front, then I change it to the middle, and then I use my arm here to push onto the back when I get to the front of the cut. You know what? I've not actually bookmatched this properly. Somewhere in the fun, my God.
$1,171 people with us at the moment.
Welcome to the shed at the end of my garden, everybody. Welcome to watching me get slightly confused as to what the hell I've done. No, it is book mashed properly. It was just cut weirdly. Okay. So, okay, let's have a look. Let's go overhead. So what I've got here is, just with the pressure of my hand holding it closed here, you can hear the squeak. And then at the other side, and you've got a very obvious gap in the middle. Now if you move one of the pieces, you should see either the gap disappear or show up somewhere else. And that will show you where the gap is and what's wrong.
We've got Duncan, who's given a £5 super chat. Making my first guitar. It's from a fence post. Neck done, working on body. When is Ben doing the next episode of his? I'd like to see what to do next.
The next episode of that build will be going live just under 2 weeks. What am I doing? come on. Okay. I'm confusing myself.
Do you want to double check your batteries on your mic? Got a few people saying we're going in and out.
Testing. Okay. So the batteries on my mic could just very well be... Wow, let's have a look. No, I have full battery. It might just be how I'm moving my head. The microphone's on the edge here. Let me turn the volume up on this one. Okay, there we go. That should make a difference. We do need to think about microphones and sound and all of that. Something else, while I was taking the pre-planing of this, I wound the blade out quite far, and with a coarse cut it might take less time, but it's also less precise. There we go. Nicely done. Okay. Now, modern wood glue doesn't necessarily require huge clamps or great clamping force, etc. And with a top like this, all you really need is some stretched out masking tape. Should be fine.
We got a $25 super chat from Marsha.
Marsha, you going to bed now?
While I admit I do salivate every time you use hand tools, like, probably not doing this justice, Pavlov's dog, I also love power tools. I have many. Tomorrow is my birthday, so many gift options. Also an avid Dune fan since 1983. We are truly kindred spirits.
Dune is, well, yeah. Tools and sci-fi. I shouldn't even ask this. I would like to, if I had the time, I would love to do more builds where I say, for example, take the new Dune movie, just say, okay, I'm going to do a Dune-inspired guitar. Spend a week working with the CNCs and the team, etc. Do a multi. If I've got other people doing bits and pieces, we could do something really cool very quickly.
Still a few people saying about potentially like a damaged wire on it, or it's just with you moving, they're getting feedback through. We can try and swap if you want. I'm sat here.
Yeah, okay. We're going to trade microphones and see what happens. Yay! This is the one thing, the Pel mics. We destroy them on a regular basis. This is the second time I swapped today, isn't it? That's currently muted.
That's probably what I should have done with that one.
Yeah, but you know, I'm a pro, and you're behind the scenes dealing with whatever I've promised I'm going to do. Sorry, Tom. So Tom runs the day-to-day of Crimson Guitars for me, and you know, all of the staffing issues and phone calls and emails and things that I would rather not be doing, because hey, I'd much rather be building guitars in a workshop. And yeah, I appreciate you, Tam. Thank you very much.
Cheers, bud.
Damn it, it's backfired on me. Okay, so here we are. We've got let's glue this up. So what I'm going to do now is apply a seam of glue along the edge, flip it closed, and then masking tape on the other side, and we'll be done. And it's coming up on 12 o'clock in the UK. This is alkaline professional. Yeah, aliphatic resin. That's the word that I'd forgotten.
Clipping on Ben's mic.
Still clipping. Okay, hold on. Good timing, just before the glue started coming out.
A few people saying too loud, distortion.
This is fun. Testing. So tell me if that's better. This is a new version of a transmitter I'm used to, and the settings are different. If necessary, I can change it all on the Atom Mini.
Yeah, quite a few people saying much better on the audio.
Fantastic. Okay. Wait.
We got a super chat from Aaron, £5. Morning Ben, you need a decent ribbon mic and condenser mic on booms. Audio Technica mics are really good for streaming setups.
I do agree. The only issue I've got with that is the fact that I'm moving so much. I'm all the way around the workshop. When I've had microphones like that set up, they pick up absolutely everything, including the kids playing in the garden and the dogs leaving presents for Tom to stand in. Tam, sorry. And yeah, it's one of those things. But so we just keep on coming back to lapel mics. but I do agree that we can do better and we need to do better. People will watch a video with bad quality, or at least not perfect quality footage, but if the sound is terrible, you leave. I do.
We got another nice one here. I'm an NHS nurse. Thanks, Ben, for your videos.
And thank you very much for doing what you do.
Getting me through the last 2 years and inspiring me to build my first guitar.
That is very, very cool. If you want to come and do a guitar building course, or just visit, let us know and we will give you a hefty discount. That goes for all NHS workers. We will, of course, require proof. Yeah, I don't know how you do it, in all seriousness. It's putting yourself in harm's way in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah. Okay, so once I've cleared off the excess glue, then I can look at it and adjust as required.
We got a $5 super chat from JS Trucking again. Why haven't you gotten or made a plate joining jig yet? That glue up would have been a lot easier with one.
Space as much as anything else. Yeah, it's just I don't have very much room to spare with just storing jigs that I use once or twice a year. So yeah, that's just it. Now this tape isn't, yeah, essentially, I am going to grab a couple of clamps. Where am I? Yeah, it's not quite closing properly at this edge. Probably because I'm not actually clamping it on a flat surface. So I'm just going to get some clamps because this is not going well.
Yeah, there's a lot of support for NHS workers in the chat, which is nice to see. You got Kevin saying more mics to pick up all the farts.
I don't know what you're talking about. There we go. Nope. Just do what I want you to do, not what you want to do. Come on.
James Gleason's done a super chat and not written a message, so I'll keep an eye out for that one. Hydrophobic, hydrophobic goldfish. Sorry I'm late. Hope you have your biltong supplement at hand for the long day.
I utilised all of that the other day, so I'm actually short. I was thinking about texting my mother, seeing if they've got any left. Okay, there we go. So essentially, as I was gluing that up in the test run while I was using the tape, it was absolutely fine. But adding the glue added a little bit of moisture, and it started fumbling around and causing troubles. But with the addition of 3 clamps, we're fine. So yeah, there we go. It's all good. The 2 on the base provide the support, and the one on the top stops it from smashing open under the tension of these two. It's always a little bit fun moving at this stage, but we should be good.
$5 super chat from Luther for builds. Put this towards Betty. Aha. Quite like that.
Yes, you are. This is a valid point. I had a choice. Thank you very much, Lucifer. I had a choice of digging 3 Bessie clamps out from underneath a pile of hand tool only build fence post, and sorted detritus, or grabbing these 3 that I knew I could get quickly. And I went for speed rather than quality of clamp. But yeah, the thought is, seriously, Bessie clamps are incredible and well worth the investment. They're also very pricey. Okay, so we're 2 hours in and we have glued the fretboard on to the body. We have glued the middle top together, and at this stage what I need to do really is prepare for, I suppose, some inlays while this is drying. I do believe that the epoxy is fully cured pretty much underneath the fretboard, and I could start working on that again. Food is also an option at some point, but yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to put this down. I'm going to have a I'm going to turn all the cameras off. Tom's just pulled out some donuts. I didn't realise there were donuts in the building. I can only sense that sort of thing. Okay, let's get this out of the way. No, I'll just put it flat down on the floor, actually, I think, to be honest. Oh no, here we go. Haha. There we go. So none of you can see the top is now standing up quite nicely in a corner. And we'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, progress is being made. I would love to see suggestions from you guys on what you would like to see me build in the next live stream. Beautiful screwdriver, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely stunning.
Okay, now we can't tease people. We have to
Yeah,
put them
sorry.
out. So it's a tiny, I think it's London pattern, and yeah, so that's the one I was using earlier. Boxwood handle, marbles. Just a gorgeous little thing. I do love tools, I really do. Okay.
Couple people saying a banjo.
Never, leave me alone.
Bass.
Yes, now bass is actually something that we need to do.
5-string bass.
Yes, so I did a very simple bass with a few twists. Flipping hell, that was like 3 years ago now, just before lockdown. And I said I was going to do something much cooler than that soon, and then the world went crazy. So yeah, I do need to do a bass. That's absolutely true.
Acoustasonic.
A who what?
Acoustasonic.
Yeah.
That kit that we did.
Yeah, we did do a very, very cool kit. I'd like to do some more stuff actually working in partnership with the team at Crimson and utilising CNCs and laser cutters and stuff. So obviously my next actual build is going to be the watch inspired build, which is going to be very cool. Yeah.
Quite a few people saying June inspired.
Yeah, that would be good. Okay, now let's have a look at this fretboard, shall we?
Super chat from Luther Builds as well. Build something metal AF, 10 string multi-scale.
10 string. I tend to build guitars that I can play, but yeah, that does sound fun. I mean, what defines metal these days?
You got David asking with a super chat, £2, what happened to Star Wars double neck?
Yeah, actually forget that. Yeah, okay. That is a perfect example. That is a guitar that I am going to build with utilising the laser cutter. Whether I'm actually at Crimson headquarters or not, we'll be doing that, and maybe ferrying bits and pieces backwards and forwards and stuff. But yeah, that has to be done. Who knows when the next Star Wars movie is coming out anyway? I suppose Boba Fett is current. It would make sense to time it with one of those things. Okay. Now, I don't really want to declamp this just yet. I need to work on gluing the sides to the body, but I don't want to do that while this is clamped up. That top is good to go. Let's finalise the headstock design. Let's find the plans for one. I feel that if we lose momentum right now, we're done for. Oh, look at that. Is that not a much better image than you guys had to put up with last time? Okay, so this is what we drew last week.
Someone asking to build something with a B-bender built into it.
I've always thought that it would be fun to actually design our own B-bender. Okay. So a nut slot spacing rule from Crimson, obviously.
$5 super chat from JC. June inspired with God, Emperor Leto inlay along the entire fretboard and his face on the headstock.
I think. Forget face on the headstock. Why not face 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I can count without using my fingers, honest. So like I did with the Grace Kelly inlay, that would be pretty damn cool if we could, if I could do sort of almost a photorealistic image. Just eyeballing that. It's going to be, I might even be able to do basically straight string pull here. Let's just see. Interesting.
Super chat from Tucker.
From who?
Tucker.
Tucker. I thought you said sucker. Oh. Tam, that's just, you've got to get people's names right.
Checking in from California. Looking forward to watching the full episode at a sensible hour. Cheers to you and your team. Back to bed.
Good night. What is California at the moment?
Oh, it's got to be. I'll have a look.
Okay, so in my head I'm trying to figure out what would happen as I'm tuning this. No, wait, it's not a tuner. Ah! Okay, forget it. I am labouring under the misapprehension that this is a guitar tuner, not just a stop. This is just to lock it in place. And I feel like a fool. Maybe it's because Tom hasn't given me that donut. He just waved it in front of me and said they were here and then just... Yeah, I don't know. You're a meanie, Tom. Okay, so what we can do is literally that.
Super chat from James Gleason. Can you build an arch top jazz guitar?
Yes, with bells on. No, not with bells on. Yes, I want to. One of my plans actually was to do a jazz guitar for myself, an L5 inspired thing with the smaller vintage headstock. I am going to be going into more acoustic style builds. I think a large part of this new setup with all the multi cameras and all of this stuff was purely so that I would be able to essentially spend more time building, get more builds done, and yeah, that's stay where I put you. Yeah, that's the plan. So I'm going to have builds going on here at home, and as I build a new workshop at Crimson, I will have builds going on there, and everything will come together in a beautiful mess of creativity and hopefully, well, you guys will be along for the journey. Okay, I don't actually have a compass. Okay, so does that does line up. Okay. You and you. You and you.
Got a super chat from Benny. An electric double neck that's a banjo and a mandolin.
What is it with banjos? I do have a mandolin at the back of the workshop here that my father rebuilt. It was part of a movie that was being shot in Zimbabwe where I grew up, and as part of the plot, somebody put a foot through this poor mandolin. And at the end of the movie he bought it and repaired it, but the years have not been kind, and or should I say I've not been kind. So yeah, I need to redo that. So yeah, there are going to be repairs, as well as other bits and pieces, but I'm not all that interested in building banjos and things like that. it's like asking a pastry chef to create a I don't know, a full 3-course meal, and they might not have, cooked salmon in 30 years or whatever, but you're like, hey, you know how to do X, therefore you should be able to do everything. Go to a lawyer and say, I know you're a criminal lawyer, but I've got this real big issue with, I decided not to pay my rent and they're suing me, and, what do I do? Like, you pay your rent, but, take a hammer to your landlord and then give me a shout and I might be able to help you, because that's my area of expertise, Or please don't do what I just said. Yeah. Anyway, that was a long-winded way of me saying I am scared of making banjos. Should I be? I don't know. Okay, so this headstock, we've got straight string pull. We've got access, it's about 27 millimeters apart on there, and that works quite nicely. I suppose we want to offset it, and we'll offset it in this way.
We've got a super chat from Hugh. The people want the hurdy-gurdy. Be like people then.
Hurdy-gurdy really frightens me. That's asking your lawyer to do your accountant's job. Hurdy-gurdy is a reed instrument, if I'm not much mistaken, and properly frightening. But
Yeah, they look terrifying.
well, they are. It's also cool. I mean, come on. I just want to get this angle roughly the same, and instead of using a protractor, which would have been cool and would also have allowed me to advertise something that Crimson actually makes and sells, I was a fool and didn't. Okay.
Someone saying try your hand at a sitar.
Sitar, that's actually quite cool. Sitars are closer to guitars, and everything about them is quite interesting actually. I think I need to spread those out a bit more. Looking at that, so I want this point. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. My apologies. All these cameras, and they were not pointed in the right place. So if I've got the center of this one, here's the end of those, and there's one, and I want that to be here, the end, which is basically in the middle, creating a triangle there. So that's wrong. Headstock design is not the easiest of things. It really isn't. In the end, you just need to trust your eye and say, hey, that looks better.
A couple of people saying lap steel.
That really is something that I've never considered. Not in any serious way.
Neil's asking if you ever made a twin neck.
Yes. There was a very, very, very early video on the Crimson channel with looking at a twin neck. It was a John Petrucci style. It was a 7-string and a 14-string neck. I could have done better. It was a long time ago. And then there might even be evidence on the channel from a long time ago of a 6-string guitar, 6-string bass twin neck that I made that detached and became just a 6-string bass and a 6-string guitar, so you could have a couple people playing them. That was fun. That was fun.
Richard's asking why hate for ukulele.
Okay, I don't hate ukuleles. They're tiny. They're tiny.
They are tiny.
And there are people that believe that tiny means easy. And tiny's not easy. Tiny's fiddly and difficult. Kind of like this headstock. Fiddly and difficult.
Terry Love, £5 super chat. Isn't a hurdy-gurdy a wheel or wheels rubbing on strings?
I do not know. I thought... I haven't looked at it properly. I know there is a wheel, yes. I didn't realise it was on strings. I thought it was a bellows type thing pushing through reeds like a... one of those things, accordion or whatever. I could be wrong, again.
Wikipedia says, yeah, wheel rubbing against strings that's hand cranked.
Damn it, my whole metaphor about lawyers and accountants and criminal lawyers, that was just all wrong. Look at that. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet, people. Okay. Yeah, I have got the basic geometry here of where I want my locking sections to sit. Okay, so the next question then is what works for the design of the instrument. I could potentially move these ends to make that thinner and have non-straight string pull. I could have the strings go off like that. I don't want that, but I could. I mean, yeah, it's not unattractive. Let's look at it in the entirety of the design, shall we?
So this could be a bit of a divider. Kevin has suggested a poll. Will this be finished today?
Go for it. I want to see how many people believe in me. I must admit it has slowed down just a little bit at the moment, but that is...
I think you're flagging, man. You need some...
I do need some
food.
I do need some food in my system. I was wondering, Tom, if you fancied grabbing some pizzas or something, and we could have a big lunch to pull us together.
Yeah, I'll be well up fine. I have had pizza yesterday and the day before, but I can pretty much eat pizza every day.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point.
Okay, polls up. $1,200 people watching as well.
Welcome. So we're actually almost at the same sort of amount of people watching as we had on the other stream. Oh no, hold on. 1,400 you say?
1,200. Okay. 1,700.
1,700 at the peak, yeah. Crikey.
Still early days.
Well, I mean, America is coming on stream. Okay. So here's where the body design is at the moment. So in reality, the headstock needs some of these hard lines. It's and potentially a curve. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah.
People are asking if it's going to have finish on it to aid their decision.
Yes, there will be finish. Maybe not on the aluminium, but yeah, there will be finish.
We got 300 votes in so far.
You believe in me. They believe in me, don't they?
I mean, still got quite a few more votes to come in, but at the moment it's 64% on the no side.
Oh no! I see what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I know. Yeah, no. What they're doing is they're that whole sort of thing where you tell a child that they're not allowed to have a bath to make them want to have a bath. You're just taunting me to see whether I,
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, reverse psychology. Thank you, Tom. Okay. So having a headless system was supposed to mean I didn't have to mess around with a headstock, but this tuning system does involve having a headstock.
We got one person saying Ben could finish the guitar today, but I think he'll end up doing Ben stuff that takes longer.
I have to blame you guys for the Ben stuff that's taking longer. I asked if I could have it easy and not utilise, the lathe and the custom hex head inlays, etc. No, let's make life difficult for Ben. It's not like he loves making life difficult for himself in any case. Oh no, I don't like that. Hold on.
Barry's put Tam will need a day off tomorrow. It's going to be a late one.
I do think it's going to be a late one.
Simon, he's going to blame the polls for the delay. ...
You can see
It's dividing people. Will the aluminium be tarnished or distressed in any way?
I think so, yeah. All right, are we going to call this poll?
Yeah. So we've got 432 votes out of a possible 1,192, which is a bit kind of subpar, but there we go. Yeah, no is the 63%.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt. It's fine. It's fine. I just need to prove you wrong, really.
The amount of votes are firing up, but the percentage is just staying the same.
Okay. Just wondering about.
Can we have a poll to decide if Ben can blame the poll for being late? Yeah,
Okay.
Someone's saying it's 2.5 hours in. Does Ben need another coffee and some food?
I do think, yeah, I'd like to have a quick chat with Tom about some lunch. I think we need to talk to the family up at the house and grab and order some pizza or something, and have a slightly larger, more substantial meal than last time, which will, I suspect, yeah,
Save these for later.
keep everything. Oh no, we've got sandwiches. Yeah, save those for later. Yeah, based on the way my body works, a big lunch will help, I think. What's happened there? Of course, so yeah, 1, 2, 3. All right, let me know what you think of this headstock. In fact, Tom, could you do a quick poll? Option number 1 is a curve here at the nut, and option number 2 is a slightly different shape with 2 curves and a point between the A and the D, I suppose. Which would obviously mean I need to make that a little bit bigger. Or is it here?
So we got headstock, curve at the nut, or 2 curves between the A and D.
Yeah, basically. It's a curve or a pointy, essentially.
Yeah, this looks pretty split as well. A lot of people are saying option 1, a lot of people are saying option 2.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the straight bit kind of works with the rest of the guitar. I think it needs to be a little bit straighter. The curve also works very well with the rest of the guitar, so it's just a question of taste, really. It's a fairly angular headstock. I suppose I could, with option 2, it would involve straighter shapes there, potentially. Yeah. All right. 30 seconds, and then we're going to call this one.
302 votes at the moment.
Okay.
Option number 2, 63%. Someone's put big lunch and nap.
Okay, so that's what my issue with it is. I've got that line there, and I need to carry that through. Which one is it?
Calling it?
Yep.
Yeah, second option.
Second option. Okay, cool. I will carry on designing that. Now, essentially, from the point of view of keeping it coherent, I'm matching that shape, that line, and then you bring it through, and then your brain is saying, hey, that all kind of makes sense. And you don't even know why your brain is saying that. Okay. All right, Mr. Webster. May I give you my wallet?
I'll absolutely take your wallet.
Go and grab some food. If you wouldn't mind talking to Tanya and figuring out what everybody wants, and it's that one, unless Crimson's paying for it. Okay,
we can work that. Yeah, do you know where you want to order from, or just option let them choose?
Let them choose. Yeah, basically.
All right.
I'm just going to make a quick phone call, people. Hold on. Leave the microphone if you could.
Hello?
Hello, sweetheart. Are you ready to come on and take over from Tom?
What's going on? What?
Streaming. I need an assistant. And you're it. Tag.
Nah, fine.
See you in a second.
Alright.
Bye. There we go. Your replacement is my daughter, Tom.
That's fantastic. I'm happy with that.
So, is your computer going to turn itself off or anything?
Nope. Should be all good.
Cool. Okay. There we go. I just needed to tidy up that little curve there. That looked better. Yes, I'm glad you guys went for the other shape for two reasons. One, it looks better, and two, it looks better. No, it gives me more access to the truss rod. It also kind of works, where's that second fretboard? It also works with the whole sort of angularity of the of the bond electric ride fretboard. I like. Cool. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Tom. What this sort of means is that Jasmine can probably do a shift or two, and long term she might end up doing it on a more regular basis, which is pretty cool. Gosh darn it, I absolutely love this headstock. Look at that. All right. What do you think, Tom? Tam? Timmy.
Yeah,
What did you say? This is being live streamed.
I like headsets like that.
Okay, cool. So the end result is that we know what we're doing. I'm going to try desperately not to lose this. What I'm going to do is pause the whole stream for 5 minutes. I would very much like to wash my hands, and what is that? Mostly white spirit and stuff, and too many cameras. And yeah, I need to replenish the old water bottle, etc. So yeah, basically, I'm going to be back. Where does that go? That tool lives there. Yeah, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. Be back in 5 minutes. And there we go. And we're back, and of course that was a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but it's all good because you're patient, wonderful individuals, and I sincerely appreciate the fact that you're sticking around watching me do this insanity. So we have got somebody else. Say hi, Jasmine. You're on camera.
Oh, hi.
So Jasmine is going to be taking over Tam's position, and it's a long story, Jasmine. She's on mic. If there's any issues, she'll be checking out the chat and relaying them to me as we go. And if there's any super chats or anything like that, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Feel free to talk. Don't swear too much. There are fathers currently playing Lego with their sons while the stream is going live and all of that jazz, and we try to be family friendly, if at all possible. We good?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, come on then. Now, where we are is we've got a guitar build going on. The headstock is now sorted. I'm very, very happy with this. Jasmine, did Tom show you how to create a poll?
No, he did not. But yeah,
Should be fairly straightforward. The really interesting, or what could potentially be a slight problem for Jasmine, is that Tom's computer. He's an Apple fanboy, and we use PCs. So Jasmine's going to also have to learn how that different ecosystem works a little bit. I think the time has come. To declamp this neck. I'm happy with that headstock. I'm super happy with that headstock. I'm happy with the design. My rosewood is curing in the background, and we need to just crack on, really, don't we?
2 people super chatted, by the way.
All right, ask me the super chat.
Someone said, "Hi Jazz, welcome to this madness," and someone said, "Welcome to the chat. You must be used to the chaos and insanity that is your dad."
Are you used to the chaos and insanity that is me?
Yes. Oh, also someone donated 50 pounds.
That's a very, very large super chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you read their names out, if you can.
Yeah. Patrick Nesbo
Hi,
said,
Patrick.
"Is there any way to wrap a veneer on the side of the top, or should I just burn/stain the sides of the top to color match the zircon?" I don't understand these words.
Ziricote?
Ziricote veneer. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Is there any way to read the first bit again?
Is there any way to wrap a veneer on the side of the top of a top?
Yes, I mean basically it's just a standard binding. Yeah, you absolutely can. Although you had me at, can I burn it? So you know, I mean there are options. One is spending a lot of time doing something very finicky and fine and detailed, which can be as fun as it can be fun, or burn it. But look, seriously, I don't think I've done a specific binding tutorial video in the past. That being said, it's a fairly standard and straightforward process, and yeah, if you've got Ziricote veneer that is thin enough, it will just bend quite easily. If not, you can use heat. A hot air gun is something that people often have that you could use to warm it up. Heat and water is ideal, and then essentially damp down the veneer, warm it up, push it around the shape that you want it to go onto, and then tape it on until it's nice and dry. Come back the next day and glue it, and you should be okay. It is a fiddly thing, and I would suggest you practice, but it can be done, and often is. The only thing is you'll need a rebate of some sort for it to go into, so that would involve routing. Okay.
Oh, someone super chatted. Have you ever heard of the Corries and the Combolin instruments they use? Combined a bandurria guitar and a mandolin guitar. They sound magical.
I have not. Jasmine, do you have your phone with you? No? Look, there's a notebook just there. Could you write that down? Because that is something I need to do. Also, don't forget to mention the name.
Yep, that was Neon Time.
Neon Time. That's a good one. A lot of people who are on the live streams, just the Q&A live streams on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel, I've started recognizing their names, and you know how much I struggle knowing people's names.
Sure.
Sophie?
Fuck off.
Language!
No.
Fine. Please excuse the outburst.
What am I writing down?
That last super chat, I
Okay.
want to check out the hybrid instruments. So okay. Phew, I was really worried that I had messed up this fretboard. Hence the frantic cleaning up of epoxy as I was going. But it seems to be good. Here's something. The patent for this fretboard was, I think, bought by another guitar factory, and I've completely forgotten who that was, and if it is still enforced. Could you guys do some research for me? Pippin, come here. Hey puppy.
It's a doggo. There's 2 doggos.
There you go. There's baby. Oh my god, she's bouncy. They don't normally come into the workshop. There we go. I can't quite get this camera. Anyway, you guys all asked to see the puppies properly, and there we go. Are you talking about me? There we go.
Someone's oh. All right. Someone said, Ben, I really like your metaphors. What will you say if someone asks you to build a violin or cello?
Bring it on. So the next, okay, aha, there's the tiny screw that I dropped into that chasm of doom, and here's the screwdriver. So my initial training was in building viola da gambas and Baroque style instruments.
They couldn't see the dogs. Wrong camera.
You couldn't see it? It was the wrong camera? What?
Ha.
Oh no! Come on, okay, hold on. That is camera 3. So what I was just doing was taunting you, really. Hold on. Tiffin! There we go. Puppy cam.
Someone also asked, is there any way to make a
Come on.
is there any way to make a value on a neck that doesn't have one, or should it not be done?
Okay, that's a volute.
Volute.
Hey, puppy dog.
I don't know guitar things.
No, it's cool. You will learn. And they're off. Next door's. There you go. I think that was live.
Yes, yeah, it was.
Fantastic. You need to pause that so that's not utilising too much internet.
Oh.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Cute puppies.
Sorry about that. I haven't quite figured out what camera is what at this stage. Anyway, that was a digression. I'm going to put the screw in now. Except the hole is full of epoxy, of course. Yes, Jasmine, sorry, what was your question?
I've forgotten now.
Volute. Is there any way to install a volute on the back of a neck that doesn't already have one? Essentially, technically, yes. Look at repairs to headstocks. So, for example, there was a guitar that I repaired where I think the title Jasmine Lily, was something along the lines of, my kid broke my guitar's headstock, let me repair it. Don't think it was you. I think it might have been Orson.
Probably.
Yeah, you know him well. And oh, here we go. This is what I need. And in that, I inlaid various strengthening bits and pieces, and you could do the same process. Whether it's actually worth doing or not, that is a completely different story.
Someone super chatted, by the way. They said, I got it. So we have the Bun, Tam and Gas show.
Yeah. Bun is my new name. I called Tom Tam by mistake, and that was it. And you're now Jazz?
Gas.
A Gas.
Oh.
I think if anybody gets to be called Gas, it's the one who does all the talking. Yeah? No?
No, I don't want to do all the talking. Someone said...
Names.
Well, Michael Leeper asked, are the fret marker bolts in any danger of interfering with the truss rod?
Absolutely not. So the... let me figure out what camera I want to look at. The truss rod is actually quite deep in, and essentially I've put these screws in, and these are just standard screws, not bolts. These go down almost to the truss rod, which is fine. And then on top of that, I'm going to be installing just a fairly straightforward sliver, say 1 millimeter thick or so. Oh no, that's just destroyed itself. Section of bolt. So that is if it all goes according to plan. And this screw is not. So it turns out these screws are actually made out of brass. Okay, there we go. Reverse. Okay. We don't need a screw in that particular hole, do we? Absolutely not.
Someone asked, what kind of truss rod adjustment will you use, the normal hex socket or the spokewell style?
Okay, so it's already got a standard hex socket dual action truss rod in, so the axis is at the end here, and yeah, it's that's already in place. I don't think on video used a spoke wheel style truss rod before. We have used it at Crimson fairly recently. Actually, we did a really cool guitar that we hope to make more of. But yeah. Yeah, Jasmine, trust me, you are going to know more than you ever wanted to about guitars and guitar building in very short order.
Matt Lee von Erich just said, I've noticed that the fretboard doesn't have traditional frets. Does the fretboard in the style are using you're using scallop the board slightly / at all?
Okay, so let's get a close-up because this is something that most people will not have seen. This is a camera 3. There we go. This is a stepped fretboard from a company called Bond, and the guitar Focus. There we go. And they literally stepped. So the string you push down here, and the string goes off the edge of the fretboard, and it's an amazing system. Feels very comfortable to play. It's hardened anodized aluminium, should last forever with standard nickel frets, and yeah. Now the problem is, so it's not quite scalloped, although it's a similar sort of feel. The problem is that the patent for this is owned by somebody who's not actually utilizing it, and yeah, I think nowadays with modern CNC machines we could manufacture this out of stainless steel, for example. It would just last forever. No fret jobs required, no nothing. Could be fun. Anyway, this is from the actual Bond factory when the company closed down, and somebody bought a bunch of stuff, and they were a fan, and they sent me one because I'm a fan of Bond, and they heard. Okay. Now, we're going to attack this in two ways. I need to sort out and figure out the wings, the main wings of the body, and then once that is done and sorted, I need to install extra pieces onto the headstock so we can make the headstock later on.
Okay, so apparently camera 3 just died, and also someone asked what would happen if we tried to, they said interesting fretboard, what would happen if we tried to do it with a regular wooden fretboard?
With a regular wooden fretboard. Don't forget to say the name, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm starting to learn how some of our fans think, and it's very cool. Camera 3 should be okay. It's showing as hold on. It just went out of horrifically out of focus for a while. So no, if you tried to do this on a wooden fretboard, it would very rapidly disintegrate on you, and you wouldn't be able to. It just wouldn't work, basically. Wood is far too soft. Even using an epoxy or something like that to make this kind of fretboard, it's just not good enough. It has to be metal, or you will destroy it because the strings are metal. Okay, I need a chisel. Which one am I going for? Tip, it's always the biggest one. Camera 3.
Ben Tyreman asked, how would you level it if one fret was off?
This is very much the problem. The hope is that no frets are ever off, because it's so hard wearing that it just doesn't, there's just no problem. Now, you've just reminded me that what I wanted to do was, now that it's glued down, have a look and see what we've got.
Scrooge asked, Benny started to respond on, or he said, Benny started to respond on violin/cello.
Oh!
Cue.
My apologies, this is the whole horrendously easy to distract thing. My original training was Baroque viola da gambas, and that is the family of instruments that comes before they invented violins in the, well, yeah, they evolved in the 1600s, 1500s-ish. So I have a particular love for bowed stringed instruments. I only did it because I wanted to build guitars, and that was the only place anywhere near where I was living that taught it. It turned out it was one of the best schools of early stringed musical instruments in the world, and you know, it engendered in me a love for hand tools and all that jazz. So, that being said, I don't think that I would on camera necessarily build a traditional violin. There are people that are much better at it than I am. I haven't done anything in that ilk for 20 years now. I'm old. But I did a, sorry Jasmine, I did a restoration of a Git viol. So it's a viola da gamba cross guitar kind of thing on the channel about a year ago now. And in that I promised that I was going to build something similar to that. So it's a viola da gamba style instrument with 6 strings, played with a bow, really cool. I'm going to be building myself one of those soon.
Rabnox said, Ben, is the live Q&A back on next Sunday at 8, or are you stopping it?
Nope, the live Q&A will be back on Sunday next week, 8 PM on the standard Crimson Guitars Extras channel. I was not planning on I really wasn't planning on this being the a 2-week extravaganza of live streams, and yeah, guaranteed I would not be capable of doing the Q&A after doing this as well. Okay, so
Also, so there are a lot of questions.
that's fine.
One asks, why not use biscuit joints to avoid slippage of the wings? Seems like a good construction method.
Yes, biscuit joints are absolutely what I would do. Look at that. I've got 2 fretboards here and they're 2 different scale lengths. That's interesting. Anyway, there we go. There's my mark. That being said, I don't actually have a biscuit joint machine because it's not something that we use or utilize at all. I do have, however, dowel points. So a little bit later on, I'm going to find a piece of dowel somewhere around, drill a hole, put one of these in, and then press the sides onto the dowel. And here's how they work. So essentially, for example, this is for an 8mm hole. Put that into the hole where I want to locate things, and it's got a point on this end that will give me a center to drill out on the other side. And I've got them in various different sizes. And I was super excited when I found them last week. They were exactly where I thought they would be, which makes it a change.
Okay, so Toothman Carman asked me a question. Do you plan to play the heck out of the guitar when it's finished? Not really. I don't know how to play guitar, but I might learn eventually.
You have to at this stage. So you've got a couple, and you did quite a bit, and then you got distracted by piano and keyboard, and after that fact, you got incredibly distracted by computer games.
Yeah. Also, JS Trucking Guitars super chatted £5. He said, 2-week extravaganza. Did we all vote 63% that it would take you another week to finish the build?
You all voted that you didn't believe that I could do this in only 2 weeks. I have faith in myself. Okay, I have faith in myself, yet I can't figure out how to measure this body joint.
Zach Ellison said, Sour Gummies, hi Ben, hi Jasmine, check out the John Paul Jones Led Zeppelin live acoustic video for guitar combos. Amazing elect dobro with John Lee Hooker inlay on fretboard. Also great dogs.
That is a beautiful guitar. I've seen that. I haven't actually watched that video though. Okay, you go there. I think, yes. Phew, I remembered a number while also listening to things. That's a first, ladies and gentlemen. I got an F for my O-level maths, and I got an A for my O-level accountancy, and the A stood for absent because I told my mum I wasn't going back to get another F, and she was cool, actually, surprisingly. Okay, so that's where we sit. That's my joint. That's my joint. So I now know where the body is going to be glued in, or at least in this orientation I know where we're at.
Simadak has asked, would it be possible to expose the trem at the back? In the context of this design, it would form the spaceship engine and allow this look to develop.
That is a very, very cool idea, actually. Let me go and grab. So this isn't headless in that traditional way, i.e. this tremolo works in a different, it works vertically rather than having tuners at the back, like so. So this, as you tune, it pulls it pulls that brass section up, and as such, it's not required to have access to the rear of the guitar straight away. I'm not going to change the design at this point, but I do agree that would be pretty damn cool. Ooh, you're just tempting me to go off-piste, aren't you? Yeah, I see it.
Should I answer questions for me, like just typing them down?
You can if you want to, yeah, absolutely.
Alright. Also, someone, Bam Mozzie said Andrew Bond's patients for the sawtooth moulded fretboard appear to have expired in 1994 after expiring 20 years after the awarded.
Fantastic. So nobody else has bought the rights to sort of push them on. I'd heard that a big company like Charvel or somebody like that potentially had bought the patents, and we had, well, we didn't have the rights to use them afterwards. If it is free to use, however, I'd be tempted to have a play. Okay, now I require some thought here. I've got the I need to put a break angle in on the so that the strings actually do what they're supposed to, and this is a really important bit of guitar building. So as it currently stands, if I left this top section exactly as is, then my strings would be pretty much exactly where I want them to be. Now the problem is I have also now got not only a 4mm piece of rosewood, but also a section of aluminium to install somehow. So sorry, that never gets old. Okay.
Flobius said, how about mounting the bridge on the extended end?
That would put it entirely in the wrong place at this stage. Essentially all of those design things have been set in stone at this stage. Okay, so the aluminium there is 0.5 millimeter thick, which is actually pretty damn thin. Okay, I'm just going to go and measure the rosewood. I was wrong, that's about 5 mil. Yeah, 4.5. Okay. So I need to remove 5 millimeters off the top to just be okay. Now there is adjustment. I've got two bolts that I'm going to be pivoting off to put the trem in. So in reality what I want to do is remove 7 millimeters of material to allow me some downwards progression if at all required.
S-Rom super chatted £5 saying, here's a £5 for Jasmine, public speaking plus weird YouTube names is a nightmare. Do I get that money?
Yes, you get that money.
Yay.
Minus whatever YouTube take off it.
Oh.
And I'm paying you for this. But
then I'm paying it back to you.
Yeah, well, you wanted an incredibly expensive gaming rig and agreed to work for...
It's just a computer.
It's a gaming PC.
Oh.
That's why it costs so much damn money. So I am about this far away from buying the same rig for myself to go downstairs. But that's No, never mind. I finally, everybody, I finally downloaded Cyberpunk 2077, and just waiting for this whole chaos of the move and all that jazz before I immerse myself in something completely non-guitar building. So there we go. 7mm. Now, back to guitar building. The other thing is, this is quite deep. I might actually have to install something on the back.
Rob. Oh.
Rob who?
Robert R said you should be thinking about gluing. Oh, hang on. You should be thinking about gluing the wings on the side of the head stock so that they'll be ready to work with having to be waiting for the glue to dry.
Yes, so the glue's going to dry in about an hour at the current temperature of the workshop. I've got the heaters going and all that jazz. Somebody shut my window. Maybe that was me, I just don't remember.
No, that was Tom. He said it was cold.
Oh, yeah. Oh, skinny people, they get cold quite easily. That's my excuse for staying well padded. Yes, basically I'm figuring out where these wings go, and then I'm going to, because this is actually a lot more difficult to work out than the wings on the headstock. As soon as I've glued the wings on the body, then I'm going to do the headstock as well, and that will all be drying at the same sort of time, I think. Well, I'm hoping. Crikey, I'm going to stop talking.
Also, so we've got Sweet Tea Guitars donated £10 saying here you go Jazz for pocket money, and then JC donated £20 saying here you go Jazz, gamers of the world unite.
Okay, I'm not paying you for your hours. Apparently you're getting super chats.
Yeah.
You guys are very, very cool, thank you. Jasmine, you'd better pay attention, write down who and how much,
okay,
to save the administration of trying to figure out later. Okay, now, so yes, at the bridge I want it to be 7mm down. So we've got a weird scale length, don't we? 3, 2, 7. 3, 2, 7. This is my bridge position there. Yep, that's about right. So here, I need to remove not only, yeah, stop it, Ben. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to work stuff out like this while also doing a stream? No. Zip, zip, zip. Just for a second, let me think. Gosh darn it. At the end of the fretboard here, I'm going to remove 5mm, which means that my aluminium and my rosewood is going to come up to the base of the fretboard. Okay, and where are we? There we go. So here's the base of the fretboard. I've got my 5mm. That's going to carry on going, but it's going to basically be just a little bit over at the base of the fretboard. Now I want it to be 7mm or so underneath the bridge. So it's going to be a very slight break angle. There we go. Okay, so working out break angles is not a question of geometry. It's not a question of sitting there and doing Euclidean math. I don't even know what Euclidean math is, I just know it's a thing. And it doesn't have to be scary or complicated. As scary as complicating it sounds, all you need to do is have a physical bridge, measure the physical bridge and draw it on a physical neck, and you're done. All right, Jasmine.
Hi.
You had a question.
There are so many questions.
Hit me.
Also, someone just Ren Mokando donated. It says CLP 1900 custom joysticks and PlayStation/GameCube cases.
I'm not sure how much that is in English money, but say thank you very, very, very much.
Yes, thank you.
Blue.
Yes.
What is a blue super chat?
I don't know.
It's okay. Jasmine, you can come back.
What?
I need to be your manager now, and there's a certain thing called tax and rent.
No.
I've been trying to teach these children about tax for years. It started when they started getting ice creams and things, and I've decided personally that a 20% tax on every single ice cream and shop that comes into the building is just preparing them for the reality of grown-up adult life. What do you think about that, Jasmine?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't agree, do you?
I'm not listening to what you're saying.
Oh. No, there's a change.
Yeah, also, can I just say sorry to all the questions I missed? There was so much going on.
It's fine. You don't have to reply to every single. Basically, all super chats we want to reply to and talk and answer any questions, absolutely. And it depends on how the chat is going. But if there's thousands of comments here, it's just physically impossible for us to get to all of them. Okay, so I'm setting up to go on the bandsaw here. Okay, that's their batteries there.
Apparently the 1900 thing was £1. £1. Basically.
Chilean pesos. There we go. 169. Yes. Okay, fine. As you can tell, I am running low on energy. Jasmine, I'm going to have to give you some ear defenders.
Oh.
I'm turning off the vocal microphones now. And we're going to camera 3. Isotunes, Crimson 10. Get yourself a tenner off. Yes, I'm sponsored by them, but they're also amazing. Dump them anywhere you want, darling.
Okay.
Okay, so we've cut the bulk of that excess away. The bandsaw is cutting nice and square, so that's good. I'm wondering about using this on the back, maybe with a section of rosewood, to extend the central section of the guitar. I'm not sure if that's going to be required. We'll have to see. The trim is fairly deep, so we'll see. But essentially, I now have my line. So I know where that's going. Perfection. Alrighty. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I have got the fretboard glued on and sorted and done, apart from the inlays, which we're going to do later. We have finalized the design of the headstock. We have finalized the position, the brake angle, without doing any serious mathematics. We have worked out that I am insane and my daughter is cool, and like a puppy, it brings in the super chats having a cool daughter on the thing. Woohoo!
Speaking of super chats, Minotaur Guitars.
That's a cool name for a company.
Yeah, he donated $4.99 saying, starting on an 8-string electric Mando for #GGBO. Thanks for all the inspiration, Ben.
That's an absolute pleasure. I am seriously looking forward to seeing that. So an 8-string electric mandolin. I'm assuming that's four courses of 2. Yeah. Yes. Actually, an electric mandolin, I could get behind making one of those. I'm on the other side of the workbench. I'm in front of my comfort blanket and I can't remember why. Dowel! I need some dowel.
Paulie Gillipsy says, rarely see you do maple fretboards. Are you not a fan of them?
That's a very good point. So in reality, I do avoid maple fretboards as much as possible for the simple reason that up until recently I had a sort of rule with myself that I would, as much as possible, build instruments that most people would be able to build in their own garden shed, basically. Which, that's not actually central. It's not actually round, so I can't use that. Essentially using a full spray booth and all of that is just not. It's not something that most people have access to, so I've avoided it. And to make a maple fretboard, you really do need to spray it properly, preferably with a 2-part car lacquer or something like that. And that's something I've been avoiding. However, I am going to be doing a lot more work at headquarters from now on. So you will see maple coming up.
Lutherie Bill says his super chat was missed. I don't know what to do.
Okay, so woohoo! Well, there's some brass. That looks...
I scrolled up and I found it. He said, Ben, what size of lead is that pencil?
Very good point. I use 0.9 millimeter lead in my Graph Gear 1000. Yeah, it's 0.9. Graph Gear 1000 by Pentel. I've only managed to break one of them, and I don't know how I did that. And I've got them in my pocket forever. The reason why I love them is that this clip is nigh on indestructible. Every other pencil I've had, or pen, apart from I finally found a pen that has a similarly strong clip, the clip has just broken after a couple of days or weeks. These are great. It sits in my jeans and we're good. The pen is a Visconti, Italian brand, if you're interested. Now, okay, 8mm. Yes, I've used 0.7 and 0.3 before. 0.3 is just, you can't draw on wood with it. 0.9 is close enough. I think if I thought about it, I'd have a 0.7 and a 0.9 in the pocket at all times, really.
Also, Ian M donated $2. Audio roasted maple fretboard, oil only.
Okay, yes, roasted maple is definitely something to talk about. I have done that in the past, and will again. I'm sure of it. How are you doing, Tom?
Good. Pretty smooth. I come bearing gifts.
You come bearing gifts. I like gifts. Oh no, there we go.
Looks like a guitar as well. Right?
It's coming together. It certainly is. So, I mean, everybody believes that I'm just going to utterly fail at this and can't do it in the time.
I've learned not to write you off anymore after watching you do many of these builds.
Most of the time, I've been doing. Oh, screw it! I don't need the lathe to cut 8mm brass.
Hello.
Let's just cut it in a vise, shall we? Yes, so Jasmine's doing very well. I think you're out of a job, really.
That's not. Yeah, no issues with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool chat going on. There we go. Let's run a poll. Jasmine or Tam? No, I think that at the very least you two can tandem the whole thing, and it means that you guys don't have to spend too much time listening to me prattle on.
It's now Tam and Bun.
Tam and Bun, yeah. Okay, so this is an 8mm chunk of brass. Hold on, what am I looking for? Camera 3. I pushed the wrong camera. Haha. And I've got an 8mm. Yes, I've got 8mm dowel pins here. What I would like to do, if at all possible, is get this glued up before we stop for lunch. I'm not sure we can do that. I think we're going to have to stop for lunch.
Yeah, people have been saying in chat, go eat.
Yeah, okay, fine. Have we got a tasty poll that we can put up while we're all for lunch? You need to teach Jasmine how to do polls, actually.
Yeah. Oh. Ah. Okay.
No, she's got a question.
I don't actually have a tasty poll to put up. What do you guys think? It's yeah. In the chat, let us know what you would like to have a tasty poll on while I'm off for 20 minutes to indulge in a
Who should
pizza.
stick around? Salty John's donated $20. So here's 20 for Jazz to help cover those pesky taxes.
Yep. Thank you very much. I haven't actually succeeded in taking any tax. The only time I've managed to succeed in in a tax on my children is actually interest when I have to buy a computer game for them online, and it's £17.99. I'm like, well, I'll buy it, but you owe me 20 quid cash, and yeah, that's worth it. So make profit off your children if at all possible. Ouch.
Jasmine's put the poll of all polls up.
Okay.
Oh, 76% me.
Okay.
I don't hide every single one of them that comes up with that.
I think that's not fair because
Okay.
So if you want to see, like, say, because you can do more than just 2.
Oh, should I add another one?
No, you like. I think that's fair enough. The public can make their decision.
Okay, so that's going on. Tom, we didn't do a wrist check with you. People were asking, and I've just noticed that you're wearing a very, very cool.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Casio.
Hold on. Zoom in. Stand still. Got it. And 3. So.
Little roll and then everything.
Super shiny. So it's the little Casio digital and analog.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It's a really cool thing.
Yeah.
And Jasmine's not wearing a watch
Nope.
at the moment. Hard at work. Say hi to the camera.
Hmm?
Wave.
Hi to the camera.
Hi.
Okay. So that is going. We've cut our brass plugs. I think that we need to leave. Are we going to stop for a proper actual half-hour break?
I think you should eat properly. If you want
Yeah.
a chance at trying to finish this today.
Okay. So it's a pity that we haven't been able to glue this in. It really is. But at this stage, rushing. No.
By the way, E&M donated like $2 setting for jazz. Ben, don't call it tax. That's the problem.
Oh, so I shouldn't call it tax. I should just. Well, I've tried with rent. I've tried interest on just general expenses. Okay, so in all seriousness, my issue is that I was never taught about money as a child, in any way, shape, or form, and it really got me into big trouble. And I think that it's very important that I do teach my kids that life isn't fair, and things like rent and tax and all that. Credit cards are not free money, for example. That one got me when I was 18. But anyway.
A bit deep before lunch.
Yeah, a little bit deep before lunch. I need to glue this, but we can't. Okay, everybody, we will be back at 2:15. Jasmine, could you put just a comment on this saying back at 2:15 peoples? Thank you very much. I hope that all of you go and have a fantastic lunch and or breakfast or coffee, or I don't know where you are in the world and what time it is. But yeah, it's nearing 2 and I am flagging. But I do still believe that we're going to finish this today. I really sincerely do.
Well, I mean, the people have spoken. I'm off. I'm back on home, yeah.
Yeah, 73% Jasmine.
That's fine by me.
I mean, yeah, we'll talk about that over lunch. All right. Come on then, let's have a still and we're done. See you in a minute. And we're back. And we're back. I am absolutely, thoroughly, 100% totally stuffed. I have very rarely put that much pizza in my face in such a short space of time. I might actually enter into a food coma and have an issue. Here's a message from Mark Jennings. You utter bugger, bun. I have just had to order some Isotunes ear defenders. Curse your discount codes. This is what happens when people have your phone number. They call you bun. Okay, so we're still on air. 4 hours and 15 minutes in, and the guitar is actually starting to look like a guitar. Now, on the keyboards in the background, we have Tam back at it. Jasmine has some homework to do. She will, based on the poll. What does the poll actually say? We haven't checked it.
Oh, it didn't work. Yeah, unfortunately voided.
Oh, it was voided because we decided it was going to be voided.
No, 70% went for Jasmine, and I agree with them. To be fair, I think she did a great job.
Can you make a sad face? Hold on, camera 3. Make a sad face. Oh, there we go. Okay, done. Okay, no, we're all good. So yeah, Jasmine's got some homework to do. She will be back later. So Tom's going to go and have dinner with his family, and Jasmine will come down and man the keyboards for an hour or two. So I think that's actually a pretty good way of keeping things running. Do you not agree? Okay. So what we're going to do is now that I've actually had some food and can think straight again, we are going to drill the locating holes, figure out where these sides are going to go, and then I'm going to take it over to the belt sander. I'm going to sand the edges up basically to perfection quickly when it's not attached to a guitar. Then we'll glue that up, prepare the side wings, do that, and then figure out what the next stage is. The problem when you're doing a build like this is actually finding stuff to do while things are gluing. Normally that's fretwork or inlays. Inlays! We can prepare the inlays. Sorted. Done. I'm a bit manic, aren't I?
Should we move the camera? So
it's not currently pointed at you. It's fine.
No,
oh, is it in the... it's in the shot. My bad. I've completely lost track of all of this stuff now.
The bun and tam.
Shit.
Still digesting.
I don't think we've even had time to start digesting at this stage. No, that was good. Thank you very much for picking that up for us, Tom.
So good.
Okay, so basically, now, okay, there's several things I need to be aware of. I have got a tremolo that's going to be routed through, which is going to be here. So that's the trim, so I can't put a piece of brass inside there. This is the end of the guitar, so I can put one there. Then I've got P90s that are going all the way in here, so I can put one here at the bottom of the neck. It's not very deep, so that's fine. You need to think about these things before you do it. I'm also putting it off the center line because I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do for the neck carve. So I might do something there. So essentially, that goes in there. Nice pointy bit. I need to find another one of those. At the right size. Oh, that one doesn't want to fit. Come on. Eek. There we go. And then it's really simple. You just take your wood, locate it exactly where you want it to be, It's lined up in every single orientation. And then you push down. And I've now got 2 locating holes where I can drill the other side. And now it's a simple case of putting in the dowel, and yeah, it locates and it's done and sorted. Except I do need to chamfer the edges of the dowel.
We got a €5 super chat from Paulie.
Paulie, how you doing?
Watching from Ireland, originally from Exeter. Can you say hello to my wife, Kathleen? Lads, who's annoying me with vlogs while I'm trying to watch vlogs.
Hey Kathleen. I'm. His wife is annoying him with vlogs.
I think, whilst he's trying to watch.
While he's trying to watch this. I mean, I think I know who's more important between me and your wife. But I appreciate your support anyway, as short-lived as it might be, considering I think you're about to be murderized a little bit. Hold on, I'm talking to the wrong camera. I had a serious face on and everything. Okay. Oh, come on. Let's do this the fast way.
Boyans is saying, why not wood dowel?
Why not wood dowel? I simply do not have wood dowel at the right size. Oh, did you spot it as it went?
Yeah, I just thought rather than leaving it.
Cheers. But just the edges are chamfered up. Doesn't have to be pretty. Just the right size. There we go. Done, sorted, zero, literally zero movement, and couldn't be easier. Perfect. Phew.
Rob said the time you got a dowel maker, which I feel like you probably have somewhere, maybe?
Yeah, I have 2 lathes. For one, I've got 2 lathes. But yes, I do have a dowel making plate where essentially you take a piece of square stock and you hammer it through or pull it through and you make a dowel. I would normally just buy dowel, but I'm sure I've got some somewhere in here, but it was just quicker to find this brass. So yeah, I don't want to keep you all too long. How many people came back after lunch actually, Tom?
We were at about 900 a minute ago, and we're now at about 1,450.
Wow.
Sorry, 1,050.
Okay.
I'm on autopilot. That would be a big jump. Hopefully we can get back up to that.
Yeah. Well, everybody needed lunch. I mean, it's one of those things. A lot of people are dipping in and out of the stream, or at least were on the stream that we did the other week. So yeah, I understand. Frankly, I wouldn't be able to spend an entire day watching anybody do anything. Not unless I had multiple other things going on that meant I could have this on in the background. How's the Lego going, guys? Okay. So same thing. Let's go there. Okay, I don't want to go too deep. and out there. Now what I haven't got on this side is the vertical alignment. So let's just quickly fix that. Okay, that's not quite right. Okay.
Got Frederick with a super chat.
Hi Frederick.
Really keen on a guitar build, but I live in an apartment. Is a Crimson kit possible?
Not to dissuade you from a Crimson kit, because yes, that is absolutely possible, and you know, a really good way to get into guitar building. But I have seen some incredible guitar builders and just some incredible guitar builders, but also woodworkers in general, who make the most amazing things based out of apartments. One of my favorite photographs of all time, I saw it on the woodworking subreddit, and it was a chap who has a cupboard in his flat, and in that cupboard he has every single tool and more that is required. He's got stuff that I don't have in here because he's doing furniture making, but it was all in this relatively small, I don't know, maybe 3 feet by 3 feet space, and it looked amazing, and including fold away workbenches and all sorts of stuff. If you really want to, you can build an entire guitar from scratch in your apartment. You would need to get spousal permission if you are not on your own, but if you are on your own, I can say from experience that a workshop, who needs a social life if you have a workshop? No one. Yeah. That was on a t-shirt once, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We need to do that again. I love my workshop. But yes, if you do go down that route, I would very much say that it's something worth looking at. Okay, these holes aren't quite deep enough for my plugs.
Yeah, we've got quite a few people coming through saying that they've built, whether it's their GGBO or whether they've just built kits. We've got Rob Toothall, who's obviously been on a fair few courses with us. Really nice guy, and he's saying he built a Crimson kit in his flat, which was really nice.
It's... You guys see me create difficulties for myself on the regular, and yeah, I think that doing this sort of thing from home in a limited space is absolutely not insurmountable. There we go. Absolutely beautiful. Should we complicate our lives, shall we? Okay. There we go. That's, yeah, I'm happy with that. It's a really easy system and works, yeah, it just works. So. Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned earlier on when I used the straight edge on the fretboard, I had lots of people talking to me. It's perfectly flat. It's absolutely perfectly flat. So yeah, I'm actually quite sad that this is being auctioned off, raffled off. It's going to be an amazing thing. Okay. Tom, are you stuffed? I am stuffed to the gills. I'm finding it very hard to actually stand up at this point.
I'm quite enjoying just, yeah, sitting here and allowing you to do your thing.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. All right, that's up on there. I need to charge some more of these batteries. Give me a question.
Sorry, Alex Simpson, where can I buy one of those fretboards, please? Just to give you a question that's going to be...
There is one on eBay at the moment, or at least there was one on eBay last week, going for about 100 quid. I have another one here that I am 100% keeping for myself. If we have the ability, I would like to look into making them out of stainless steel, and yeah, I think it would be an interesting thing to see whether that's a possibility or not. Okay, I need to change the cameras around, and I'm going to set up and go do some sanding, shall we say.
We got Connor Fletcher asking what has Ben got on his wrist.
Okay, today I am wearing one of my favourite watches of all time. We mentioned it earlier, and it's the Vertex. Hold on, what am I pointing this camera at? Yeah, okay. If it was there, it would be pointing right at my butt, and nobody needs that. Okay. Yes, sorry, it's the Vertex Bronze 75. It's a limited edition watch by Vertex, who are a UK brand, and it's a bronze, simple time only. I've got it on a rubber Vertex strap. I need to make a bronze clasp for it there. It's just one of my favourite watches. Relatively inexpensive for a Swiss made. It's a UK brand, but Swiss movement, and it's just amazing. Here you go, Tom. This is going to be. Well, I'm just going to say, if you could run the cameras as well.
Of course.
So basically, at some point, swap between this one and that one. Just if we've got two or three shots. I'm going to put off the main thing. We've got about 1,200 people watching. That's cool. Laden or unladen? We're talking about swallows, are we not? I think we are. JB's come out with a super chat and said, thanks for all the inspiration, Ben. Currently trying to get my first build back on track. I started over 30 years ago, so at least it's very well seasoned. Even I have not got a build that's been going on that long. I think the longest was about 8 years of a build that I actually wanted to finish. But no, crack on. There are a few things more fun than building guitars. I'm aware there's a camera in the way here. And then there's a €10 super chat from Paulie Worthington. How's it going, Paulie? Says, Ben, where is your Funko Pop? I was going to treat you to one a while ago until someone beat me to it. Lol. So, Ben, if I commissioned you to build me a guitar on your channel, what's the ballpark? I don't even know what the ballpark is. Honestly,
it really depends on what is. Yeah, depends on what's being built.
It's practically impossible to tell. That is camera. Come on, there we go. 2, 3. Okay, there we go. So 2 and 3. Funko Pop. So that's the. How do I? No. That's all done. You can change it from there, dude.
No, I just mean I wanted to see what we're.
There you go. Oh, crikey, what am I doing? I need isotunes, and I need to turn off the big microphones. The Funko Pop, that's the bobbleheady type things, am I right? What is that?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Talitha
so.
made one for me. She custom painted me. It is ceramic and therefore not in my workshop. Turning that microphone off, and I'm just going to need you to move the computer so I can take the guitar. That would help. That would help. And here we go. Okay, so what I've got on here is no extraction. As of yet, extractions here. Oh gosh, I need to sort out a full system here. Of course. Let's go for something a bit finer. It always takes more thought than I think it should. Okay. It's going to be loud, people. feels good behind the workbench, doesn't it?
When all the cameras that are on are facing the opposite way.
That's my happy spot. Behind the workbench.
No, it is good. Yeah, it is quite nice at the moment. We're still on the machine over there.
That's one.
There we go.
So yeah, camera one is the main one facing.
Yeah,
the
I've nearly had the mistake where the whole time you were over there, I would have just been filming myself and watching you.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's just drop the sort. I need to sort out a better way of having my sauce stored. That was very relaxing. So the trick is keep your hands, keep everything moving the whole time you're working with one of those tools, and again use your fingers to source any issues with bumps and lumps and issues like that. Okay, so we're of course going to slightly confuse our lives because, you know, it's not like we're on a short budget of time or anything, are we?
That fretboard feels amazing.
It's cool, isn't
it? Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
If there aren't any questions, is the stream still running?
No, we're still rocking and rolling.
Okay. So I'm going to sand down the veneer like I did last time, just to make sure that it glues well.
We got Dave asking, what's the answer to life, the universe, and
42.
everything? Oh, yep. Gossip Heckfire actually beat you to it with 42.
There is no other answer. I've just downloaded So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. My youngest son, my younger child, and I are listening to Hitchhiker's Guide on the way into school in the mornings. Which is, yeah, cool. Well, I say that, we listened to that, we're waiting for the next one. We're currently listening to the second book by the guy who wrote The Martian, Andy Weir.
One person here saying it's the first vids he's watched.
First what he's watched?
First vids that he's watched, I think, potentially this one.
Of us? Normally it's edited. Yeah, normally it's a lot less fiddling about. And yeah, last week's 9.5 hour stream ended up being edited down too much, I think, but it was edited down into a 20-minute video, which I think was incredible. There we go, so there's that.
Question, what's the easiest / best fix for a neck that's been bowed by an overly tightened truss rod?
Generally, if it's been like that for a long time, then the wood will have come to the realization that that's where you want it to be, and it's kind of going to want to stay that way. Yeah, okay. Essentially, you don't have much choice other than to completely loosen the truss rod and see what happens. Leave it for a little bit over time and hope against hope that it comes back. If it doesn't, yeah, if it doesn't, I'm just hoping that I can use some excess, but no. Then basically people have tried to do that sort of thing with steam and time and weights and all sorts of stuff, and it just doesn't seem to want to do it. You might be scuppered, I'm afraid, but good luck.
We got a super chat from Paulie.
Paulie.
Yeah, I can't do this justice, but it's essentially the Spartan kind of 300. This is Crimsonians. Ready your breakfast and eat hearty. For tonight, we build a guitar. Sorry, lads, getting carried away with it.
Please get carried away with it. Didn't they make a sequel to 300? But they all died in 300. I need to watch. I'm fairly sure they did. I really want to see that, not just for the sheer amount of.
Where are you going with this?
I'm trying to put it in a way that doesn't sound overly titillating. I'm also trying to find words that most children won't understand. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, I should work out for days after watching one of those movies, and I'm like, I'm never going to look like that.
I thought you were going somewhere down that line.
Bring forth the pizza. Oh gosh, yeah, you know me too well, Tom. Okay, so yes, we're putting veneer in just because it's the right thing to do, not because it's the smart thing to do.
We got Maury, who's saying, Ben, when you say hi to me, it's my birthday.
Maurie.
Yep.
Maury?
Maury, yeah.
I don't know. No, Maury's Maori.
From Uruguay, if that helps.
It doesn't. Hi, happy birthday. Well, thank you very much. Wait, I'm looking at the camera, and again, it wasn't actually the right camera. Yeah, thank you for spending your birthday with us. I do appreciate it.
I think Rab's making us feel a bit better. Do you know they spray paint the abs on? So maybe there is hope for us. We got an airbrush at work. I've got a
little airbrush compressor right there. I don't think there's much that could save me at this point. I have diabetes, and I have regular checks. You know, the NHS is amazing. And the nurse, I had one recently. Somebody commented that I had a bruise on my arm. That was from the bloods taken for that. I have been within 2 or 3 kilograms of the same weight for about 15 years now, and it's not an ideal weight, but at least it's consistent. And that is more than any of you actually wanted to know. Okay. The question is, okay, so that is basically ready and good to go, except for the fact that the top of this section in the middle here is rough. Now is the point at which I can go some way to sorting it out. So yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna put it in the dogs, which may or may not actually hold this properly. And it is to one of my favorite tools of all time, the coarse side of the Japanese Shinto saw rasp.
tone bowl.
Don't mention the word tone. Next thing you know, people are going to be asking about tone wood. Yes, this workbench is far too wobbly. Yes, I am going to be building a replacement for it. Yes, I will film that. No, I'm not going to stream it.
Basically, you don't need me anymore.
Yes, I do, Tom, very much. I'm thinking about using concrete in the workbench. Is it clickbaity if you actually mean to do what you say in the title? At that point, it's just good marketing, yeah? There we go. Okay, I've got rid of the worst of that. Like 1,000 people just watched me fumble that.
1,261.
Ah! You stay there.
We got David with a super chat as well. Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary. Andy Weir.
Over the Martian.
That's it. Oh, so you think Project Hail Mary is better than The Martian? I agree with you. I think I agree with you. I've listened to it 3 times now in the space of about 6 months, the third being with my youngest. I think The Martian has a whole thing going on for it. But yeah, Project Hail Mary is an incredible book. I think one of my favourite bits was where he mentions Will Wheaton in passing, and Will Wheaton is actually the narrator that Audible got to narrate the book, and it's just like sort of fourth wall break. It's just, yeah, very amusing. Okay, Ben, stop waffling on.
Yeah, if we're going to finish today and not tomorrow morning.
I mean, it might still be tomorrow morning, but we shall see. Okay.
So we got Lisa, super chat.
Lisa, how are you?
Where are all the coffee mugs? Love watching you build guitars. Maybe more basses.
Yes, basses. I might even... Yeah, no, I have to do basses. Sorry, I'm just in the corner getting out the aforementioned Betty clamps because the others are currently on a top for one. Coffee mugs. They're actually... I can only see 2 at the moment. I took a proper break. I took a proper break over lunch and had another one up there. I think I'm on about...
Too bad today.
No, maybe 6. I had 3.
I need to get on it.
I was on my 3rd when you arrived.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But you're on about 6 then, I think, maybe 7.
Tom was a little bit later this morning than he was last time, and I made him a coffee. And I said to my wife, I said, well, if Tom doesn't come, it's okay, because I would have gained another coffee. But yeah, it's all good.
Connor's asking you what your favourite beer is. And that's Connor that came to Cardiff with us.
Well, I mean, Peroni, I suppose, given that that's what I saw you drink rather a lot of. I am not a connoisseur. I am not a connoisseur, it must be said. I drink what's put in front of me on occasion, but I am very most definitely not down the pub every night. I would rather be in a workshop.
You like a cheeky whiskey every now and
I
again?
do like a cheeky whiskey every now and then. I also like glue spreaders. Here we go. That'll do. That's even better. All right, so here we go. Piece of off cut, and I'm just going to put some that should do. There we go. So it's got some wedges cut into it, and it should work very well. Okay, so we're putting some veneer in. We've got the plugs, that's all good. I'll put the glue on, then the plugs in, so there's glue in the plugs, and we can go from there. Let me just get this other camera set up so we can have some beautiful multiple.
We got Paulie with his last super chat. Okay, last super chat before Kathleen murders me. I'm an avid collector of toys, more so Master of the Universe. How about I contact you sometime, Ben, and commission somehow a Motu themed guitar?
Bring it the hell on. Emphatically. That's literally, I mean, yeah. Yes. It covers all the bases. It's non-standard. It's based on a very cool franchise that I know rather well, and it just could be incredibly cool. It would make fantastic video and would also be fun to do. So yes, please. I think yeah, I hope you get away with it. Okay, glue, then brass, then veneer, then glue, then wood, then rinse and repeat, and we're good. We've got camera 2, we've got camera 3, overhead, we're all good. Let's get some gluing done.
Super chat from Jono. I think my last super chat failed, but you are worth the double dip. Good night and good luck from NZ. Can't stay up till 5 AM again. We'll watch the edit.
Jono, thank you very much for your support, and seriously, all of you people staying up and starting early and all that jazz, I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry the first super chat didn't come through, but yeah, appreciate it. Every little bit helps. It really sincerely does. Oh my god, it's insane. It's insane that we're all doing this, isn't it? Come on. Okay, so that's too tight. Now that I've put the glue in, it doesn't want to go in. Come on. Wow.
Bit of air in there, maybe.
Do-do. Aha. I know what I'm doing. Really? Really, really do. I'm going to put a shorter one in.
We've got a super chat from Rob.
Rob, hi.
Kind of got like a thinking emoji, and then water chambers to change the tone.
Water chambers?
Would coffee have a different tonal quality? Discuss.
Tone coffee! Okay, there we go. I can't give this my full attention.
I was about to say, just...
No, I don't think so. I don't think that would make a huge difference. I'm fairly sure, though, that Metallica had a guitar at one point with a fishbowl built into it, with live fish in.
God, that's just animal cruelty.
I think you might be right, Tom, yeah. The other thing is, though, Fender Custom Shop did a Strat style thing with different liquid capsules of different colours in. It looked a little bit crappy, to be honest, but was an interesting, yeah, it was an interesting thought.
E.R. Webster, tone coffee is real, but the coffee goes in the player, not the guitar.
Yeah, hell yes. Okay, where's my hole? There's one, there's the other. Okay. Less glue in the hole this time, but a little bit. I think this is the best glue spreader I've ever had. I think I'll have to keep this. Okay. Toothbrush of doom. That's not a toothbrush, it's a paintbrush. I know what I'm talking about, honest.
You got Terry Love with the super chat as well. Not insane, just abnormal. Normality is overrated.
Normality really is overrated. I absolutely agree. Okay, now in a rush, I'm just going to have to make the holes
With all the chat,
a
there's
little
tone
bit
coffee.
deeper.
Me and Sam really need to get our arse and go. Finish the coffee guitar off.
Yes, there should be some movement on the coffee guitar, that is for sure. Whoops, sorry, I'm just hitting random random things. Okay, is that right? That's right. So Tom and Sam started making a guitar in the background at Crimson headquarters using resin and coffee beans. Smells amazing. They asked me to finish it, but there was no way I could emulate their
Go on, choose your words.
eccentric videography style. It involved...
Homemade.
It looked very homemade. Yeah, I said, no thank you. You guys finish it. And that was many months ago.
So you've been framed. Is it you've been framed? You've been filmed? You kind of feel to the...
It's fine, and it'll make a very cool video, I'm sure. Yeah, changing the entire style of a project in the middle of it makes for a very confusing watch in the end. So there we go. Okay. So there is going to be some tidying up to do. The clamps are going to put in... Wrong camera. No, not quite. Come on. Wrong camera again. Wrong camera again. Okay, fine. None of these camera shots are taking a pretty shot of this guitar in its current position. So, my bad. There we go. That's a start. I came so close to knocking this camera off with the end of that clamp.
We've got Bill here with no faith. What's the odds of it not being finished today? How many more weekends are we looking at? I'm saying at least one more.
Okay, it can't be another consecutive weekend. There's absolutely no way. So if I do utterly fail, then it's going to have to be done another day, in a month's time, which is not something I'm prepared to do. So, what I'm saying is we're in for the long haul, people. I'm fully pizzaed up at this stage. Yeah, I have yet to do a full 24-hour build.
We got a brutal one here. It says, I really shouldn't read this out. I should just do what I said on the, but I'm just not that harsh. He goes, "Hey Tom, quick, tell Benny has the wings the wrong way around."
I love how you grass them up.
I'm on your side with this.
Hey, look, in seriousness, we're there. The routing's not going to take huge amounts of time. We've got, we have already got templates and things. If all goes according to plan, yeah, I've just knocked that corner off a little bit, but it'll be fine. That's all clamped up and good now. Let us figure out. These guitars are much heavier when they've got 3 Bessie clamps on them. That's all the pressure I need. It really is.
Make a note of the time.
Yeah, very good point.
5 hours, 5 minutes in.
Shit. 3:10. Yeah, fine. You guys might be right.
Please tell me your camera's on your face for that one.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Now.
I like that. Prior preparations prevents piss poor performance.
Preparation? I do not know the meaning of that word. Yes, I agree 100%. Okay.
Someone's put a good point. Do you not have offcuts from the body to use as calls?
I do somewhere, but they were very small.
That was a week ago.
And
yeah.
that was a week ago.
Actually,
Yeah, basically I've got soft-ish rubber on here, and it's a custom shape, and it'll just take a little bit of sanding to sort out. I'm not too worried about that. That's mostly flat, that's mostly flat, that's on a flat side. The only issue I've got is one side of the clamp here. It'll be cool.
I got Michael with a £2 super chat that just says, "This £2 should have been spent on raffle tickets."
I think you should double down and go and get raffle tickets as well, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, that is a wide headstock. So that's going to be going that way. Okay. What's that? That's camera 3. Camera 3.
There's another super chat from Paulie, which...
Paulie, you promised that you were going to get killed if you sent another super chat. I value you as a living human being who deserves to survive.
Thanks, Ben. You're a gentleman always watching, always have. So does my father, Alan. How do I contact you in the future regarding the Mo2 build?
Okay, initially drop an email through office@crimsonguitars.com and just say, for the attention of Ben and Sam, I am not allowed. Whoa, wrong camera. Haha. I know what I'm doing, honest. I'm not allowed to quote up builds and things because apparently I'm about 15 years out of date with regards to that stuff. So it's always a collaboration between Sam and myself, and yeah, it also depends on how much I want to do a build to a certain extent. But yeah, if you drop that email through, and then we will chat, and then end up talking on the phone as well. It's probably quite a lot, actually. With that in mind, you might want to change your mind. Where are we? 3. Plane.
$1,390 people with us. The highest part of the day so far.
I do think that later on in the day, more of the world is free to actually watch. There we go.
You got a super chat here. What is the most creative thing you've done with offcuts?
Door wedge.
That was going to be my most uncreative. It's a pretty nice door wedge as well, that one is.
Yeah. No, I've got a couple of door wedges made out of chunks of guitar. That's for sure. Oh, there's some epoxy on the edge of that. Which chisel should I use?
Oh, we made a rocky neck rest once, didn't we? Out of the Zebrano Purple Heart. That must have been ages ago as well.
Yeah. So we've done rocking neck rests. We did a whole bunch of tools out of offcuts from the 90-hour build, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The complication. So there was a lot of quilted sapele.
Yeah, the Pommel Sapele.
Pommel sapele, yeah. I'd forgotten that was what it was called. And yeah, we used that to make a whole range of tools for people who wanted a part of the guitar, but well, I wasn't selling the guitar, so yeah. I forgot which side was off square.
Yeah, so I've done a poll without you knowing.
Oh no.
Whether you can have another cup of coffee, and it's coming 88%. 89% yes.
At some point, we're going to reach a toxicity. I think 50 cups of coffee kills you, something like that. Let us know. Somebody who actually knows, or you can maybe Google it, Tom. Okay. There we go. Perfect. A lot of excess. Let's just chop that down by hand. We don't need to bother with the bandsaw every single time now, do we? Wrong. Haha. This is definitely the wrong source for where I am right now. There's stuff all around me. I don't have enough room. Not going to stop though. It's going to do its job. People ask for bloopers all the time, and there aren't really bloopers. There's just me doing stupid things like that.
Tim Jennings has said Ben will achieve a body ratio of 1 to 2 with coffee.
I think if I build up my stamina, I probably could, yeah.
And Thomas has said that poll means he can have 88% of a cup of coffee.
No! Oh no, that's just mean. Okay. Whew. So, I'm not sure if this there we go. So essentially we've got this piece chopped in half, but we've got grain going like that, and that's essentially book matched, and yeah, we're good to go. So I need some veneer, of course. And then I need to tidy my workbench.
Got someone saying glue and salt trick on the headstock.
Do you mind running up to the house and grabbing some salt?
And a coffee.
And a coffee. No, we don't have time. I just want to glue. I want to glue this up quickly. You are, I must say, reading my mind, because that is definitely something I considered. But in reality, the sections that I'm gluing on and the headstock itself are way oversized, so I'm going to have room for slippage. Although now that I've said it, there is. I really do need some salt down here. It's true. Okay. Okay. I spend so much less time fiddling about with cameras now that I've got all of these set up. It's my entire life has been made better. And if I didn't have you guys as subscribers, and Max in particular, who suggested this system, along with other people who had suggested that I should do overhead cameras, etc., and I'd always thought, oh, that's just I'm gonna walk into them too much, which I am doing on the regular. But yeah, I really appreciate what you guys have made possible for me. Okay.
Got a £5 super chat from the real Wonky Dog.
The real Wonky Dog. Hey.
Hi Ben, thanks for the content. I've been following you since your chip carved Zebrano.
We just 11 finished building.
I was chatting about that the other day.
We really were.
Any plectrum builds coming up?
Oh gosh darn it, yes. Yes, yes and yes. I really. Okay. Yes. First of all, I actually recognise your name, so you really have been, you know, you've commented enough that your name is actually in my brain, which really is something, because I am terrible for names. Second of all, I had seriously planned, no, that's going down on that side, on doing more plectrum builds as a regular bit of content. Okay, that's high, that's pretty much spot on, and it's low again. Come on. I wish somebody had suggested the salt trick, really. Come on people, don't you have my back?
Playing a dangerous game here, Ben.
Sorry?
Playing a dangerous game.
I am playing a dangerous game. But yes, so the plectrum builds, I've got a sheet of silver here that I wanted to use to make a plectrum, and I wanted to do a regular thing where I made a different plectrum out of a different material or whatever, just for fun, you know, once a month or something like that. And So for me to make a plectrum, you're talking 3 or 4 hours worth of time, really, on the outside, and I think it's fine. I think it's fine. And to edit down 3 hours of footage turns into a 6 to 9 hours of actual editing time minimum, and it's just never really been the highest priority. However, now we've just taken on Bear, who is a second editor who's working with us, and he's clamoring for more content. And with this setup, I could actually do it much quicker. So yeah, let us know in the chat what you would like to see me make plectrums out of. Ow, there was a veneer that I just slammed into. And maybe we'll do a poll, and we will choose what my next plectrum build will be, and I will film it within the next 2 weeks.
We got a super chat from SROM. I've been a barista for about 15 years. Just thought I'd remind Ben that a cup of coffee is an excellent hidey spot for a cheeky whiskey.
Not in a workshop. You have a very good point. You do, but definitely not in the whiskey. Not in a workshop. Okay, so I'm looking at these, and the screw at the first fret there, if at all possible, needs to come out or be drilled out. It's a little bit too high. I'm not going to get much in there. But we are now at 3. Well, that was glued at 320. Yeah, about 3:30, and the guitar is coming together and looking like a guitar, which is, yeah, which is a success for me, I think. I am feeling ever so slightly bloated and slowed down. I seem to have put on about 6 slices of pizza. But it's all good. Gluing. Where's that screwdriver? Not that screwdriver. Or that screwdriver. Aha! That screwdriver. Aha. Nope, you're not coming out. That has been well and truly super epoxied in place. So
Someone asking if they're going to see you playing Cyberpunk 77 on stream.
I don't think anybody wants to see me stream anything. You would lose any respect that you have for me in any way, shape or form. I am... It might be entertaining to see just how shit one person can be at one thing and relatively talented at another, I suppose. But yeah. Is this scaring you?
I'm just curious as to...
The screws, the hole, the countersunk hole that the screw went into wasn't as deep as the other ones, so it's just not... It's not high enough. I should actually be wearing goggles, shouldn't I? He says belatedly. Okay. No. And then you go in and start to do it again. There we go. Now, how are we doing microphone wise? Yeah, full battery.
Yeah, I'm dead.
You're dead, are you?
Close to.
Close to. Alrighty. Here you go. Here's another pair.
She does.
Okay, I'm just going to tidy up the bench a little bit quickly. And if you give me those ones back to... Oh. Standard batteries, okay. I want to get to a point where everything is just plugged directly into the mains. It would be great.
I mean,
That's obviously
have lasted way longer than these did, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're brand new rechargeable ones that have just been fully charged. Over time, I think they do lose.
Degrade.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Oh, I meant to do that. Okay, how are we doing? Any questions? Any
Super chats.
any gossip? Anything?
We've got a super chat here. Any chance of another bass build? You played it safe with the last one you did.
No shit.
A 6-string fan fret would be good.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that's a very, very good call. Okay, so I've got a little hex head bolts. They're a fraction too big for the available holes.
We got Terry Love asking what type of batteries are you now using?
It's just Energizer. Yeah, Energizer. I had the choice between these or Duracell, and these were a little bit more expensive, so I went for these, hoping that they were better. We'll see.
We got Rob saying, would you rather have your daughter as an employee or boss?
Emphatically employee.
I don't think I really needed to read that one out. God, I'm going to plug your radiator back in.
You unplugged my radiator.
Yep.
Tom, you are living dangerously.
I'm only now realising how bad a decision
I mean,
that
I
was.
push out quite a few BTUs, especially after a meal like that, but yeah. Okay, so I'm just having to think about this. Can we have a revote? Damn it. Okay. So we're talking shade under 7mm for these. The holes are 6. The only other option I've got is about 4 or 5. I just won't cut it. Yeah, 5.
So we've got Tim Jennings with a super chat. Would love to see a piezo pickup, through neck, fretless bass, with the timbers being chosen from the most popular subscriber countries.
I mean, that's America. So we're talking about, what, Swamp Ash and Flame Maple, I suppose. I like the first half of that.
I mean, I suppose you could pick different countries for different parts of it. You could have the top, body, neck.
Yeah. People, I'm choosing to veto you. I'm not going to piss about with these bolts. And I've got two valid reasons. One is I'm frightened that it's not going to go properly, and I'm just going to damage the fretboard. And two, I would have to fill the Allen key, the hex sections of them. I would have to fill that, because essentially what we've got is a fretless guitar here. Looking at it, you would essentially be rubbing the string on that, and that would cause issues. And then what went through my mind is most resin wouldn't be, it would be softer than the fretboard. And I should have led with that one, because that sounds very convincing, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I apologize, but this is my one veto. I am not going to use the hex bolts. I am going to use either mother of pearl or black mother of pearl or abalone. I apologize. Please don't hate me.
A few people saying white fret marker dots.
Okay. Well, put it to the polls. We've got abalone. We've got. So here's what an abalone would look like. That's not abalone. We've got sort of a gold mother of pearl looking stuff actually, and then a black mother of pearl, which is a little bit more subtle. But essentially these are all actually designed for the holes that's been made here, and is, yeah, pretty.
Abalone, gold, mother of pearl, and black mother of pearl.
Sorry, no, I don't actually have gold mother. I think it might be gold mother of pearl, but it's just mother of pearl.
Okay.
It's sort of, yeah, whitey, goldy. It's good.
And then black mother of pearl.
Yeah. Nope. Aha. I'm sorry. So the real question is, how the hell am I going to do it anyway? Because I don't want to damage the fretboard by leveling whatever I've got in here.
James Mears is saying it's Star Wars themed, don't forget.
Yeah. It is supposed to be Star Wars theme. I think the Star Wars theme was in the shape and that, and will be done in the finish. I can't. We are on a time limit. We're on a time limit. And I also want a nap. That lunch screwed me. I thought a big lunch was a good idea. I don't think it was a good idea, Tom.
It was brilliant. It was good. You got another bit of sugar here? Like...
No. I'm stuffed. Wafer thin mint. Okay. Whew.
There'll be a serious clean-up mission in here.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is take these relatively thick abalone or mother of pearl slabs, whatever you want to do, and I'm going to have to, off the guitar, thin it down before I glue it in. Thank you very much.
That might wake you up.
So there's a lot less mandarin, carrot, apple, ginger and flax seeds with vitamins. And not too much sugar. Actually, it's a huge amount of sugar.
Is it? Okay.
Well, 15 grams per 150 mils. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then you look and you realise that it's a 300 ml bottle, so that's 30 grams of sugar. So this healthy drink has 6 teaspoons of sugar in it. I'm gonna have to say no, as much as I fancy it.
Yeah, because the other drink I've got, I think it definitely has more sugar in it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Okay, where are we sitting with this?
This poll.
Polls there.
Black Mother of Pearl.
Black Mother of Pearl. How close is it?
Within 3%.
Okay.
Abalone,
30 seconds.
Yeah, Abalone 37%. Black Mother of Pearl 40%. Gold Mother of Pearl, or just Mother of Pearl, 22%.
Okay. Yeah, give it another 20 seconds.
418 votes. 1,461 people tuned in.
I'm amazed that there's that many people watching this. It really makes me feel better about many life choices.
Just people in the comments. No.
Okay, so lateral thinking. Sorry, I nodded off there for a second. I like the idea of the Black Mother of Pearl. It is relatively subtle and attractive, yet still shiny. It works with the sort of theme, I suppose. In the past, I have taken a Black Mother of Pearl dot, cut it in half, and glued it in with a Mother of Pearl dot, making a cool shape. I think that was on Bob 1. I am not going to do that this time. It did cross my mind.
The amount of work you put into that for
so little return. I completely forgot I did it until I was standing in front of the guitar for a good 10 minutes the other week. I was like, oh my god, look at what I did, you fool.
Someone saying you could go black, white, black up it, but
No, I don't like that look. No, I think, yeah, really, where's camera 4? Camera 4. The black is it's almost a slate grey. It's a cool look. It's a cool look.
Poll, we get Jasmine back on the chat and Tam goes and does her homework.
I think that must be her. Suggesting that. That's yeah. All right, close off the pump.
Poll's ended. It's Black Mother of Pearl.
Black Mother of Pearl. Okay. Now, my problem is very, very much one of how to actually do it without damaging the fretboard.
Someone's saying, is it possible to chisel the excess?
No. It would be if we were choosing wood or something plastic, something like that. But shell is very, very, very hard, which is why it's great as an inlay. But yeah, it's just not a that is not a feasible thing. Okay.
Someone's saying dust and super glue.
Yeah, but that would negate my second argument, or the. So yeah, I don't like disappointing people. I don't, but yeah, that's just not. It's just not going to happen. Okay. Okay. There we go. A load of glue on my bench. What happened there?
Super chat from James.
James.
Hi Ben, huge thanks for all the brilliant videos.
My pleasure.
Kept me sane lately, working in the ambulance service. It's been interesting times.
Yeah, no shit. And yeah, it keeps me sane as well. But I think you've got more reason to go crazy than I do right now.
It's a cool t-shirt as well, by the way.
Thank you. Currently available at Crimson Guitars. Drop us an email and we'll give you one at cost. Yeah, I said that. Tom's like, stop giving stuff away! Okay. Come on then. I wish I had a sander thicknesser here, because that would be perfect. Just glue them all to a piece of wood, put them through a sander, you end up with thin mother of pearl, and it's easy. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to use a leveling beam. I'm going to have to use a leveling beam. And I'm just going to have to, yeah, glue them to a chunk of wood. That's a bit of neck off cut. Alright. This'll do. Okay. So, what we're going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there's 12 dots. So I need to glue 12 dots in a pack onto the fretboard, just using standard super glue. Oh shit, that hurt!
God, look at
What camera are we on? Ah, I pushed on. No. The fact that the guitar is off at an angle made me think that we were using the wrong camera. Ah. Okay. Okay, that's still clamped up. Super glue.
We got Bri with a £5 super chat. I think trying to help you out with this dilemma. Drill a 6mm hole in a piece of wood. Put a piece in the hole, then sand it down to the right depth, then place it in the fretboard.
Who needs super glue anyway? That is actually a damn fine idea. If the hole is at the correct depth, then it should. That then acts as the depth stop as well. No, that's the wrong hole. It's the wrong type.
See, they are on the side, really.
They're on my side, really. Okay. That's a very, very good idea. So, the problem is potentially what I'm after is very, very thin. So the hole is going to have to be very shallow, so it might not actually hold it because it's so shallow. Another option is to actually glue it onto the end of a bit of dowel or something and use the lathe. Is your mic on? My mic? Oh, hey! Thank you very much. No, only one mic is on because even though we checked, the battery is what, about 10 minutes ago? Yep. There was no warning on that. It's just gone from absolutely fine to not functioning in about 3 seconds for that. All right. 5,045 minutes in. All right.
Alright, apparently there's still no audio.
Okay, on, testing. No, there is now. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it on here. So that was. There's about a 30-second delay.
Yeah, I know. You want to get the comments going? Just mime at the camera.
Whoever suggested that I do it this way is an absolute godsend. Thank you very much. The only issue I've got now is I didn't really consider how I was going to get it out. And what I should have done is drill a smaller hole from the back so I could pop it out, because this is actually a little bit too tight. Yep, there we go. I've cracked that doing that.
Someone's asked to switch cameras. Which camera are you on?
Main one. So, very good point. So essentially that's just shattered because it was so thin and I was trying to push it out of a relatively tight hole. Now I'm going to drill a 3mm hole all the way through, so I can then poke it out hopefully with a pokey thing. It's a good thing I've got a lot of this.
It's a good point. Someone's saying have a dedicated tech crew on hand so Ben can concentrate on the build. Which I suppose the way you've set it up at the moment is that you're normally doing it on your own, so you can control it. But if you were doing it again, you could have a setup over here.
Yeah, I do. I do. If at all possible, I'd like to be able to work. I like working on my own. I put on my isotunes, I listen to a book or whatever, Spotify or something, and that's it. I just lose myself in whatever I'm working on. But the beauty of this system really is that it's pretty foolhardy. As long as I look up every now and then, which I generally do when I'm changing shots, when I'm filming myself for a video that's to be edited, I check that the audio is going every single time I change shot, and it's normally not as full on as it currently is. This is still a little bit too thick. All right. I will have fingerprints at the end of this. I will have fingerprints at the end of this. Okay, so I've run into another issue, and that is that the holes were drilled on a drill press or a CNC of some sort, vertical straight down, whereas my frets are at an angle. So if I've got a fret slot that is square, which of course it is, it's poking up at one edge. This is a a rather simplicated old thing. Where are we? Yeah. Neighbours.
Bruce, I just tuned in to see Ben sanding his fingerprint for some reason. Seems normal.
Nothing to see here.
So someone's saying needs another depth stop hole drilled at a slight angle.
Oh, that's a clever way of doing it. It's going to be even thinner and more delicate. So drilling that in at an angle there has actually done it for me. Okay. There's be a lot going on here. Okay, so there we go. Mother of pearl in the hole. This is great. This is really fun for me. I look at comments on the videos after they're done, and there's often ideas that just make me go, oh my god, I really should have done it that way. And here we are in real time. You guys are teaching me how I should be building this guitar, and I thank you for it. How many people told me to put goggles on, Tom?
A few, actually.
Okay.
Naughty Ben, no glasses. Of the 300 people that have voted whether or not you'll have fingerprints at the end of it, 64% of them have said no.
Honestly, just through a normal fingerprint doesn't match. Oh no, nope, we're in. Yeah, through a normal day, I tend to pick up a load of, what's that, that's 3. Yeah, it just stops working. Okay. I'm just going to drill some of these out. No, hold on. I need to sort out camera 2. Camera 2 is not behaving. Camera 2 is not pointed at anything useful anymore. And I keep on going over to her. Yes, I anthropomorphize my cameras. And there's just nothing going on. There we go. That's better, isn't it? Woo-hoo.
James was saying don't breathe in the shell dust.
Who said that?
James.
Yes, yeah.
Graham here, time for sleep. It's 5 AM here. See you in a couple of hours.
See you in a couple of hours, Graham.
Dedication.
So what, we're almost bang on 6 hours into the stream if you want to come back at the same time that you left. Yeah, have a good sleep. I nearly said I wish I was there. I could do with a bit of a nap myself. So I'm not going to be able to drill that out yet. So let's do a few more bits.
What are we, 50 minutes roughly with the glue?
Yes, yeah, that's been drying long enough that I would actually be happy to unclamp it now. I think if I needed to, but yeah, I can do all of the rest, and then that last one will just be there.
We got Forrest piping up saying, remember how we all said last week about how much time this would save over a normal fret job level crown and polish?
Yes. Oh, nope, I smashed that one in half. Dagnammit. Okay. So I do think that we're still going to be saving some time. It's just going to try and make that hole just a little bit bigger.
Boyan saying 8 hours of Sunday left, no pressure.
Oh, is there an actual I've got to finish it by midnight thing going on here? Oh no. Oh, that's better, except it's too deep. Poop. Yeah, I think that'll do actually.
We've got someone that's joined late saying, is that a Bond Electroglide style fretboard?
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, out of the Bond factory when they close down. And it can be yours if you fancy entering into the raffle. Tom, why don't you open up the raffle software and we can see what the odds are at the moment. Last I saw there was about 1,500 tickets bought. So, you know, as these things go, that's a really, really good odds of somebody winning something.
Yeah, I think people are waiting to see
what it actually looks like in the end. Oh,
kind of seems like a sensible thing to do.
sensible? We don't do sensible. We do multi-hour live stream guitar builds where we let other people choose what you're doing. And that.
Just leave it there.
Yeah. There we go.
There's only 1,641 tickets that have been issued so far, so the odds are pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, they really are.
I mean, it's a... the back of it hasn't been shaped and carved. You just stop there and then, you know, that's what someone's going to win.
No, they're going to win a finished guitar. A very, very finished guitar. With strings on and everything. Everything, I tell you. Honest. Am I protesting a little bit too much here?
I'm sure the people will tell you.
I've got to say, this is easier than doing the truss rod by hand. Okay. I'm going to get a bit of a cross breeze going. Initially, not much dust was actually going into the air, but at this stage, it does seem to be starting to fly. So,
Yeah, we have got quite a few people caring about your lungs in the comments.
okay.
Is that radiator on?
I don't know.
I'll have a look at it. You do that.
You shouldn't have turned it off, Tom.
Oh, I know.
There is a difference. You're also sitting down and doing computery stuff. I am moving and digesting. Yeah, you should just have to push the power button and it'll...
Yeah, it's done. I mean, you had it set to 27, which...
I did not have it set to 27. Never. 14 degrees is more than enough for a workshop.
I'm sorry about the beeping.
No, beeping's fine. This system is working really well, people. Thank you very much. Ah, I dropped it. No, where's my little drill bit? Ah, there's one. Melodramatic much? Go on then, give me comments.
Bane is back.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it. I think. Did I get that right?
Someone's put do Darth Vader.
I'm not going to do a Darth Vader. I don't want to spoil it for anyone.
Someone's asked, how much stuff can Ben have on his workshop at one time, on his bench at one time?
More. Always more. Okay, that is in need of being poked out a little bit. That one's too deep.
Darth Crow.
I always did sort of identify with Darth Maul. So the first time I went to anything to do with my kids' new school after we moved was a Halloween party, and nobody had ever seen me before. We'd only been to that school for like a week, and my wife had picked up the kids and all that jazz. And apparently a lot of people thought that this was a costume. But yeah, anyway. Okay, so this needs to be a little bit thicker than the other ones. Questions, Tom? Keep the stream alive.
Just a lot of people going on about the seagulls.
I can hear the seagulls. Yep.
The seagulls have arrived. Someone's asking, when are you opening the Crimson Classic Watch shop?
Don't
I feel like I
tempt
should have left
me.
that. Yeah, should have let that comment off.
No, I love watches. I love horology. I do wonder. What it is about it that excites me so much. But yeah, to do it as a business, I think would be pushing things. One man does not need to indulge every single one of his hobbies to the extent of trying to make money doing it. I said yes to a couple of two of the Rolexes I've got. I bought specifically telling my wife I've been offered this, and if I said no I would be an idiot because they'd double in value. So but other than that, no, hobby. Funny, that one fits.
We got a super chat from ER Webster.
Webster.
Thanks for the awesome live stream. I have a £15 lift restriction since appendectomy a couple of weeks ago.
Ouch. For how long?
I'm just saying vicarious woodworking for the win.
Yeah. I 100% think that if I get to the point, or when I get to the point where I can't do it, I'm going to watch a hell of a lot more YouTube. I hope that it's very, very, very short term. Because quite frankly, you need to be in GGBO, remember? It's soon. His is a name I remember well.
Yeah.
And for anybody interested, yes, the mother of pearl is actually getting quite hot as you sand it down.
We got someone saying they would love to see a watch box or stand build.
Yes. I have a fantastic watch stand that somebody made for me. Forget who. Yeah, Tom made me a really cool a really cool watch stand that is by my bed and used for every single watch except for this Vertex. This is the only watch I've got that doesn't slip onto it nicely.
A little bit big, wasn't it?
A little bit big, but yeah, a beautiful thing. And yeah, the watches all live in a safe for what that's worth. But yeah, a cool watch box is something that I would like to make at some point.
Arizonia said, stop buying Rolex, get into Brego.
Woo!
Mask comes off.
Yes. Well, okay, Tom. What were we looking at? The last time we went anywhere, I spent at least 45 minutes hands-on with an incredible Brego, and it's one of the nicest looking, most well-made watches I've ever seen. Also, a complication that I would just never use. I don't need an alarm clock, a watch. I just don't. I'm a chronograph guy as much as anything else, so that particular one was out. Literally, yes, I agree with you. I've been tempted many times over the last year just to sell all of the Rolexes. In fact, one of them is currently up for sale, the 39mm Explorer, because I don't like how Rolex do what they do, and yeah, it's one of those things. Okay, so this glue has been curing now for an hour and 5 minutes. I've got 3 more to do. Where's my drill? Oh. Yeah, there's far more out there.
Someone's put, I've got a Casio. It's a calculator too.
So do I. Tom and I both have
Yeah,
that
we
watch, and we love it. But this is the thing. What's that?
The guys at home.
Oh. What? At your home?
Yeah.
Yeah, no comment. I really don't know what to say. It's one thing when it's a random 1,500 or so people watching you chat crap in your workshop. It's another when it's people you actually know. Anyway.
It's just turning into a watch chat now.
Okay, so what I was going to say is I have... yes, I'm very, very lucky. I started by buying Omega and second-hand Tudors and things. And I put my name down for a sub because, you know, if you put your name down, maybe they'll offer you one. Never thinking that I would ever be offered a Submariner. And it turns out that the manager of the authorized dealer and the brother of the actual salesperson both knew who I was, and I had bought a second-hand Tudor at way better than half price. If I ever sell it, I'll be doubling my money, easy. and an Amiga Speedmaster, and I put my name down for a Submariner, and I was given one in 18 days.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
I mean, I was just very, very lucky that was. That was just after the 90-hour build, doing millions and millions of views in the middle of the perfect time ad revenue-wise for YouTube, and you know I managed to do it, and I had been saving up for years as well to hopefully get one or that sort of level, and then they just kept on offering me watches, and I'm like, well, you can't turn down a Daytona when somebody offers you a Daytona. You can't. But that being said, my favorite watch, and in fact something that's going to be on this build, Tom. Oh, come on, where is it? There's a package here. In this is a metal bracelet set to convert my Casio, or one of them. My favorite watch is the Casio GS2100. Love the damn thing. The Casio, or the Royal Broke if you want. But I've got a second-hand bracelet kit for it here, and I'm going to take that and I'm going to really polish it, or utterly customize it, maybe do a video about that, just for fun. And I love the Vertex here, and these are 2700, and it really is one of the most comfortable watches I have. It doesn't have to be a Rolex or an Amiga or anything like that to bring insane amounts of pleasure, and that's the problem. I truly worry about my lungs. Where's my mask? I truly worry about the impression that me having the higher end watches gives, because even 2 years ago there was absolutely no way I could, just 3 years ago, sorry, I could not do that. I'm just very lucky now that the YouTube channel is doing very well, the tool business is doing very well, and Crimson is doing very well, and when you combine three all right wages, you've suddenly got a little bit of money to spend. Anyway, Tom, you talk. I want to stop talking because I've got a mask on. What are people saying?
Oh, Cream has just joined.
Hey!
It's honestly just turning into a watch channel.
Fine, talk to me about watches. I like watches. You might have noticed.
Asking your opinions on Patek.
Ha! Okay.
This is why I'm not mentioning it, because
No. It's fine. I'm happy to talk about it. I think that the fact that the most recent 5711, the Tiffany blue, the blue dial Tiffany, was released and within days went to auction and sold for tens of millions, it's freaking insane. The luxury market and luxury, it's supremely annoying. However, the quality of a Calatrava, for example, they're amazing. So if you leave the hype of the 5711s and the Royal Oaks and the things, I wouldn't say no if I could afford one of them, which I can't. But they're standard normal watches. If I could afford a Patek chronograph, or an Alang and Suna, for example, they're a split second Alang and Suna. Yeah, go on then.
So Creevy's just come up. How is the build going? What's happened in the last 4 hours? Which is a good question.
Yeah.
and everybody's talking about watches, and he's on the live stream every single time saying, "Don't talk about watches. Nobody mention watches."
Creever, I publicly thanked you earlier on in the stream for suggesting the Atom Mini and this whole setup. Seriously, you have changed my life. Thank you.
Got a £5 super chat from Terry Love. I thoroughly love my Vostok Amphibia.
Yep.
£40 Russian watch.
Yep, I had 2 of them until last week, and I traded a whole box of
my entry-level watches, not all of them, but many, and some vintage dirty dozens and bits and pieces that I picked up at supremely cheap prices, and I traded them for an Amiga Grey Side of the Moon,
which trading up. But yeah, the Amphibia, that was the one. Tom was there with me. That was the one that he was going, "Ooh, this is really, oh, that looks, oh." So yeah, I have yet to decide if I miss it. Hopefully this is the last one, he says as it pops out the hole.
Connor's asking if you would build a watch into a guitar.
I don't think so, because that would just make it a very expensive clock. Yeah, that would make it into a clock, I think. Oh, look at that, that was so deep.
We've got Shane who's saying it's almost 3:30 in the morning where he's watching but he can't stop.
Huh. There we go. You're a bit full. Nope. Still too deep.
Got someone saying Torbjorn guitar.
Huh. Damn it.
I messed up. I said, this should be the last one. And it was too thin.
This is the interesting thing.
I mean, a tourbillon is the sort of thing that everybody's like, oh, tourbillons. And in reality,
it's harder to make a good chronograph movement than it is a tourbillon.
Creever's asking if this is going to be episode 2 of 4. Might just put a poll out for that.
2 of 2! Okay, here we go. Small drill bit away.
This can just sit down there. Okay, let's...
Actually, hold on. So I've got a lot of dust on the bench here. And essentially, once you've got your tools out of the way, there you go.
Bonus!
Got Louis asking which entry-level watches would you recommend?
Casio GS 2100 every day of the week. It's an amazing watch. It's super attractive, very modern. They do it in multiple different colours. Tom, you've got a peach one, you've got a white one, I've got a clear one and a yellow one with a black dial.
Tim's got a clear one.
Tim's got a clear one. Pretty much anything by Casio is actually really good. Oh, yes, I needed that. Vostok amphibias, you can get those, as somebody mentioned, for not very much money at all. I've just found one that I must have made earlier, and then I made one too many. Oh, of course. No, I remember doing that. There we go. We're fine. We're good. What else do you think, Tom? There's a lot of...
Tim's now texting me the jellyfish winky face.
The jellyfish. There are... So, Horological Underground is a small shop in Bristol who deal in second-hand watches, in vintage and cool watches. You've got some from there, and they're random brands that nobody's ever heard of, but they're beautiful, beautiful watches.
Yeah, go in and speak to Finn.
Finn is amazing. He's, yeah, without a doubt. If we could convince him to stop working on watches, he would be a fantastic employee of Crimson, wouldn't he?
Andrew's asking, what is Ben's favourite whiskey?
What is my favourite whiskey?
Knock Distilleries.
I like Bladnoch, but that is more because I'm hoping to build. That is, I mean, it's nice whiskey. My taste is changing. My taste is changing very much. I used to be all about peaty, strong whiskies, and I still like them. And there is a fan who just gifted me the PT one by Glasgow Distilleries. It's delicious, but I'm starting to... That was a noise, wasn't it? I'm starting to appreciate fruitier and lighter whiskies as well. So, yeah, work in progress, shall we say? Now,
someone's put fave whiskey, an open one.
yeah, absolutely. Mix it with coffee. I do not want to have to sand down this fretboard. I do not want to do that. Not at all. So. I don't have any acetone.
Mineral, is that mineral oil next to it there?
Mineral oil. Okay, so essentially what I'm going to do here is well, I actually think some black super glue on the anodized aluminium should just pick off without damaging it. It should. It should. It should. I am only going to put a dab of super glue in.
Someone's asking if you've got any other Leathermans on your wish list.
I've kind of gone straight in at the... so I had the Super Tool 300 on my belt for forever. And there we go. And when Leatherman got in touch, they asked me what I'd been looking at, and I'd been looking at the titanium charge, which they immediately said, "Well, here you go." And then the wrong one was sent by mistake. And you know, I mean, this is amazing. I use the free, and I've got a couple of the knives. I kind of want to carry on with the theme that the watch and /or bracelet. I think that multi-tool bracelet is super cool and would fit my style and all that very well. But this is the only issue I've got with the Star Bond, is these caps tend to disintegrate over time, and I don't understand how or why. Anyway, yeah, as an actual sort of multi-tool, I think I've got the best of the bunch. It suits all of my needs perfectly. So yeah, I don't really need it. I do still have my Super Tool 300, and I always will, unless one of my kids takes it, which is likely. And I actually have a very, very early 70s example of one that is beautiful. Zoom in. Focus. Okay. Camera 3. There we go. Okay, just on here I'm going to do a see how much is going out. Okay. I don't think that could have gone any better than that. That one doesn't want to come out.
Got a few people in the comments saying that they've either got themselves Leatherman or got one of them, Dave, got my brother a laser etched Leatherman for his 40th birthday. The pattern is amazing, and it was all done in-house by Leatherman in the US.
Oh, shit. Sorry, that bubble just... a bubble came out of the super glue there and scared the crap out of me. I thought it was about to go everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it's a family company, and the quality is incredible, and it's still got that whole family vibe going for it, and it's still impeccable quality, and that really is all that you need to know. You know, the lifetime guarantee is a lifetime guarantee. Now, if I sent my Super Tool 300 in, which is something that I've been using for 15 years or so, it would be, they would either just replace the whole tool with a new version of it, or maybe, okay, that one I need to hold down. Go, do your thing. Do your thing and do your thing. We're good. That one wants to pop up. Yeah, and that's a sort of that's a service that most companies these days are not interested in providing.
I put a poll up. What will the total amount of episodes end on?
Two plus 2 super edits.
16% said 2. 37% have said 3. 27% have said 4, and 19% have said 5.
Come on, people. It is actually starting to get late, isn't it? Is the fact that I'm able to fool myself into believing I can carry on for long, I could do these things faster, part of the reason why it's fun to watch? Or am I just deluding myself and you guys? Hold on. That's the nice side.
We got Ricky. I only said 5 because 13 wasn't available.
Okay, you're a meanie. It's official. Ricky.
No, that's just Rick Baker.
Oh yeah.
Right, that poll's getting ended. We got 1,444 people though. 879 likes.
It's not enough likes for the amount of people who are giving me crap right now. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is going okay, actually. Oh no, I take it back. I shouldn't have said that because that means something's going to go wrong, doesn't it? Where are we? Skycam.
Black Crow Bosky, I still think orange dots would have been neat.
I seriously considered it. I haven't got a clue what I could do them with. That's the problem.
Got up to 965 likes now though.
Ah, thank you very much. Oh no, I see, I did. I just spooged a little bit. There we go.
Got a question from Dave. I don't have dogs in my workbench. How I had to reread that at first.
Yeah.
How should I hold wood down when planing?
So the masking tape and super glue trick is one option that is useful specifically for smaller, thinner pieces of wood. Another option is to essentially, okay, so with this bench that we've got here, sorry, my lunch is repeating on me. Okay, hold that thought, not that thought, but the fact that I'm answering a question of yours. Of course, the second I took the camera away, there was a little bit of glue. So yeah, end of the bench, have a piece of wood with 2 slots cut in it, put screws into those so that it's off out of the plane of the bench, and then lift it up, tighten the screws, and you've got something to plane against. And essentially it's a bench stop. It's easy enough. That in combination with a small piece of masking tape and super glue to hold it, to stop it from pulling backwards, is an option. Alternatively, a clamp like this on this side, just to stop it from moving backwards and forwards, and you're golden, really. So, yeah, there are options. Whew. There's a lot of fret markers on this.
Are you getting halfway up at the moment?
Yeah, we've got 5 left. A little bit too much there. Whoops.
Ooh, above 1,000 likes now.
That's what we like. It's incredible how important Google, YouTube, etc. find the how much people interact with our videos, and yeah, the fact that you're all here and you're all talking to us and chatting, it really helps with the reach, and that helps with to grow the channel and thus growing the company and etc.
Someone said the way we keep moving camera 3, Ben needs a camera 4. You actually have.
I do have 4 cameras. Camera 4 is... I love how they know which camera's camera 3. So camera 4 is actually the Skycam, overhead cam. Look at the vertex. Camera 3 is that one. Camera 2 is this one, just off frame to the left. The thing is, it is just a fraction further away. It takes a bit of reach. That's also on a it rolls, it moves, which is cool. But now that basically means I've got 4 cameras that are worth all good enough, good quality footage. There's too much there. Hold on. Tissue.
Some people asking. Apparently, one of the dots is a slightly different colour to the rest.
That one's just darker, isn't it? Yeah, it's a natural material. There's variation. It's our differences that make us beautiful. Ah, fail. Abort, abort! Crap! No!
Always the last one.
There might be a dribble of acetone.
Oh no,
Sound effects, isn't it?
people were saying earlier, nail polish.
Nail polish remover,
Yeah.
There is some up at the house, I'm sure. Isopropyl alcohol, would that do? Let's try that. I had a small thing of acetone that was here. So yeah, the camera that's on the rail up there, that is the camera that was attached to the beam that is attached to the workbench that wobbled every single time I planed or did anything. Tom, would you mind going and asking my wife if I can have some nail varnish remover, please?
Yeah, you got one more super chat.
All right.
Ben, do you think you'll have time to do a Damascus steel nut this evening?
Yeah, why not? I don't feel the need to do a Damascus steel anything. And I forget the term of what it is that I want to do, but essentially it's Damascus. Yes, coffee, absolutely. It's Damascus, but it's made with copper and silver. And it's a Japanese stuff, Makunegane or something like that. Somebody will tell us in the description, and that is in the chat. That is something that I emphatically want to do at some point soon. So, yeah. Okay, so just cleaning up. Okay, what I have ended up with is slight dips on the fretboard where the inlays are, and I'm just not sure how that's going to affect playability moving forward. So there is, once we've put it together, there's a chance that I might need to take the fretboard off and actually drip in some epoxy or something like that to flatten it off. Which essentially means that I'm probably going to fail in doing it in just 2 days, if that is the case. But yeah, we'll see. Alrighty. My phone did something earlier. What happened? Oh, there was somebody ringing on my front door. Oh, there we go. I know, that's a power supply for this camera. Number one is currently using batteries at the moment. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ha! Okay, there we go. You heard me. There we go. It's rather strange actually having this going on without somebody on the computer. Okay, let's get this charged. There we go. Alright, so there is a lot to do, and you are right to query whether I can actually do it in time. Which is supremely annoying. Okay, that's my spare dot from earlier. Okay. Nope, wrong camera. Ha. Tom, you need to, the light on the left-hand side of that switch, if you put that on, it's the lights on the front of the workshop, it might be helpful to you. Tom has brought some nail polish remover. It does have acetone in it, just nowhere near enough. Sorry, nowhere near 100%. Or 30%. Yeah, I'm losing. No, the light's just next to the door there.
Right, try and do some darkness.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Doesn't really help. I really do need lights down the path. We decided not to, and then we got puppies. There you go. This is doing the job. Perfect. Absolutely spot on. All right. Hats off to whoever suggested that as an option. I appreciate it. So I'm going in quite dry, and that is clearing off the mess without spooging too deep into the underneath the inlay, and thus messing things up. Got any questions there, Tom?
Yeah, I got a €50 super chat.
Wow, thank you.
Hello from Thailand, Chiang Mai. Love the scratch build and have the utmost respect for your skills and what you and your team have achieved. Please do more of them. The live stream for the self build is a great idea. Do you ship to Thailand?
Yes, we ship to Thailand, and thank you very, very much. I'm 100% going to do a live stream guitar build every month for sure. Absolutely. I'm thinking probably the last Sunday of every month, starting the end of February, because we've already done 2 this month. But the whole plan is that we will prepare beforehand, and we'll do the live streams where we ask and design the instruments, so that I've got everything prepared. I can build a guitar in 6 hours. I really can. I've done it on the channel before. But it needs a certain amount of planning beforehand.
Larry's asking when the next hand tool only episode is going to be.
Okay, so the episode that we're filming right now, this is going to be out on Saturday, so in 6 days' time, and then the following week we will see hand tool build, or potentially the culmination of my daughter's holy guitar, which yeah, she needs to receive, because it's been a while.
Another super chat, €5. A live stream is a great idea. Would you consider making it a build along?
Okay, so I don't think a build along live stream is ideal, because there's so many different people, there's so many different stages of the process. However, I really do want to do a build along series based on certain things, and it will be, instead of a 12-hour build along, And Tom's going, that's a really good idea. I could see it in his face.
Well, I was just thinking that the kit that we're obviously doing for the, which is almost just like an assembly kit.
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. But the speed at which I work is not going to be the speed at which somebody else works. This is the thing. So I want to do it. Absolutely, build along videos will happen, but it'll be a case of okay, here's 20 minutes of me doing fret leveling. It's gonna take you 60 minutes. It just is, unless you've done the 200 or 300 guitars or more that I've done. So yeah, I'll do a video or a video series that's a build along based on the kit, and then it'll be there for forever. Yeah, I think. So yeah, looking at this, we're
We got Rick that says, "To heck with speed. I want to continue to see you enjoy the build and continue to explain your build. It's really enlightening. Love it."
Thank you. I love what I do most of the time. Full of pizza is potentially an issue, but yeah. So when I leveled the top of the neck of this bit of the neck, I didn't actually take it down on both sides because I'm a fool. So here's some planing to do. I love what I do. I love it. I was getting very, very antsy this week because other than the live stream last week, which would be most normal people's fill of workshop time, I hadn't been in the workshop, and I was doing all sorts of other stuff that is less fun. Not ideal.
Got Marvio saying it would probably take me 2 days to do a fret level, but also saying that.
And my first fret leveling took me 2 or 3 days, and still wasn't anywhere near right.
But he or she has bought all the tools for it, just hasn't had the guts to start it yet.
Well, that's it. Seriously, get a cheap eBay special, a sacrificial, a Judas goat, as it were, and go for it. It's the only way. Dropped a small screwdriver.
We got people saying they're loving the shape.
Thank you. I think, well, it was definitely a collaborative thing, wasn't it?
Always worth the time. Lots of people saying it's starting to look good. Someone saying get a bigger plane on it.
Yeah, potentially. Okay. So instead of going for my biggest chisel, this time I've gone for my longest chisel.
Joe's asking, have you ever done a fretboard with 2 different woods?
Technically yes, but no.
Grace Kelly was, you could...
Grace Kelly had several woods, yeah, very good point, Tom. The closest to actual different woods that I've gone was a funnily enough, very, very, very long ago, pair of Star Wars inspired guitars where I had Paduk that had both the heart and the sapwood, and it looked like two pieces of wood because there's such a huge variation in the color there. But and I was embarrassed by how they turned out. I did not know enough about spraying and all that jazz at that point. Bandsaw. Oh, there's coffee sitting on the bandsaw. Just saying hi.
Someone's asked an interesting question. Isn't that fretboard still going to need a fret level?
Apparently not. So
Yeah.
So essentially, no. I am still so full, and lunch was like what, 3 hours ago?
4.
4 hours ago. Crikey. We've been on air for 7 hours so far. Bollocks. If this really is a 3-stage, 3-stream... Niet. Hold on. What do we want? We want camera 3.
People are enjoying the chisel work though.
Oh, it's one of my favourite bits as well. Have your healthy, scary sugar drink.
Float healthy.
Okay. Look at this. Tom knows what he's doing. He didn't put the coffee on the actual iron, which you can see I have done many, many times. I don't care about this bandsaw. It insults me. Oh yes. Okay. Let me just turn the main audio off. We're getting somewhere. All right. Back to life.
Lutherie build. The bridge is on the table saw for future.
For future reference. Yeah. Yeah, the table saw.
Router table saw.
Yes, it is where most of the hardware is. So there was a little bit of thought put into that. That's why there's a clamp there. It was here. You stay where I put you.
Dave. Dave's put that guitar looks fast.
For the person that talked about not having dogs on their bench, another option is a I don't have access from this side, damn it. Another option is a holdfast, which is essentially a hook, looks like that you smack into a hole in your bench, and it wedges down and holds wood. That's not necessarily useful for when you're planing it, but is another work holding device. But you can also just quite easily install dogs yourself. I think Veritas do round versions. So you can see at this point that if I hadn't put the black veneer on the outside of the neck, it just would have looked somehow less.
Patrick is asking, would you at Crimson build me wooden pickup frames?
Yes. Yeah, timber pickup surrounds is something that we have been quietly working on for a while now, actually. So yeah, drop an email through shop@crimsonguitars.com for the attention of Sam and say, Ben said this was something you could do for me. Okay, I've just noticed I'm out of breath. No, I've just noticed that I'm spilling a little bit of my coffee here, and that's much worse. Oh yes. This. That's fine. All right. I don't know why I don't do through necks more often. This is pretty.
Everyone's now asking, why don't you do a coffee stained build?
I think that I think that has to be done one day.
Yeah, a lot of people saying they can watch this all day.
You bloody have! Can you do a poll? How many people would watch something like this if I was doing it during the week?
Okay, that pulls up.
I think you did.
Someone asking, is your workshop a converted cabin or just a really well built shed?
Just a shed. And I wouldn't, yeah, less of the really well built, thank you very much. This was put together hastily and really not very well. I did insulate the hell out of it, apart from the windows that actually came with it, which are single glazed. I haven't even finished the trim. There's supposed to be trim around all the windows and stuff that we were going to do. Yeah, but no, it's I think 6 by 4 meters workshop, and yeah, it could do with a little bit more work. In my opinion, the most important thing is that I went and got a or put a heater in that with a thermostat that keeps it going. All right. Are there more efficient ways to do this? Probably. Do they involve lots of dust in the air and noise? Certainly. Can I be bothered with dust and noise? Hell no. Are we annoyed with these question and answer monologues? Oh yeah. How's that poll coming? Very well.
Oh god. 482 people have come back. We're at 1,498 viewers at the moment.
Wow.
Which is awesome.
That really is.
59% of the people said yes, they would make it happen. And 41% would say no, life gets in the way.
Life really does get in the way. Okay, I'm nearly there. Well, this is the thing. I would. I wonder how many of those people, and I don't want to set too many random polls, but I wonder how many of those people would come back and watch it later, or is it the fact that it's interactive and happening now part of the appeal?
For that.
Okay. There it is. The gentleman whose name I've completely forgotten, who is watching this with his 2 sons while they play Lego and do drawing and stuff like that, he said that he'd watched it twice already. He watched last week's one with his boys and then had it on in the background while he was working a second time. According to the YouTube stats, the last one, last week, had somewhere around 50,000 views, which is insane to me. 53,000 views. Hold on. No, wait. Sorry. That's a different video. Nope. Yes. 53,000 views. So there we go. A video from the hand tool only build from 2 weeks ago has had 53,000 views. And so has last week's live stream, which is 9 hours and 40 minutes long. I think the average view was probably only about half an hour or so. But still, it's...
You got $20 super chat.
Thank you.
From Christopher Lewis.
Christopher, how are you?
Contributing toward the whiskey fund. Cheers.
When it starts being called a whiskey fund, that starts sounding like I have a problem. I have many problems. I have many problems. Mainly to do with tools. Okay, so we've got a slight curve here, which actually isn't a problem if it was. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay. Camera 3 is really starting to get all tangled up.
So asking people if they'd catch up, 88% of people said yes, they would.
Seriously? Okay. You can't really see, but we've got a bit of a rock there, and that's something that I considered designing into it, so not a problem. Okay. Modern radius carve it is. Time for a nap, me feels. Ah. No, you stuff your face. Actually, Jasmine was supposed to take over from you about 20 minutes ago.
It's all good.
No, she enjoyed it. And she needs to pay off that gaming rig. Whew. Okay. Go on then.
Doug's now put a $20 super chat.
Thank you again.
They'll help with the whiskey fund. I'll help with the coffee fund. Hashtag keep Ben drinking.
Let's not make that a hashtag. But much appreciated. Much appreciated. So we did. That is where that scraper is at the moment. Don't let me forget. The Crimson coffee that we've been working on for about a year is finally the first of 2 blends. The stronger of the 2 is actually finally in stock, and I completely missed a trick and haven't bought any yet. So, yeah, there is that. Okay. Alrighty. Tom, I'm going to shoot off for 5 minutes. You entertain the troops. If you hide any of my anythings, you're not going to be able to blame them anymore.
I think I'm too exhausted to try and hide anything.
That would involve moving. Okay, camera 3. Your audio's on. I will be back shortly, potentially with somebody to.
You're going to speak to Jasmine.
Yeah. Back in a sec.
Cool. The scraper thing Ben's got is a Veritas, completely different style. It's like a kind of high-speed tool steel, 5mm thick. Yeah, hardened scraper that doesn't flex or anything like that. It's a really cool bit of kit. I'm still not 100% sure how he sharpens it, but hide the scraper. Yeah. If anybody wants to come up with a decent prank whilst he's gone for 5 minutes, I'm potentially will entertain it. Yeah, hide stuff. Yeah, I think he's already beginning to come to the realisation that it's not going to be finished tonight as well. As much as he really wants it to be. It is absolutely a way off still. Yeah, I think he's going to have to rethink the aluminium top. Oh, fuck me, super glue, yeah, that could be. Taking the batteries out of his mic receiver, I feel like I'm just going to get it in the neck from you guys from that. Five episodes, I think, is a little bit extreme. Give me 2 seconds, gents. I'm actually going to look at the possibility of masking tape and super glue this scraper to the bench, providing he doesn't come back down. The problem is he has got so much stuff in here that as soon as I touch something, okay, that's done. Has this got a long enough zoom? There it is. You can just about see the tape underneath it. I can guarantee you there'll be just my luck now that he won't go anywhere near that until he's filming his next video. The other slight worry is that he's just gone and loaded this up inside and is just watching it from inside his house, in which case, yeah, I'm absolutely screwed at that point. problem if Ben checks the chat. Cut the tape. But you can't notice the tape, in all honesty. He won't, yeah. He won't notice it. I can see him in his kitchen, though, doing something. He's not looking at his phone, so I think we're alright. There we go. Don't look guilty.
Howdy.
All good?
Relatively, yes. We're getting there.
Jasmine in or?
she's on her way. She's on her way over.
People are just kind of questioning whether or not it's going to be a 3, 4 or 5 episodes.
Okay. So
You don't need to see any of that chat down there.
I start these things feeling amazingly confident. And you know, it's easy. I can do that. Then reality kicks in, and obviously there's doing something quickly and doing something well, and oftentimes those two things are not copacetic. I think that's the correct word. Just camera number 3, get out of my way. Okay, yeah, so headstock's a bit big, but now yeah, let's see. I can definitely get a lot further along than we currently are. I do hope to finish it. I really do hope to finish it. The big chisel, it's a bit of a joke, but it is essentially self-leveling. So when I'm doing something like this, I'm running it off that piece of wood there, and it's flattening that piece to that piece. You see? Okay. Anything else? Any other questions?
Just a lot of people telling me to hide random things, which of course I, would never listen to any of them.
You would never, ever, ever listen to them. Okay, here we go. Give us, please, in the chat, your personal favourite workshop pranks. These are never to be used against me. I will start you off with 2. One is, and both of these have been used against me, one by mistake, but one is obviously to superglue random things to your bench or in place, etc. And the other one that hit me by mistake once was dipping the tip of somebody's pencil, not mechanical pencil, in superglue so that it looks fine but doesn't actually write. Yeah, been there as well.
Yeah, Jasmine.
Jasmine, how do you do?
Hi.
So, Jasmine.
Got a super chat here.
All right, let's go for it.
JC was asking, can you have Ben show us that scraper he was using? How do you sharpen it?
Okay, absolutely. I'll talk about that in a second. Jasmine. Tom. Jasmine is taking over from Tom for an hour or so you can go and have dinner with your family and stop listening to random people talk consistently and constantly. So you guys need to swap microphones and stuff, and then Tom will be back for the later late shift. Okay, so this. Did you super glue it to a freaking workbench, you bastards? Oh no, masking tape is you do. That's better. Cheeky bastards. I like it.
That wasn't me. That was. I mean, it technically.
Gotcha.
It technically went through me. But...
Went through you. So this is IBC. It's a scraper for Andy King, made in Canada by IBC, cryogenically treated steel. Did they actually want to hear about it more?
Oh no, the super chat was yeah. No, he got asked what was the interest of it, and then that was someone said glued up and down, and obviously the super chat came up to say, "Can you?"
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, no. Very well played. Very well played. I mean, I had literally just said, "Don't play pranks on me."
Yeah, maybe not. But
It is sharpened in exactly the same way you would do a normal scraper, like exactly. In fact, let's do this. Let's do this. 7:33. Okay, we're going to time this. We're at 7:34. 7 hours and 34 minutes and counting. So I use a leveling beam to flatten the sides. Square it off. And remember, I'm actually sharpening this on both sides, so I'm creating two edges, so it's literally taking twice as long as absolutely essential. And essentially, that there, I've now got two. I've got perfectly square edges, and that will actually scrape, but it makes dust rather than shavings. And then after that stage, you find your burnisher and camera. There we go. You go over the edge of a bench and you just turn a burr like that. And the angle that you do it specifies how much it cuts. 7:35:36, so that was 1 minute and 36 seconds. How's that? Hold on, sorry. How's that? Alrighty. There we go. Crap, I'm tripping over the damn guitar. Alright, so Tom, you're off for a bit.
yeah, I am.
What time would you like to get back?
Depends how. There we go. Depends how Jasmine does.
Depends how Jasmine does. I think Jasmine is everybody's favourite.
Yeah.
No, let's not be arseholes. Jasmine does have school in the morning, which means she needs to get to bed at least 1 a.m. It's exactly what I was going to say, Tom. So yeah, what is it? 5:05, 6, 7. Say 8 o'clock.
Cool. Well, drop me a
Is
message.
that okay with you, Jasmine?
Yeah, drop me a message if
Mm-hmm.
you get bored of it earlier. Drop me a message, Jasmine.
Haha! I was randomly looking for tracing paper everywhere. I have no idea whose phone number that is, so let's just take that off screen.
Right, see you later.
Yeah, dude, drive safe.
Yeah, drop me a message if you want to back it up.
I will do.
And
Yeah, drive safe. You need your keys. Daughter,
Hi.
howdy. You were building a wall, were you?
No? What?
Tower?
Tower.
Minecrafting.
Yeah. Yes.
Minecraft is pretty much the best, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
You need to interact with me here. Nope.
Uh-huh.
She's
What?
I was waiting for you to interact, and then you started typing with the people you're supposed to be interacting with, really, which is the guys in the chat. Hold on, I need to set this up So what I'm currently doing is just tracing over the headstock so that I have plans for this, and since it's mostly straight edges, it's actually going to be fairly easy. Note I avoided saying the words straightforward. It's always a good idea to have a lot of tracing paper around the workshop. Most useful. Yep. Well, I messed that one up. I'm not even on the right camera. So sorry. Wrong camera.
Lisa asked for a Minecraft guitar.
Lisa wants a Minecraft guitar. If you commission a Minecraft guitar, I will 100% build it for you. If you just want to watch one being built, I will 100% build one for you. Yeah, I think that a Minecraft guitar could be a quite cool thing at some point. I'm in two minds about this shape here. Yep. I think we leave it at straight lines for now. They were supposed to just roll out of the way and be beautiful and take 3. All right, we're all good. So Jasmine, there's a bunch of people saying there's no way in hell that I'm going to be able to finish this guitar tonight. I think they might be right at this stage.
Probably.
Which is annoying, considering I thought I was going to be able to do it in one build, in one day. But hey, it is what it is. I think I'll have to finish it during the week, though, during a working day, because I can't take another weekend. Do you have any questions? Anything I can answer?
Hang on.
Yeah, you don't have to type replies to absolutely everybody.
I know.
Nothing? Nothing happened. I threw nothing. Oh.
Yes. So Black Crow Busker asked, "Can the tuners have that angle? How would you wound the strings in that angle? Wound?
Wind.
Wind.
Yes, these are not actually tuners. These are literally just locking, essentially rotary locking nuts to lock the strings in place. This is technically a headless guitar with one of the coolest headstocks I've made. So there we go. Now the issue is I've got very, very, very little room to spare on the length of the headstock. We might have gone just a fraction overboard. Let's see. And yes, I'm questioning why I drew this bang in the center of the paper. It's a little bit wasteful.
Waynerds said, "I'm currently building a Crimson Guitars kit. Thank you for the staff. Thank you and your staff for the quality and the amazing wood."
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you for your support in buying it from us. I am very, very proud of how of how good the kits are. It's just one of those things that it's taken a long time to get the level of quality that we're at, and it's awesome that you guys are out there buying them. I need to make this headstock slightly shorter. It's just this sort of shape there, which actually makes it look better because that's not as thick, etc. So that's good. Why aren't I using a normal ruler for this?
Barry Fitzgerald said, could you tell Ben that there's an adhesive called Plexus MA300 and a primer that should bond his aluminum?
Plexus M300 glue for aluminium. Thank you. Yes, there are various specialist. I know a lot about a lot of different things, but I also am missing a hell of a lot of specific knowledge, which is one of those things. Now, let me just grab a scalpel blade. Now, I'm going to cut away the excess of the headstock here on the bandsaw and do some shaping around this, and then we can figure out our next move. I'd forgotten that the headstock needed to be much thicker than a standard headstock, and thought I had all sorts of room to play with. I did not. Luckily I didn't mess up too much.
What is the 8 months thing? It says member for 8 months.
This person has been a YouTube member for 8 months. Seriously, 8 months. Okay, so the YouTube membership is people who pay a small monthly fee, and they get behind the scenes access to all sorts of stuff. They also get cool different colors on their name when they're in chats like this, and send stickers and sort of custom bits and pieces. Who is it?
Yeah, so it's Real KH, I think that's what the name is. They say, so, have to leave for some work. Let me know if you plan to do some ASMR, planing, chiseling and sanding, audiobooks for falling asleep. I would start the fund. You
would start the what?
The fund.
Start the fund in order to do some ASMR stuff. I seriously, I'm not sure if you caught me talking about this in the last video. Camera 3, there we go. I have seriously considered doing an ASMR channel based entirely on woodworking and just planing. Now, I don't think that it would necessarily be me doing all the planing. In fact, I think that would probably be counterintuitive. But yeah, I really do think that it would be awesome setting up something like that. So yeah, I'm not sure it needs a fund, but thank you for the for keeping the idea in the forefront of my mind. You don't like ASMR sort of stuff either, do you, Jasmine?
I don't mind it. You don't mind it?
How are you, my child? People chewing and making all those sorts of noises. You're not on camera.
I don't care.
So yeah, that sort of stuff drives me crazy. I got a splinter. But woodworking, however, cool idea. I think there was some steel. That is a never-ending potential issue. There is some super glue left there. Where is that nail varnish remover? Here we go. I'm assuming you finished your homework, sweetheart.
I did one thing, and then the other thing I couldn't do because I forgot to bring my art book.
Okay.
But yeah.
There we go. A little bit of parenting in the middle of one of those things. So Jasmine, I've spent a large part of your life telling you that being a YouTuber wasn't, or a streamer or anything like that, wasn't really a viable way of making a living.
I mean, yeah.
But also, you're here helping me do a live stream.
Yep.
Thus proving it's entirely possible.
Yep. It's just, yeah, it depends on how famous you can get and how quick and things like that.
And how, yeah.
And if you actually can.
This is it. Anyway, tell me, give me questions, feed me. Keep me talking. If I don't keep talking, I'm going to fall asleep. Or collapse in a puddle of self-doubt and something. I don't know.
Okay. Nippon Loku with Anage said, I saw you make a rebate playing recently. Just curious, have you seen YouTube channel under the name of Stravos Gakkos?
Yes. Yes, I love his work. He makes some incredible hand planes and tools with limited tools for the most part, and does some really good stuff. So yeah, 100%. If anybody else hasn't checked out his channel yet, you should.
Also, Adrift Music, $5 saying, I second the request for woodworking ASMR.
Okay. My request is for a small ruler. I came in for a small ruler. Aha! That will do okay. It's not technically a ruler, but anyway. Yeah, I think an ASMR, a woodworking ASMR channel, could definitely be done. And yeah, it doesn't have to be anything major. I wonder how. So YouTube run adverts on absolutely everything, and it does cause issues if you're there for an ASMR sort of thing. I personally have never been on one of those channels, so I don't know how they deal with that. Yeah, it sort of seems counterintuitive. But yeah, I will look into it, think about it, talk to our editors and see what we can do. I'm sure we can do something. Okay, the time has come to lose a little bit of weight. In the head.
Okay.
Yeah, bandsaw. Okay, cool.
Beat Fink Bina said, hi dear Ben, did you ever think about a guitar with a sustained elongation?
The sustainer. The sustainer system, do you mean?
I have no idea.
Or just trying to make a guitar with the most sustain possible? I'm stuck. His camera's everywhere. Okay, let's go around. Hold on. That's the tunes. So to make a guitar with as much, every single build we think about sustain. It's just one of those things that you have to think about.
Oh, thank you.
And so yes, I have also used the Fernandez sustainer a lot. It's a cool system, but finicky as hell and annoying. But you know, is what it is. Yeah, so with the camera where it was, I couldn't quite... Oh, I didn't turn off the microphones. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say something.
Did everybody... is everybody deaf now?
They were saying in chat, yeah.
Were they shouting in chat? Because I would be.
Yeah, they were.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all Jasmine's fault. She said she was going to say something and then she didn't, so...
No, but that's because you wouldn't hear me, because you had headphones in.
Yeah. Very good point. Rule number 1 in the workshop is don't interrupt anybody when they're actually using a tool, because that could be dangerous. I'm sorry. Okay, let's stop recording there just for a second. There. So at the end of the last little bit of recording, i.e. 3 or so hours, there was a very loud noise and I'm sorry. Okay. This is the opposite of what I normally do. I will normally record as little as humanly possible and delete half of that and then give it to the editors. Now they're just getting the whole stream of consciousness thing. It's incredible. Jasmine, feed me with questions.
Most of it's just complaining about the loudness still.
I feel bad. I don't know what I'm going to do now.
Well, Herd Monument said, for a hand tool build, what does Ben think about doing it for a budget on the hand tools? For example, setting tools you could buy for less than 1,000.
I think that that's absolutely possible. I think that I could build the entire guitar for less than 1,000, including hardware and everything else. To be honest, it's yeah, one of those things.
Apparently, camera 3 is in the way again.
Camera 3's what?
In the way again. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, camera 3's in the way because yes, my bad. I'll move it in a sec. So So yeah, with a budget build in mind, for timber, you're probably talking 200 or 300 quid for good quality woods, etc. For a hand tool only jobby, I mean, it's not that easy, because most budget hand tools that are available new don't necessarily even deserve the name tool. They won't even do what they're supposedly designed to do, which is a huge issue. So you would have to go second hand, and due to COVID and all of this stuff, yeah, we've got a guitar. Tools are much more expensive. I'm a guy who owns and runs a vintage tool shop, and I can't believe the prices that we're having to charge now. It's costing us twice as much to buy them. They're selling twice as fast. It's insane. But anyway, question.
I've got 3 things. So,
Go for it.
Creevil said, can you please tell Ben to insert the compressor the ATEM software?
Yes, I will do that, but I can't do it today. Creever, please remind me via WhatsApp during the week, and then keep on nagging me until I tell you I've done it. My laptop needs to be hooked up to the same exact internet, which involves cables and things. But that is something that you mentioned last week. I need to do that.
Also, Nicola Coney, he says, question for Ben. What are your advice to making lutherie my full-time job? I'm self-taught and started nearly 4 years ago, and I'm investing all my money into this, but never seems enough.
It is an incredibly difficult thing to make a living at. Period. It's just hard. The issue is that there are a hell of a lot of people doing it, and it's difficult to get customers. Now, social media obviously helps, but even so, for it to use me as an example and what I've built and what I've created here, the largest part of my business is teaching people. It's not actually making guitars. The second largest part of my business is selling tools to people to make guitars with. It's only after that it's actually selling guitars, and most of those are kit guitars for people to make themselves. Now, I've fallen into it through YouTube and through helping people. I've fallen into that business model through helping people learn how to do it, because I always thought that was the way to do it. But yeah, to actually do nothing but make guitars, I don't think is a very feasible job. Now, most guitar builders, actually, guitar building is also only a part of what they do. The main part of their job, look, smaller chisel, is repair work. And what I would suggest is that good quality guitar repairers are very rare, always in demand, and if you promise to yourself that you will spend half of your time repairing and half of your time building, that gives you a chance to, within the industry, subsidize your earnings so that you can then build on your guitar sales. And customers for the repair side will then end up coming and being customers for guitar builds, etc. That's what I would suggest.
Also, Terry Love donated £5 saying, a B&Q build, go to B&Q, buy all the tools and wood, maybe not the wood.
Nah, maybe not the wood. I think, actually, okay, yes. First of all, where's camera 3? Let's just have a quick look at this. I absolutely love that idea. It would be B&Q or Wix or or something like that. And yeah, I think that that would work. I do think that that would work. And even if I'm buying the wood there, oh hi, there you are, how's it going? Even if I was buying the wood there, we could do something potentially with Shusugiban or something like that. Now, because of where the where that hole has been drilled, I need to change the shape, but funnily enough, it works with these lines that we designed earlier. So yeah.
Rob Gale says his 15-year-old daughter is currently doing a P-Pass build based on your videos. We're going to tear
P-base?
out, yep, half an inch near the neck joint, join when routing the body shape. Should we glue the patch from an offcut?
Yes. Yes, emphatically. Either glue in a patch. It depends on exactly where it is and whether it'll be hidden or not. If it's hidden, just glue a patch in, fill it with dust and glue and be away. If possible, turn it into a feature. And if it's going to be visible, then make it really visible. And yeah, do that. Okay, so...
Sir Dark Arvin says, question, how powerful should a Jesus Christ, I can't talk. A bandsaw be? Is 250 Ws, small ones, enough for cut a body and etc.?
So, yes, in general. I used a small record power BS 150 potentially as my main bandsaw for a long time, and cutting out the outline of a body and a neck and all that jazz, yeah, absolutely. The smallest bandsaw will do that, and the record power one is best in class by orders of magnitude. I'm not sponsored by them. We got discounts, but we're not sponsored. It's just an incredible tool. But it would struggle and wouldn't be big enough to do book matching, etc.
Patrick Nespo says, Ben, I asked earlier today about veneer wrapping. Could you explain a bit more about the heating and the bending method?
So watch what I did. Oh, my back is sore. I'm broken. I'm absolutely... I'm done. Whew. Nebula video, I bent a lot of sides and I used a bending iron to do that, and it's literally just if it's thick enough so that it's not going to just bend around the curves and corners that you want to go around, you will need to be a little bit more that's in there, upside down. Wow. Yeah. A little bit more clever. So, you can tell I'm starting to lose my brain here. Yeah, you would need to damp the wood and get it very, very wet, and then use heat and pressure. So you either heat it up with a hot air gun or something like that if that's the only thing you've got. And then you bend it in the shape around the guitar, or you can use hair straighteners. That would do the job very, very well for thin veneer style wood. This is not easy. Come on, Ben. This is the sort of thing that gets cut out of edits. Really is.
Alex Jernquist said, "Hi Benji, you missed working with more classical instruments like viola da gambas."
Viola da gambas, not really. Basically, okay. Yeah, I'm going about this all about arse about face. There are things that I miss about it, yes, but in reality, no. I love the fact that. No, this sucks. Forget that. I love the fact that a guitar, that I'm not constrained by anything other than a few hard and fast rules on, say, fret dimensions and positions and bits and pieces like that. The violin making viola da gamba world is very much about copying something that was done in the 1640s or 1570s or whatever, and you're copying an instrument made by John Rose or Stradivari or any one of a number of master makers from back then. But I don't want to copy what somebody else has done. I want to iterate and create and make new stuff, and that's what keeps me going. But also, yeah, she's big enough. This is normally my inlay saw, but hey, normally, sorry, I started studying guitar building. It's already got the right blade in it. I started studying viola da gamba and Baroque instruments and all that purely because it was the only place that I could learn instrument making that was anywhere near me, where I was living in Chichester at the time, and I wanted to build guitars. I always wanted to build guitars, and here I am. And here are you. There's, 1,500 odd people watching me build guitars. I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that this sort of thing would be actually possible. Well, I dreamed it. I never thought it was actually going to damn happen. Noisy puppy.
Yeah. Also, Luthier Build says $2, saying drill out with Forstner then chisel sides.
Yeah, that would involve a lot more chiseling. I want to get this closer, if at all possible, to the final cut. I also want to know what that puppy is barking at.
Probably the neighbour's dog.
He's annoying, isn't he? Do you know what? I've just had a really good idea. Maybe I should just drill the whole damn thing out. I slayed myself. Okay, no. Combination of both things. Okay, it's Forstner. I don't want to go all the way through from that side because that would tear out. So drill through the center. And then come through the back. There we go. Alrighty.
Dale Brown Music asks, any advice on choosing headstock angles and bridge selection in order to adjust from perceived feel and string tension, i.e. how to make the strings feel tighter or looser?
I'm not 100% sure on the physics of this one, but should I be turning my microphone off? Are they shouting at us again?
Not really, no.
Not really. Okay. Sorry, this drill is rather loud. I'm not entirely sure on the physics. In my experience, most players don't feel the difference between, for example, a 9 or 10 degree headstock break angle and a 15 degree headstock break angle. I think it's one of those things that actually really makes no bloody difference. Seriously. So yeah, I don't worry about it. I also think that from a physics point of view, your scale length, and I might be wrong, I really might be wrong, but I think the scale length sets the tension, not the extra string involved. I don't know, it confuses me every time I think about it. I should probably actually find out. So here we go, you guys let me know. What do you know?
By the way, people are shouting at you to wear goggles.
They're right.
Yeah.
Camera 2, camera 2, camera 2. Alrighty. Any more?
Questions?
Yeah?
Someone says, question, boiled Lindsley/beeswax finished neck. How can I clean properly without removing the BLO brass dust on it from filling the nut? I don't understand it either.
How can I remove it properly from the middle?
How can I remove it properly without removing the BLO brass dust on it from filing the nut?
Okay. Heat, i.e. a warm rag, potentially should just pick up the brass dust. If it's particularly fine, you might. I don't know. Honestly, that's a difficult one. Yeah. Good luck with that. Sorry.
No worries.
Way, that's a hot drill bit.
By the way, Kira says tell them to switch to a different cam. I don't know.
It was probably when I was, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, this is camera 2 again. Am I underneath? Yes, there we go. Still a hot drill bit. That should do it. Okay.
People are shouting at you for wearing your goggles wrong.
I was wearing them the whole time, honest. Damn it. So, yes, I know that there is a small risk of the dust getting my eye, but I am using very low speed in a Forstner bit. It's not metal shavings. I know I should wear it, but I'm honestly not as I'm not that worried in this particular. So option number one is use this tiny, very fine, very narrow saw that I think would do it, but would run the risk of... Oh look, I just found the acetone. Don't know how it got there, but you know. So that's option number one. Option number two is use my Leatherman, which has a similar sized saw with much coarser teeth and a thicker blade that will actually stay where I want it to go. What do you think? So let's just have a quick...
Brad said, would you consider doing some tutorials on bits/routing?
Yes, I do need to do more traditional actual tutorials. I really do. Put the drill down.
One says, Jasmine asked how much he would pay you for cleaning the shop nightly. Yeah, it is a mess though.
It is a mess. It's yes, it's a mess, but generally it's not in quite so much of a mess. Who am I kidding? But at least I know where everything is. That is an age-old excuse that every man with a workshop has ever said.
And like 12-year-old as well.
Huh?
Like
yeah, your room, yeah. Anyway, it's all good. It's more like what would Jasmine charge me. Too much. Yeah?
I don't know.
Anyway, Orson comes down and sweeps up for free. He loves it. Okay. Yeah.
Sweet Tea Guitars says, I'm so impressed with your stamina, Ben. I ran and bought a large hunk of sapele.
Yeah.
And a piece of ebony. Came back, and you're still going.
Yeah. I am starting to feel a little bit broken.
Yeah, they are saying take a break every now and then.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just wondering about how best to make that cut now. I need more saws. That's what I need.
By the way, people are saying something about jigsaw.
Yes. Yes. So loud. Yes. You want loudness? I'll give you loudness. Come on then. Fine.
Oh no. Remember to turn
couldn't-
the mic off this time. Remember to turn the mic off this time.
Yes! She saved you this time. So I couldn't use the jigsaw in this section here. I couldn't use the jigsaw, but I can for the further away bits. That's for damn sure. So there we go. Let's go find a jigsaw. You're on camera now.
What?
Say hi,
No.
rebel.
Fuck you.
What are you going to rebel against? Your dad is head tattooed, and I'm hoping that you're going to rebel and be an accountant or something. No?
I'm gonna rebel against school.
Yeah, no shit. Loud ASMR inbound. How's it going, Strong Thor? Cool name. Rob Hudson saying wave, Jasmine.
No.
No. Small trim router for the longer cuts. Ask, what is the rule for where the volute starts and ends? Okay, so with a volute, in all seriousness, I would say you don't want to change the neck itself. So where your hand is playing, the volute cannot be impinging on that. So the rule is that the highest point of the volute is behind the nut, and then it very rapidly goes down so that the playing area of the neck is where you want it to be. I didn't even think about a jigsaw. I am tired. Okay. You're off. This one has a metal cutting. Even when you've checked that it's off, always hold it when you turn it on at the wall just to make sure that it's not going to run away with itself. Yes, it's got a fine-toothed metal cutting blade in it at the moment, which will cut a little bit slower, but make, I hope, be straighter. So there we go.
Oh.
Okay. Behind you. And microphone off. There's some water in my mouth. Nope, it's empty.
Same goggles. Yeah.
Now this one you need goggles for. There's a small microphone here that's much lower, so they can still hear some stuff, but not as much. So I realised as you were saying it. Where are we? Camera 2. Camera 2. 3. Whoever suggested I use a jigsaw, you deserve a sweetie. Thank you very much.
By whoever it was like half the chat, they were going on it for ages.
Okay. So tell me sooner next time, Jasmine Lily.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what a jigsaw was.
No, it's all good. Okay, that's much better. Now I'm gonna, I think, face this with.
Oh, without a sound.
No. I didn't forget to do that.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Not me. Not I. Okay. So now that I've removed most of the material, it's just a case of bringing it back to the to a break angle. As I've just said, I don't really care what it is, especially since in this particular case the break angle is actually down in the middle where the strings are actually going to be. You got any super chats or anything?
No. Yeah, it's mostly people talking about the mic still, but we're all good, don't worry.
There is about a 30-second delay
Yeah.
on what they're saying.
Mhm. I'll scroll up and find questions.
Right. So there we go. That is relatively flat from there. Let's get the Japanese saw rasp.
Ernesto asks, any ideas on the Terry Pratchett Rolling Stones guitar?
They weren't called the Rolling Stones. The Terry Pratchett band was Thud. Was it Thud? Or Thud's no, Thud's the game. The band with rocks in, I think. That would be something very close to my heart, I think, actually. In fact, we're not very far from the Discworld Emporium, which is yeah, not very far from us. Although it's not currently open to the public. So that could be something that could be very cool to do in collaboration with them. They're called the Discworld Emporium, actually. This is a beast of a saw.
Matt donated for £50 saying
£400.
no,
Oh.
£4.50. I just said it wrong. Would you or your colleagues do a super in-depth tutorial for setting up a newly built guitar?
Super in-depth tutorial ending up in a full built guitar. That's pretty much what I do on a daily basis, really. If you haven't yet, go back and have a look at the channel. Most of the series are 15 to 20 videos worth of you know, me building guitars in various different ways or shapes. And if basically everything that I have ever done in a guitar has been filmed at some point. There are well over 1,000 videos on there, which is the problem. That being said, yes, I will, for sure. That's I'm even considering. Ooh, I've got enough space now to use a. Do I? I think I do. I think the Leatherman was actually the better option. We are seriously considering taking streams like this or build series and turning them into in-depth tutorials that are much easier to follow than a full 30-45 minute video on something like Skillshare, for example. But it's not on the cards just yet.
Did you drop something?
I dropped my pencil.
Oh.
It just, I mean, literally just went poof. Bye-bye pencil.
Silver's Net says, when are you going to build a left-handed guitar?
I have built left-handed guitars before. I will build left-handed guitars in the future, but I cannot build a left-handed guitar on spec. I cannot make a guitar for some random left-hander in the future because I will be stuck with it for years, if not forever, because whatever I do, it's going to be something different. If somebody commissions a left-handed guitar, I will build it, and I will build it on the channel. There is literally no difference between a left-handed guitar and a right-handed guitar in the construction techniques, except for the fact that I have to concentrate a little bit more. And nobody is learning anything different by me building a left-handed guitar on the channel. But whenever I have made one, I've only made one on spec once, and I've still got that guitar. The whole point of what we do is I want to get guitars in people's hands. So yes, I will, but it has to be commissioned. It has to be this guy wants, or this girl, this person wants this specific guitar, and I'll build it for them. No worries. Unfortunately, left-handed players, or people who actually play with left-handed guitars, is 4 or 5% of the market, and it's the way it goes. Unfortunately,
I'm left-handed.
you are left-handed, but you play right-handed,
What?
right?
What?
You're a left-handed person, but you play guitar right-handed.
I don't play guitar.
Well, when you have been playing guitar, and you will be playing more guitar once you've got this baby, my baby. No?
What?
Okay. All right. At this stage, if this holy guitar just ends up on your wall, there are going to be more than a few thousand people who are going to cry.
VC says record a normal build and just mirror it.
Sorry, who, what?
VC says record a normal build and then just mirror it.
Oh my god, I made this right-handed. Hold on, we'll do that in post. One of my favorite things ever was a YouTuber. Oh my god. His name's literally just flown out of my brain. Engineering, this old Tony, and he had to make a reverse thread. I think it was a hand clamp that he was making, where it had a right hand thread on one side, a left hand thread on the other, and he was like, all right, well, we've made the right-handed thread, I know what I'll do, I'll make the left-handed one in post. And he sort of went into the video editing software, flipped it around, poof, and then magically lit it. Just hilarious.
Sean Murray donated £5 saying, sometimes I like to roll over the rim of the bath and flop on the floor like a seal. What's the weirdest thing you do for fun?
What's the weirdest thing I do for fun? Talk to about 1,500 people on the internet without... hopefully without making a total fool of myself.
I mean, kind of.
Thank you, my darling. I'm going to keep my personal life personal. How's that? No, nothing actually comes to mind. I'm an open book. It's just a very boring one when I'm not actually on camera.
Miko Erickson says, question, I've sounded through, I think you just spelled it wrong, through veneer on a guitar. Is there a way to re-veneer without messing with the bindings on the edge?
I'm afraid not really. Okay, it depends if you have access to a spray booth. You could potentially either, yeah, so basically you could re-veneer it, whatever the guitar is, and then you'll have a veneer thickness step down to the binding. If you wanted to, if you wanted to, you could either fill that with epoxy or super glue, or 2K varnish if that's what you're finishing the guitar in, and that would, you'd essentially have a 3D sort of a binding going on, which I think could be, yeah, could be quite cool. And I've been there, albeit without the binding. Did you say you had a question there?
Yes. Stephen Coughlin said, question, will there be a casino or 335 style build in the future?
Yes, emphatically and absolutely 100%. Measuring devices. Come on, Benjamin Crow. I've lost all of my small rulers and I don't know. Wait, is it you, Jasmine? Do you come in here at night and just steal the...
What? No.
I don't know. There we go.
I don't think I have access to this at night time. The door's locked.
The door is normally locked and there's an alarm system. This is a very good point. Mainly because I don't trust you.
I mean, valid.
Yeah, very. Okay.
Alucard says, Ben, question, would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 10 duck-sized horses?
Ducks are scary. Horses.
That's scary.
Horses less scary. So, I would fight 10 duck-sized horses. I would then tame them and make a mint, having my tiny genetic horses as a sort of a show kind of a thing.
I mean, yeah, that'd be a lot of money worth of tiny little horses.
Hell yeah. Hell, you know, I mean, a normal sized horse at stud earns loads of money. I'd breed them. And I'd have just like herds of tiny, hell yeah. Now, like a child or 100 tiny little duck-sized children. No, what was it? A duck, child-sized duck.
No, horse-sized duck.
No. I'm thinking a child-sized duck to fight me versus like 1,000 duck-sized children. Tiny, scary children just freak me out. The zombie movies, when the zombie children come out, no, thank you. Okay, so let me stop getting
Now you have dust on your mustache.
I have dust on my mustache. They're already on the workbench. Okay, so I think, how many people are still watching?
1,450.
Okay, still a load of people. I'm just wondering how long I should keep on going for, really.
How long was the last one?
9.5 hours.
And we're at, hang on,
8 hours and 45 minutes.
I'd say either just go below or just go above. Like the last time.
Aha, there we go.
Yeah, people are saying you're still going, things like that.
Sorry?
People are saying take a break, you're still going, what are you doing, still up, like, yeah.
I'm fine, I'm cool, I'm good. That's a weird thing I do that makes me happy.
Terry Love donated $5 saying we've stopped watching Ben and started listening to jazz and mess with him.
That's why you're still here, yeah?
Yep.
Yep, I get it.
When was I supposed to leave? When was I supposed to leave?
8.
And it's 6. Okay.
Let's see. Alright, that's there. So one of the as much as humanly possible, I talk to Jasmine and the other 2 kids, because 3 is more than enough, especially if there is a zombie apocalypse and you have to fight them off. I talk to you guys like you're adults, and always have. The result is a 13-year-old daughter who messes with me on the regular.
People are asking if you could stream this on Twitch now.
Okay. Yes. Jasmine, you know how to do a poll now, do you?
Yep.
I understand that we're doing a poll on YouTube, but ask them, just say, would you follow this on Twitch if it was an option instead of... Would you follow this on Twitch? Yes. No. Or this sort of content on Twitch. No, I understand that there are streaming or re-streaming softwares that I can use to take the original feed and then stream it onto different platforms. But I need to, see whether anybody actually wants that. Okay. Coming together. Small chisel.
Hang on. Sean Murray donated £2 saying, for Jasmine, at some point you can prank your dad. Or can you prank your dad?
No, she can't. Am I? So I'm holding the chisel with my thumb and obviously my other hand.
The 68% is no, by the way.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case.
They're all saying they're too old for it. And like half of them don't know what it is, so yeah.
Yeah, Twitch is what happens after death.
Yeah, it's mostly gaming as well, which is
Awesome, come in.
reason. Oh, there's a child. Hi, child. Can child be on camera?
This child cannot currently be on camera, no. His mother says, nope. You are currently on camera being recorded and people can hear your voice, boy child. This is the middle one.
Hello people, hello world. You have seen me once before. Just my hands though, making, I think it was a wand. And a mill, I think it was.
Lathe.
Lathe thing, I don't know.
What's up?
I just ran into a problem.
What's your problem?
Oh. This is my problem.
You want more time on your phone.
It's my break apparently, and I don't know why I have that.
What?
It's a break apparently.
By the way, Creevil said
Your time
Ben
is
is
up.
overwhelmed with streaming on YouTube. Do you want to burden him on another platform?
Yeah, I do agree with you, although essentially it would purely be... Orson, it's... I will give you a little bit of extra time on your phone. You should have asked Mummy rather than...
She can't control my phone.
Yes, she can, I think.
No, she can't. She doesn't know how to. You're going to have to teach
Yeah,
her.
fair enough. You've got 1 more hour, but that's just because, yeah, I love you and you're cool.
Okay, bye-bye people on YouTube.
Bye-bye now. Yes, I did just reference Barbie in the Toy Story movies. I'm so sorry.
Wait, what did you do?
I said bye-bye now. Bye now.
Oh.
Bye.
Isn't that typically just a phrase? It doesn't really matter.
No, it's 100% a Barbie reference.
Okay.
And I'm not ashamed. So, talking about being on Twitch as well, essentially, the reason why I haven't bothered yet is one, as a lot of the people there have said, we are the demographic, the age of most of the people who are watching is 30s to 40s generally. And Twitch tends to be a younger demographic, I think, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but as you say, I'm here talking to people and responding and reacting and doing polls and all that jazz, and doing that on YouTube is fine because it's just the one platform, but the people on Twitch would be left out, although they'd still be listening to it going on. So, yeah. If it was a stream where I wasn't actually expecting to interact with anybody, that's a different story, I think.
Someone just called you a boomer.
A boomer. Am I a boomer?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Excuse me, child.
Yeah.
I was born in 81, so I think I'm Gen X. Gen Z? No, I'm a millennial. There we go. I actually looked this up the other day because I have got no clue, nor do I actually give a toss. I think, technically, I'm a millennial. But I don't think it really makes any difference whatsoever.
People are just saying generations now in chat. In chat.
Yep.
Just all the little ones.
Okay.
Terry Love said, "Get your dad to play Minecraft on Twitch." We can play Minecraft together on stream.
I hate Minecraft. I really don't like Minecraft.
Well, now I hate you.
No, I love watching you play Minecraft. Actually playing Minecraft for me, and I did it a lot with you for quite a long time. I personally feel that if I'm going to spend multiple hours doing something, I would much rather they are spent doing something that has a tangible physical result. Case in point, what we're currently all sitting here doing right now.
Apparently, Creevel's also playing Minecraft at the moment.
I mean, he's cool.
Yeah, and also Mike Wallace donated for $5, saying, "This is great lunchtime viewing in Kansas City. Have you ever thought about doing a national-style metal guitar?"
Yeah, sort of a dobro, national dobro, etc. Yes, absolutely. I think that would be very, very cool. There are not very many kits available to do it, and oh, now that is a good tool for this job. Iwasaki rasp file thing. Tired. Yes, I would probably buy a dead and broken one and salvage the parts, to be honest. But I like the sound, I like the feel, I like the look. Okay, I'm slowing down, and this is fairly boring viewing. So tell you what, we're going to come back to the headstock at a later date. We got to keep our viewers interested, don't we? Alrighty. Now, I will save this. There we go. I haven't ever used that plane. This is the problem. I've got a plane here that I've never used. It will be a useful plane, that one situation where I need it, but there we go.
What's going on?
I'm changing tacks.
Oh.
I've decided to become a Minecraft streamer.
I mean, I was thinking we could play Rocket League.
We could play Rocket League together, that could be fun. We're both not very good at it. Currently pretty much strictly silver. But yeah, it could be fun. It could be fun.
Yeah, they're all saying take a break.
Honestly, a change is as good as a rest.
You good?
That's a good sound. Isn't that a good sound?
Your head disagrees.
Oh, my head's fine.
Sure.
Alright, let's see where we're at. So the reason why I was happy to sharpen that scraper earlier was because I am absolutely certain, or was absolutely certain, that I was going to need it at this stage. Whoa. Number 2 decided to sit up.
The boy is back.
Somebody approacheth.
Hello, boy.
Hello.
Um,
Have returned.
people are asking what the time is.
Got him.
Oi! People unsubscribe. You just threw something at me.
No.
Shush your mouth. It was just soft.
Shush.
It's too hurt.
You're a bish.
Don't attack me in the subscribers. You know I've garnered
The boy.
great personal satisfaction from how many people enjoy my stuff. You're not supposed to be here. What do you want?
Well, you made a mistake.
I make mistakes on a regular basis.
Yes, that's true. Ooh, donut.
No.
There is no such thing as a donut.
That's
Donuts
mine.
do not exist. That is Jasmine's.
Oi!
Gotcha.
You just threw it.
I did nothing. There is not video evidence of anything of the sort.
I missed. Dang it.
Come on, seriously.
Okay, so you gave me time on my computer,
Fool.
not my phone.
Fool.
That was a very obvious mistake. Oi!
Othe donated £5 saying, Ben, do you know, Ben, do you know if the saw rasp is available in different shapes? I have the same as you and I love it.
Okay, it isn't currently available in different shapes. There is a different one that's the same shape, but it's got a bigger handle. I've never used it. So, not that I know of. I've never seen a curved one, for that matter. Also, I'm afraid it's a no. It's not currently working.
What?
It's not currently working. I clicked on, I gave you more screen time, and that's, yeah, so sorry.
Try again. 'Cause
Ooh, it opened.
Saying check camera 3 power.
It's camera 3. No, camera 3's all good. We're all good. We're all good. The So actually, my cable's at a bit of a wonky angle. Be gone.
I am gone. Bye-bye.
I love you. Alrighty. There's actually a rather nice piece of rosewood there. It's only just, wahaha! I mean, literally about 7 or 8 millimeters longer than I need. So there is that. Jasmine, did I satisfactorily answer that last question?
No idea.
But you're the person that asks me the questions.
I don't know. I'm currently eating a donut.
Here. Just irresponsible. And accusing. Okay. So here's 3. It's got a little bit of a twist in it, but that's not an issue given what we're doing with it.
Patrick Nesco says, which episode, ISCH, I don't know what that means, was a veneer bending episode?
Not a clue. Absolutely not a clue. Basically, when the guitar starts looking like a guitar, is around about it. Okay, so what we're going to do is play with this top a little bit. And figure things out.
David already asked what scraper is that?
This is an IBC Andy King one. I don't think it's in production anymore. Drop us an email through shop@crimsonguitars.com. I want to manufacture a better version ourselves because I absolutely love it.
Creevil said you should manufacture and sell them. I don't know what he's referring to there.
Creeverai.
Creeverai?
Yeah, he's asking for these. In fact, I owe him one. I told him I would make him one personally. Speaking of owing people things, Jasmine, don't I owe you Animal Crossing on the Switch?
Yes. Why is that relevant?
Speaking of owing people things, I owe you Animal Crossing on the Switch.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, so let's figure this out, shall we? I think that you guys are right, and you all knew you were. I don't think it's going to be healthy for me to carry on all night to get this finished.
SROM donated
Sorry,
£10.
no?
SROM.
SROM, yep.
Donated £10 saying I've got a well-toured 92 Les Paul Studio Light in transparent RED. It's got a kind of milky dullness to it I've never been able to rectify. Any ideas?
I am not a Finnish expert. In fact, I'm not actually an expert in anything. Basically, the only thing that I could think of is to take it to or just get a car buffer, one of those buffers. They're relatively inexpensive actually, with a polishing mop on the end, a foam pad, and try and buff it out. Chances are that it is in the top layer of the finish that is the issue. If that doesn't solve it, your only option really and truly is to refinish the whole guitar. Which would be sad. Okay, so there is no point in doing work just for the sake of doing the work. If you can make it easier on yourself, you should, 100%. So I'm going to call in some apprentices. No, although, so exactly what I'm doing right here, because of the hand tool only build, I ordered or bought at auction a great big old belt sander, sander thicknesser. Wide drum sander. They go by many names, but the result is that it sands down material like this very rapidly, very easily, and yeah, it's amazing. I don't have that here. We don't have it at Crimson yet either. It should be arriving this week. But I am missing the lac. Now, I've got some saw marks, which are a problem. I'd like to plane them out. This other side is actually pretty much ready to glue. A little bit of light sanding will be there. But it's also not the entire guitar's worth. This is a much larger piece than I need for this guitar. So, what I really need to do is figure out what I'm building and how.
Tommy Transport said, Ben, how's the shipping department doing lately? Do you anticipate my tools ordered about a week ago to make it to America in time for GGBO?
Yes, in time for GGBO 100%. The shipping department, the move is chaotic. The move is really causing issues. Although the one person who is not affected by it is Will, who does all the shipping. He's there in his little corner, just packing away all day and mixing stains and stuff, watching the chaos just unfurl. We were joking about it the other day. So yeah, shipping is good. Tool production is a little bit behind due to that and some COVID stuff, nothing major. However, Yes, basically everything will be shipping soon.
Sir Dark Harvin says, Ben, I don't have any planes and I desperately want one. Metal ones are too expensive here, so is the wooden one worth to buy, or should I make savings for it?
So most wooden planes are more fun to use, but they are a much steeper learning curve if you don't have adjustment built into them. Honestly, I would suggest saving up for a metal plane with all of the features that make it easier to use. That's the important bit. Now, if you do have a wooden plane, and there are planes made in Europe, I think by Ulmia is one of the companies, that do have in and out adjustment and lateral adjustment, etc. Those should be fine, and they're great. I have got dust in my eyes. Should have been wearing goggles. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you were told multiple times to wear goggles.
I was.
It's your fault.
It's all my fault. Everything's my fault. All of this. The fact that these 1,500 people are changing the batteries. Have a look at the guitar. There we go.
Phil playing around, don't know, 5, I think that's euros. A compilation number 2 would be a compilation number 2 would be fantastic to see coming to life live.
Oh, a complication number 2 would be fantastic to see coming to life live. Hell.
I can't read, you see.
You can. It's when it's stuff that's not something you see all the time. I see the word complication all the time because it's a guitar I built and people talk to me about it a lot. Okay, so we've changed the battery here. I can't, for the life of me, imagine live streaming Complication 2, although I am planning on making one. So yeah, essentially I've got an SRP kit from Crimson over here. My hands are too dirty to pick it up, in solid maple with a 0-cote fretboard, and I want to carve that into an entire guitar, including the neck carved like the Complication. Okay, so I need to go off. Off camera. Have a look at my gorgeous tools in the meantime. Now,
by the way,
yes.
Terry loved the £5 thing. Wait until Tom gets back. Then end stream makes it worth his journey.
I am just wondering about giving him a call and saying that I can bring his computer to him at Crimson tomorrow if necessary. What I cannot find, and what I am desperately seeking is the Oh, that window's still open. Distraction much? That's probably why Tom was so cold. Here we go. Okay, so what I've got here is the body blank is actually bigger, so we're going to have to cut out those notches if necessary and cut this notch out as well. I'm not sure. So the rosewood, that's going to be rosewood, and that's going to be steel. So we've got to glue the rosewood on, which will carry on underneath the whole thing, including that bit. Then we cut the notches out, and we'll be good to go. All right. Fine.
Dennis asked, can you make a video on how to sandblast finish?
Okay, so at the moment we don't have a sandblasting system. It's something I have used in the past and something we will use again in the future, I'm sure. So at that point yeah, I'm sure we can do. I'm very much looking forward to being able to shoot more tutorial style videos long term, where it's you know, maybe 5 or 10 minutes of filming and not very much editing, but a very useful video for people to see. It's yeah, it's a question of time, and that's one of the reasons why I've set up the this whole live stream and multi-cam recording system. It's to make that sort of thing more viable. Short term though, there's a hell of a lot of other stuff going on, and what I really need, really need is somebody else who can be on camera as well as me. Want to build guitars, Jasmine?
What?
Do you want to build guitars? You could be famous. You could take over a lot of the filming if you want. Quit school.
I like the quitting school part, but not the building part.
I thought you might.
Not the effort.
this, yeah.
Anthony asks question: Can you use locking tuners designed for a 6 inline on a 4.2 headstock?
No. No, the only tuners that you can do that with are Spertzel tuners from America, because the genius way in which they were designed means that you can take them apart and change the left or right-handedness of them. Now, Crimson is getting into retailing hardware as well, and we could put together a 4-in-2 set for you if you dropped us a mail. But other than that, no, they literally are left or right-handed, and there's no way you can change that, short of them being upside down and the wrong way around, which would be confusing as all heck.
Rob Hudson said, "I hate to see the wood ruined, but who asked for the Star Wars theme, and did they think about the wood? Then personally, I've had it for aluminum. Hope it's just a nice shiny finish."
The rosewood is going to be underneath aluminium. So yeah, the front is going to be a textured aluminium, and the rosewood is going to be the. Hold on. So this middle section here, that's all aluminium, and then these two stepped downs, those are going to be visible rosewood, to give it a bit of texture. This tracing paper has a life of its own. See? Doesn't want me to cut it. Stand still so I can catch you. Yes.
Can someone quote that, please?
I actually can't hear a word you're saying. Hold on.
I said, can someone quote that, please?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll do it.
Okay. That worked. Where's my rosewood? It's hiding underneath there. Whew. So now I have a center line. I know where my rosewood needs to be. And I can cut out what we need to plane down. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna. I think we do need to actually start calling this a day. Jasmine, did Tom give you his number?
No.
Here you go. Phone him.
I don't have my phone on me. The fuck?
Language.
Yeah. Oh.
Just tell him that I have decided that I'm a weakling and can't finish.
Alright. Hello. It's Jasmine, by the way. Apparently, yeah, Ben said he's a weakling and cannot finish, so there's no need to come.
Ben?
I said Ben.
He just called me Ben. Oh my gosh.
Fuck off.
Fine.
Yeah, I haven't been listening to you guys for the last 10 minutes.
Oh.
You've
Sit.
been doing a good job, Jasmine.
Alright, thank you. He said he's been watching.
Fine, okay. I'll talk to you then. Fine. I will bring your computer. Do you know what? I should have just phoned him. Hello? Hello?
You're right, man.
You are there, fine. I should have just phoned you instead of palming you off to Jasmine. It's just like she's my assistant or something. And it feels good. You know, for the child to be doing something for the parent for a change. Clean up after you. Feed you. Rent. Whatever. I can't believe I'm ranting like this. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Which is why it's funny. Okay. No, look, dude. Seriously, don't worry about it. We're gonna wrap it up at this stage. The main issue is I realise that I need to bandsaw this top out, and I have neighbours who will get annoyed because I've only got single glazing in the front of the workshop. So I will bring your computer and your bag and everything to work tomorrow. Yes.
I'm not in tomorrow, but I will swing by and collect them from yours, if that's alright, before I head up to Wales.
Very, very good point. What time would that be?
It's probably going to be around 10, 11-ish.
Oh, fine. Okay, yeah. Tanya should be here. Cool.
Yeah,
We'll speak later.
Around that kind of time. But yeah, that would be amazing. But yeah, I did message you to say that you should give yourself a break, because not here flagging, but it's been a long old day.
It's been a bit of a long day, but it's been fun. I really enjoy it. We're gonna go away from doing guitars now and just answer questions for a little bit, and crack on. All right, I'll speak to you in a bit.
Yeah, cheers.
Have a good day tomorrow. Yeah.
Alright, thank you.
Okay. Bye, man. No, I picked up my phone and there's stuff on it. Okay. Do you know how long we've been streaming for? 9.5 hours. It seems that 9.5 hours is actually the limit that this old luthier can deal with before going completely off the rails. So, at this stage of the build, it turns out that we do need a third day. I swear, I promise, going to stop promising that things can be done in any time frame, and we're just going to do it and see what happens. I need to figure out when I can do the next stream. I think it definitely can't be the weekend because family things. Please follow this space. I'm thinking either Thursday this week or potentially Monday the following week, and we will see. It'll be mostly Tom or maybe somebody else manning the computer, and then later in the day Jasmine would come back from school and do it. I mean, I could take you out of school, just to put you to work. I'll get you a whole T-shirt that says "My father laughs in the face of your child labour laws."
If you can do that on Wednesday, I mean, I've got the detention thing on Wednesday.
You do have detention on Wednesday. What did you do?
I swore at a teacher.
You swore at a teacher. Did the teacher deserve it?
Not particularly, but it's fine. They
Okay,
didn't really
that's
care.
why you got detention. Apparently she spoke to Mummy and she thought it was quite funny, but you still got detention. You were frustrated.
Yeah.
Now 1,500 people know. Anyway, okay,
Well.
so there we go. Sorry?
I said whelp.
Welp. Yeah, so where I'm at, I need to get some more glue to glue the top on, and I'm very tempted to glue an aluminium back on as well. We've got a hell of a lot of routing to do, pickup cavities and trem cavities and all of that jazz. I'm going to leave the back of the trem hole open, and I don't want to get a cover on there. We're going to keep it fairly cool. I need to glue the top on, I need to glue the aluminium on the top and the back, I need to do a load of routing, I need to finish the headstock. The headstock needs some aluminium in it as well. We need to fit the hardware, put the guitar together. I mean, it is a fairly large chunk. Did you nearly fall off your seat there, Jasmine?
No.
I wish there was a camera on you.
No.
Okay. But in reality, this is coming together and starting. Oh, and I need to carve the neck as well. Nobody wants a neck this shape. You are starting to see what we've got going on, though. There will be the sort of cool extra shapes. Yeah, it's actually that sort of a shape. Although, well, I quite like that shape now that I've seen it so much. So yeah, there's other stuff happening, and it's going to be a cool guitar. Anyway, at this stage, I'm going to say let's traverse into just a quick Q&A. How many people do we have watching, Tanya? Jasmine?
1,200. I think a lot of them left because you were said we were ending. Also, Sweet Tea Guitars donated $20, saying this one's for Dad. Ben, I learn, I teach, and I build. It's my life, and I have you to thank. There you are.
Thank you very much. The fact that there are other people who do this because of what I have done, and it's just incredible. And if I can help in any way, shape, or form, it makes me feel better about everything. So thank you. Okay, so ask me questions. They don't have to be super chats. If Jasmine sees anything interesting, and she'll bring it through. I'm going to bring my computer up actually, and between the two of us, we'll spend say 15 minutes just answering as many questions as humanly possible, and then we will see where we're at. And this also means that our the podcast will have some stuff, which is cool. So here we go. Whew.
They're asking for another poll for hiring me again.
I mean, Jasmine's hired. Jasmine's 100% hired. She owes Crimson a bunch of money for a computer.
Isn't it you?
No. Crimson bought the
Oh.
computer,
Oh.
and yeah, you owe the company some cash.
That makes it slightly worse. But
Maybe
wasn't
one day you can own the company. Okay, come on then. Black Crow Busker says, poll about top or not. Go to the radio says, are you doing an Evertune build soon? I do have an 8-string Evertune system that I would like to use at some point. That Evertune sent me about a decade ago. It's a bit of a problem. Just having a look at the super chats. Dave Farrar, I love the little puppy smiling / going to sleep. Oh, it's cute. Okay, I've answered that one and that one and that one. Yeah, sweetie, I really appreciate that. Okay. So Matt6288 Joyce says, do you hope your children will take on the mantle and take Crimson over in the future? I hope that they will do whatever the hell they want to do, and I will do whatever I can to help. The fact that Crimson, the beautiful thing about Crimson is that I realized very early on that if I was doing the day-to-day management, I would run it into the ground. And I started grooming Tom and training him and hoping, hell, when I interviewed Tom 9 years ago as a fresh-faced 18-year-old or whatever he was, probably younger than that, I said the words, if you know, he wanted to be a business apprentice, and I said, hey, you know, I'm looking for somebody to run it for me so that I can build guitars and do the stuff I enjoy and am good at, and I'm not good at tax and nonsense. In the same way, my kids will own Crimson, and if any of them are interested in working in Crimson and or doing anything with the company, cool. If not, we will have a management team in there who know what they're doing and will carry on doing that, which will allow them to do what they need to do. What do you think about that, Jasmine?
Also, did you not see the £10 donation?
You talk for a change.
What?
What do you think about everything I just said? I was talking about you.
I only heard half of it.
Oh, fair
I
enough.
don't listen to you.
See, there we go. This is what I have to deal with. Rob Phoenix is coming with a £10 super chat. Thank you very much, Rob. He says, great day's entertainment, Bun Jazz Master, and their trusty sidekick Tam. You can fight over who gets the SC. The SC? Super chat. Oh, there we go. No, I win
Super
because
chat.
I divvy it out afterwards. Although everybody's getting paid.
Yes,
And if it came down to a fight, I think Jasmine would win, actually.
probably.
Jazz Master. I like that. That's a type of guitar, darling. And your nickname is Jazz. And there we go.
Why is my name Jazz?
Because I decided that it was the case before you were born.
Oh.
Yes, I just stamped my foot. Alrighty. I should figure out how to get 2 pictures going so we can look at Jasmine and... But anyway. Are there any questions that you've seen, Jasmine, that we should answer?
Old Man Zen asked, what are the odds you building a 335 anytime soon?
I do want to do a 335, but it'll be carved rather than pressed. Well, basically, Gibson... It's plywood, pretty much. High quality plywood, good quality solid wood, veneer, yada yada yada. But I don't have the technology to make it the same way they do, for what it's worth.
Frugal pointed out you missed the chance on the plug Triton on the jigsaw.
So, just the fact that I'm using it is great for Triton. It is a Triton jigsaw. It's a really good jigsaw. I've used it a hell of a lot. Hell, Orson, who came in, I think that was the first major power tool he ever used, and used it a lot, cutting up pallets and all sorts of stuff to do stuff in the garden. It's a great tool, and I'm starting to think that by talking about them all the time, in spite of the fact that I am such a fan, I might actually be damaging the sort of, not the relationship, but the perception that some viewers have. I don't want to be known as somebody who just plugs products by random people. You know, I'm sponsored by Leatherman, I'm sponsored by Triton, but I've been using Leatherman for 20 years, I've been using Triton for 15. I didn't know Isotunes existed, to be honest, but...
We got 2 donations, by the way.
There we go. Oh my gosh. Volcanessen! Thank you, Ben, Jazz, and Tam. It has been a wonderful day and very educational. Ben, do not risk your GGBO timeline this year. Cheers, V. That is a good point. I am not going to be messing around with GGBO.
Check your mic. Sorry, people are saying it's fuzzing apparently.
Okay. Let me know. It's because I'm moving too much, I think. I do need to buy mic. I need to get some spare microphone parts before the next time I do anything in here. But yeah, V, thank you very much. And yeah, last year I didn't want to interrupt a build, and at the moment I've got 3 builds going on, and it's just, I don't like that. But it is what it is. SROM has sent $10. Thank you very much, SROM. And says, I can't support I can't support this father-daughter business enough. Without the word enough, it means something completely different. I rebuilt several pianos with my father way back when. Thankful for that quality time. I'm thankful he could deal with my snarky years. Oh, I've been looking forward to Jasmine's snarky years for years.
No.
Yeah. You're on record.
Yeah, the mic's fixed apparently now as well.
Fantastic. Have you considered offering a summer camp for young kids? Yes, at the moment we can have anybody 16 and over. Younger kids is problematic due to insurances and all that jazz. After COVID, we are planning on doing stuff like that with easier to build kits. For example, the acoustic kit, cigar box guitar, building 2-day experiences for parents and children, all that sort of stuff. 100%, I would love to do that. Emphatically, can we put some isotunes Bluetooth into a guitar? Probably. Sylvester's Net says you could have used a bow saw, Ben.
Are you okay?
I could have used a bow saw, Jasmine. A bow saw.
I don't.
I've even
quite
got one. I
understand.
sharpened it.
Okay.
I
You
feel
also,
foolish.
yeah, you got a donation that you
There's a
missed.
Ravencroft Guitars, 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. It says, for GGBO, I'm thinking a guitar that is accessible for those with physical disabilities. What considerations would you make? Thinking shape that fits in a wheelchair, fan fret, braille side dots, etc. Bum bum.
You don't need it again.
Second half to the question, I assume. The problem is that there's such a wide range of issues that you could have. Now, I've designed guitars for various people with various issues. A lot of them have actually just boiled down to weight. Others are range of motion in a hand, so I would seriously consider a torsal twisted style neck. It feels amazing to work with. Fan fret is an absolute must. A multi-scale length means that you're not moving your wrist too much. I'm covered in epoxy. So there is that. The weight is definitely it. Make it so that the strap absolutely works, so a good long upper horn, and that way the strap is taking all of the weight on the shoulders, and you're not having to use any of your upper body strength to position the guitar in any way, shape or form. But yeah, make it lightweight, make it small neck, easy to play.
Did you really
Braille
know
side
that?
dots is incredible. Yeah.
Did you
I've never considered that. The second one, I now know why Jasmine was nagging me to read the second one.
Yeah.
Also, this is for Jasmine's computer. We will buy her out of her indentured servitude eventually. Lol. No, you bloody well won't.
Wait, how much money is
It's
that?
indentured servitude. One man, one vote. I'm the man, and I've got that vote. Sorry.
Am I not writing it down?
Have you forgotten? No, write it down.
No, I don't know what that amount is in.
14 Canadian dollars. Okay, look, we can sort it out in a little bit, my darling. We can afterwards go back through. You guys are causing trouble for me now. Extra administration. In the YouTube backend, we can see what the super chats were, and after this stream, we'll go through and we'll work out how much more than I thought I would owe you. I owe you. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. Norm Barrow says Jasmine needs a computer. It was her 13th quite recently, and yes, she needed a computer, and we got her a fairly powerful gaming rig that is doing good stuff at the moment. Jasmine, yes?
What?
You're happy with your computer?
Yep.
But yeah, we bought it, and she has to pay it back now.
Oh, it's £8 apparently.
Okay. Yeah. No, we can sort all that out later. Don't worry about it for
Yeah,
now.
but still like you.
Yeah, the computer itself was about £1,000, so entry level for streaming, but far more than any 13-year-old really deserves. Even you, my darling.
What?
Nothing? Me?
I didn't hear.
Chocolate! Speaking of... chocolate. Hold on.
Give me chocolate.
Om Nom, they don't sponsor me. I did a post about them on my personal Instagram yesterday. But just opening this box, it's just utterly beautiful. Everything they do is truly amazing. And there you go, darling.
Yay!
And I'm running low on everything. So here we go. Alex Jörnquist says, thank you, Bun, Tam and Jazz. Great day. Bun, what's your all-time favourite guitar model and why? Good night. Early Gibson L5 with a small headstock. And it's because that was a guitar that really... my father, yeah, check this out. My father had to do a restoration job, that's upside down, on one when I was young, and I watched the whole process, and that instrument made me fall in love. Spiced white caramel, milk and cookies, oh, there we go. This is some of the nicest chocolate in the world. One of you wonderful people sent me, and I know my hands are dirty, I don't care. It's only wood. Sent me some of their coffee. Whoa! Jasmine. It's actually got cookies in. There we go. Okay. Hold on. Change the cameras. There we go. I'm just going to nibble this for a second. Jasmine, you have to talk to people. You can't mute your camera. I want to eat some...
I'm eating it.
Ah, sure.
I was eating chocolate.
There we go. You need to talk to them now.
Oh, well, you can have this back.
The real Wonky Dog says, bloody posh box, just for chocolate.
I'm stealing your chocolate.
Still a little bit, I love this one.
I kind of fucked up, but yes. I'm stealing it all now.
Thief!
Fuck you!
Instant karma.
No!
I'm sorry, world. Jasmine just decided to headbutt you.
I just saw on the stream.
30 seconds later, you watched yourself into the camera.
It's more like 5 seconds, really.
Snarky back and forth, just like my family was a super chat that just came through from E&M. And yeah, absolutely, the Lawnmower Detective, that is a name. $10 super chat said, you rock, keep up the awesome work. Thank you very much, we absolutely will. I don't think that you can stop us. Yeah, this whole thing is just awesome. So there we go. Paul Needs says a question: what size and type of router for Crimson Guitars Trustful channel?
Mike.
Oh, so sorry. Distracted by chocolate and pain. Any router that can handle a 1/4 inch collet, which is all of the Triton routers. Personally, I use the mid-size router from Triton. It's got all of the adjustment and all of the... it is just the best router I've ever experienced. So yeah, there's that. And it takes all different sorts of collet sizes. 6mm, 8mm, 12mm, 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch collets fit on the Triton router. So, you know, you can't complain. Now,
Cool.
okay, what's happening to the Holy Guitar Part 3 coming up? Yes, it is. Now that we're here, actually, I can show you the stage we are at. It's had a full flip-flop, so from blue to purple, yeah, mainly blue to purple, high gloss lacquer finish, and it is in need of me rubbing it down. So up to this stage it's actually already been edited and is good to go, but I want to rub her down and get it buffed up. If I can finish this in one more episode, I think I'd like to, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case. What am I tripping up on? I've got too much stuff in this workshop. Absolutely. So okay, Patrick Nesbitt says, Ben, I tried the water and heat gun method for bending veneers. I've bent it at 90 degrees now and it works, but I'm terrified for when it's time for the top. Take it slow, take it gentle, bend it to whatever you want. And if you are worried, so you can use tape to hold it in place. That's the thing. So masking tape to hold it in place, and you'll be golden, really. Sawdust Passion said, had to nip out. What happened to the guitar? Is it finished? I'm so sorry, but it is not. I failed yet again. I'm going to stop promising anything to anybody. Except food and a place to live for my daughter, yeah.
Oh.
You happy? All right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, fine. No, I essentially, yeah, we hit 9.5 hours, which was the sort of breaking point of the last stream, and realized that there was at least another whole video to go. You were right, but we all knew it really, didn't we? So the next one is going to be streamed probably during the week, certainly during the week, because I can't take another full day in the weekend off away from the other kids. And there we go. Anthony Cuncliffe said, I distracted you with chocolate and you didn't read the rest of my question. Can you resend it through? Anthony Cuncliffe. You did distract me with chocolate. Chocolate! Speaking of which, any update on the kit guitar advent calendar? Or even do it as a set of tools instead of chocolate? I do think that that's a fantastic idea. Jason Smith said 14 Canadian dollars. Jasmine is about £6.50. Or somebody else said about £8.15. So we need to figure that one out. Yeah, at the moment, no, nothing on the advent calendar, but I think it's a great idea. Antal van Hassel says cold bluing frets could work to get them blackish. Yes, that's only a surface finish though, so as you play, you would have issues. I didn't sneeze in your ears. Say thank you.
You barely sneezed, so.
No, I know, because I stopped myself and it hurt.
Oof.
Oof, yeah. There we go. Ben, did you ever try apple pie, cinnamon whiskey and apple juice? No, I really didn't. Where's my to-do list? I have all of these things at the house right now. I do. Ben, if I buy tools like chisels and hand planes from your shop, do they come sharpened? No, they don't. Sharpening is such a personal thing that 99.9% of the time the person receiving them would want to completely redo it anyway. I can't have anybody else sharpen my tools because it's a slightly wrong angle, and how I hold it is not how somebody else holds it, etc., unless using a machine. Jess Guitar says silver leaf in Jazz's guitar. 100% silver leaf, not gold leaf. We've got gold leaf. We held the two up, and silver just works so much better. So that's the next stage. That will probably be the end of the next episode in this build, to be honest. Barry Christian says, was the Nebula pickup a neck pickup, bridge pickup, or something else, and what's the difference between them? Oftentimes just the position, but people who create pickups will customize the windings and the magnets and all that jazz depending on what sound they're after in that particular position. It is 100% black magic. I don't understand it, but it works, so I don't question it. It was a neck pickup. It was custom made by us at Crimson Guitars, specifically for Nebula, and specifically to the customer's requirements for sound and a tonal landscape within a guitar. I'm talking faster. I think it's a chocolate. I should have more chocolate. Yes?
Yep.
There's a super chat from JC, $20. Thank you very much. Says, please do the next one on Thursday. I can't tune in next week, Monday. So we are moving the headquarters from the vintage tool shop from its current location, which is a shop front, beautiful old shop front, to Crimson headquarters on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I am going to be destroyed. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. I just made a teenager face. Did you see my teenager face?
What?
I went,
It's not a teenager face.
Well, it's not something you ever do. You're too grown up for that. I'm going to have a long 2 or 3 days. I think that it would probably be better if it was the following week or Friday. But you sent a $20 super chat. I mean, I can be bored. Can I do it next Thursday? Hold on. Let's see. Here's a calendar. So the raffle is ending on the 22nd, I think. So yeah, the raffle is currently live for anybody who wants to enter with a chance to win this guitar, and there's a separate raffle to win the guitar shred, and those are both currently live. Let me have a quick look. This guitar is ending on the 22nd of January, and shred is ending in 3 days, actually on Saturday. So as long as the next episode of this live stream is before the 22nd, we should be okay. And that is a while away. Yeah, okay. What I would like to do is make up my mind, and I can't do that. I just suck, everybody. Sorry. What do you think, Jasmine?
On what?
When I should do the live stream?
Wednesday. So that I can not have detention.
Oh, that was it. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. Self-interest. I'm afraid I can't get you out of that one, short of pulling you out of school. And I think that's not going to happen just yet. Sweet Tea Guitars is coming with 5 days. Says Sweet Tea giveaway mention, just a request. Sweet Tea giveaway mention, just a request. I know all of these words, and I don't know what you're referencing, and I think I should know what you're referencing, which makes me feel bad about everything. So let us know if, yeah. I'm assuming you're running a giveaway and you've told us, but at this point in my day, nearly 10 hours into a live stream, most of it spent talking, I've completely lost track of everything, so please forgive me. What is the curvature of the fretboard? This fretboard is about 10 inches. I didn't actually check. Andy Collins says, I'm loving the build, can hardly wait for episode 3. Later, Ben, Jazz and Tom, thank you very much. Maybe 4 will finish it. That's from Frugal Fixer Shop. I'm not so sure about that. I hope so. I sincerely hope so. Tunguska Guitar says, truss rod channel question that's been vexing me. Slot that's the full length of the truss rod, or just from the end block to the end block with the adjustment end tucked into the headstock access hole? Just the full length of the rod. You don't want any extra anything. Yeah, basically if the truss rod is in an open-ended hole, or a hole that's deeper than it is, then the length of the truss rod, then it can sort of run away from you and just get lost inside the neck. So you want it locked in place. Whew. Patrick Artner says, for a poll you need 2 or more dates. He's going to be available. Has a helper for chat present and fit into the remaining work schedule, as this was scheduled to be done today. Give him time to prep it. Very good point. We should put a poll up for when I should do the stream. I do need to. I really. This is something that, as you say, I need to talk with Tom about. I need to talk with Jasmine about, and see when I can have somebody. I could potentially have my wife. She might. Do you think Mummy would do what you're doing right now?
No.
No, I don't think so
No,
either.
no way.
No. No, I really don't either. But it's worth asking. Could be fun. Could be painful. Matt Lang's asking if I still play Rocket League. A little bit. I decided to move it to PC and had to completely relearn everything.
On PC.
And
You're not on PC, are you?
this is called a PC, whether it's a laptop or not.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm there. I'm looking for sweet tea. Patrick Nesbitt says, what guitar company makes the best / most beautiful looking production guitars? Crimson, of course. It's such a personal question. I think that, I mean, I still have a soft spot for Paul Reed Smith, although the more I am in the industry, the more I realise actually they're all right. I always look at them and say, I could do it that way. That's a really good thing. Ravenwolf says, make sure you're wearing armour when you ask your wife. Mad Mark Extreme, there we go. That was in Leet speak. Says, what is that headstock template on the wall? Aluminium part? Yep, it's the template for this. And yes, it will end up being. I think it's going to have some aluminium involved in some way, shape, or form for sure. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, my darling.
Can I leave now?
Can you leave now? Yes, this is a very good point because I'm basically doing everything that you were supposed to be doing.
Yes. Also, I've got like half an hour until my computer turns off. Can I have more time, actually?
Yes, absolutely.
Yay!
Matt Lang's asking what my Epic account is. At the moment, it's a little bit embarrassing, so no. But
Oh, wait, what?
one day, I'm talking to people, the streaming stuff, not
Yeah,
you.
I know, but how is it embarrassing? I'm assuming you mean the one that we have on the Xbox.
No, me, my playing. We'll get there.
Okay.
Okay, we are calling. Wow, that 15 minutes turned into 35 very, very fast. I'm still going. I'm still good. If you turn your microphone off and say goodbye to the people, Jasmine. Just say goodbye very loudly. Oh, that's a very good point. Sylvester's Net says, do you have a Speedmaster Man on the Moon? I've got a Speedmaster Grey Side of the Moon and an Amiga Speedmaster Moonwatch. And I had a Speedmaster Racing that got traded for the Speedmaster Grey Side of the Moon, which is so delicious. They are incredible watches and worth far more than their retail price.
Hello.
Come on, camera, say goodbye. There you are. That's a cool jumper thing.
Yes.
It's cool.
I mean, I've been wearing it for the past 3 weeks.
I sensed something. It was, the stench of the same thing being worn for weeks.
Hi.
Hi. So, has this been fun? You good? It's cool. Okay. Go and click a button to ask me for more time on your computer and I will wrap up. Yeah, say goodbye to the people.
Alright. Bye-bye.
Rock and roll. Everybody saying goodbye to you. You've taken over the chat. Once it's turned off, just leave it here. There we go. We're all good. Okay. If you wouldn't mind telling your mother that I will be up in about a finite amount of minutes.
I don't know what that means.
It means at some point soon.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm going to have to come and help make sure that the boys did. Anthony Tompkins, everybody's saying goodbye and you did really well.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
Bye.
Ben Timer says, any brass, copper and titanium are tone metals? Titanium is so hard to work. How would you design a modern metal PRS guitar? From Patrick Nesbo. Would that be metal as in made out of metal or metal as in heavy metal? I think that's the beauty of PRS, is they are all things. I think the only thing that could really improve it potentially would be multi-scale. They're used on all sorts of. Yes, Lisa, she had a great time, and so did I actually. It's awesome working with her. Don't tell her though. Yeah. PRS are used in all genres of music, and it's pretty incredible. Okay. Alex Jernquist says, since it's a Star Wars theme, you do realize you need to somehow incorporate grains of sand, right? Haha. Stephen Young said, have you watched Johnny Kincard acoustic build on that pedal show? I have not. I will check it out. I tend not to watch guitar-based videos on YouTube for the most part. YouTube for me is an escape from guitar building. I can't believe I just had to say those words. Star Wars Build Episode 5, The Return of the Headstock. Yvonne had said, how's Mrs. Crow after COVID and surgery? So she caught COVID. Okay, she's fine. She's absolutely fine. The recovery this time round was just fantastic, amazingly fast. I think it's because I'm so useless around the house. She was in surgery and basically we all had to self-isolate before she went in. So there was no chance that she went in with COVID. She didn't go in with COVID. And once she was in, she was there for 4 or 5 days. And my youngest went back to school for 1 day. And he caught COVID at school. And my wife came back and immediately caught COVID. But anyway, all good. They both recovered with no complications or issues. She recovered from the surgery much faster than the last time she went under. And yeah, we're very, very, very lucky. 13 grand for a Raspberry Dragon's Breath PRS. I will build you one exactly the same, probably for under 8. And it'll be better. That's the problem. Is Sean still at Crimson? Yes, he is. Maybe not this week. I think he's still at home, but he's starting on Monday. Tunguska Guitars asked me, how badly do I need a nap? So last time I thought I was absolutely screwed and I couldn't get to sleep till 2 o'clock in the morning after the last live stream. So yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. Is Christopher still working Crimson? Absolutely not. Christopher left at the end of 2019, so yeah, just before COVID and everything hit. He didn't really enjoy the teaching. He really wanted to just build guitars, and decided that he would go away and do it on his own. And you know, good luck to him. Absolutely. He's a very talented luthier. Okay, good job experience for the girl. That's from Norm Barrows. Yes, she wants to be a streamer. So, you know, watching somebody who's a little bit more confident on camera, etc., and dealing with all of this sort of stuff at this level is hopefully going to help support her in what she wants to do. The Kincaid was... Some people are saying don't bother, it's awful, and other people are saying the Kincaid build was great, so I'll see. Soul Machine says, when are you going to update your wobbly bench? What I want to do is I am going to build a completely new one specifically for lutherie. I'm going to source some good quality vices, etc. to do it, and I'm going to do one that has never been built before. I want to create it using poured concrete sections that can be taken out from the bottom and maybe even inside the top, so that you can move it around, but when you put it back together again, you've got a concrete section that's underneath the top, and it becomes, excuse me, bulletproof. So that's the plan as it currently stands. I even thought about using C-grade ebony fretboards, multi-lammed together like I did on the Cyberpunk build, to make the top. But I think an ebony workbench top would be just a little bit pretentious. Not to mention hard to film. Ben, for those of us who aren't into Star Wars, will you be doing a Star Trek inspired build? Oh, oh no, now you've done it. That's from the next guy down. That would be cool. Yes, I don't see why not. I need to get to the point where I can just build, and that's what everything about my life has been designed to achieve. So yeah. Who's your favorite guitar luthier apart from yourself? Potentially Michihiro Matsuda. I absolutely love his work. I obviously love, yeah, I would like to be Paul Reed Smith to a certain extent. Yeah, sort of a love child of those two people, really. If YouTube is an escape from guitar building for you, what type of videos do you watch? Is there a general theme in your watch history? Generally making, it's still creating, it's still all trying, hashtag always be learning, always. So a lot of it is obviously watches and watchmaking and jewelry making and engraving. A lot of it is Japanese. I go on a tangent, so over the last few weeks I've been watching Japanese lacquer work, like majorly. And excuse me, water. Yeah, so a lot of Japanese lacquer work and art and kintsugi and all that sort of stuff, and then it'll be something else. So yeah. Ben Timer says, why did Josh slash Badger leave? He was offered a change in role because he was doing about 14 different jobs, and none of them were being, when you're doing 14 jobs, you're not able to concentrate on any one job, and none of them are being done to the sort of level that they could be. I'm not saying he was a bad employee, he was far from that. And we said, okay, this is the issue. The whole company has been going through a complete restructuring, and he just wasn't interested in what we offered, so he went off. And you know, again, it is just one of those things, but he wanted to go. Yeah. It's difficult going from being pretty much autonomous and able to do exactly what you fancy doing at any time to being, you know, this is your job, this is when you need to do it, and it just is the way. And he's like me, he doesn't want to be told what to do, so so he did what I would have done, which is leave. So here we go. Andre Silva says, you need to put the kids to bed. I really do. So I'm going to take that as a thing. Frugal Fixer says, I'm considering topping it my new bench with 316-inch ABS plastic sheet. Put it on a drill press table. I've never experienced it. I think that I prefer the fact that I can just scrape and refinish and plane and refinish my bench. You know, I can plane a normal bench top down to whatever. So yeah, I would prefer wood personally. I always prefer wood over plastic if given the choice. But there are definitely certain applications where a plastic bench top would be absolutely fine. Sweet Tea Guitars has come with another $5 super chat and said, last one, Jazz, I'm broke now, you did a great job. I will let her know, thank you very much. Alex has asked me what my plans are for the GGBO 22. My personal plans for my personal build, I have got not the foggiest idea. I haven't given it a second of thought, and I don't want to until the very last minute. Plans for the actual competition are coming along quick pace. It needs to be financially viable. It needs to be able to stand on its own without Crimson supporting it. Crimson lost quite a lot of money doing that last year, and it actually put us in a very bad situation as a business. It took 10 times as much human time, which is very expensive, to run the competition last year. So which is why we're doing the initial tester on, I donated Shred, which was my guitar, to Raffle off to raise money for GGBO, and that seems to be doing well, and it's all good. Patrick Nesbo's asked me if I would do a Lord of the Rings guitar. Absolutely. That's sort of what I thought I was doing with the original Complication guitar, and then it went off into aliens, into H.R. Geiger territory, really. Okay, so yes. Click Springs Antikythera mechanism. I never finished watching that actually, but I would like to. I watched a lot of it. A lot of the sort of side bits actually about how we made files and bits and pieces were even more interesting to me. But there we go. Marshall Levine says, I was gone all afternoon. Did Ben actually finish? Lol. By saying lol, you know I didn't. No. Here is the guitar as it stands. So we've got a neck to carve, a couple of tops to put on, a back to put on maybe, lots of routing to do, and some headstock stuff, but it's coming together. There will be another stream, but it won't be on a weekend. I feel that many husbands and wives, and mine in particular, are going to be happy about that. I will figure it out soon, but yeah, I'm suspecting, I'm afraid, I think it is actually going to have to be, it's going to have to be either Monday the 17th or Tuesday the 18th, one of those 2 days. Yeah, I know that we had a $20 super chat saying not the Monday, so probably Tuesday the 18th. I need to double check. And I will get back to you. I will schedule it as far in advance as possible. Everybody, how heavy is the guitar so far? Actually, not very. It's still got a load of wood, so it's not going to be a massively heavy guitar. I don't have my scales in here. My wife stole them because they were hers to begin with. All right, I'm done. This has been 10 hours and 15 minutes, the longest stream I've ever done so far. Maybe we'll get to 12 hours one day, but for now, nah. Oh, Louis Duke is saying Monday is actually cool in the US. It's a federal holiday. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to return that $20 super chat because I think Monday really is actually probably going to be the one. Okay. Oh, Marsha's saying Tuesday. Stefan saying Tuesday. It's going to be one of those two. We'll figure it out. I need to make sure that I've got support here. So basically, whichever of those 2 days suits Tom better. And that will be it. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I sincerely appreciate all of your support. We have had a crazy old time. There's still about 1,000 of you watching. Everybody's going now as I'm saying goodbye. We're done. Goodbye. Have a fantastic week ahead of you. I will be back. I will be back with a lot more soon. You roll. Goodbye. I think that's it. End. Stop.